Oh, and I was streaming some Doom, what do you call it? The Darkest of Ages, and
Yeah, how was
someone
that?
in well, before that, someone in chat was like, why are you streaming at 1080 30?" And I was like, I'm not. And then turns out, I guess OBS just decided to switch back to old settings. I didn't even update.
Thanks, OBS.
So that was
Very
rude.
cool.
Yeah. Um, Switched it presumably back, but I don't know if I can trust anything anymore, ever, about anyone. Nothing. That's what. Anyone. Actually, nothing. That's what it's streaming at right now. 1080p 60, so it's got the FPS right, but it's not got the fucking res right. Fix it next time. Like this, I don't know what else. It's fine. It's totally and utterly fine. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Also, yes, Doom:
Hi.
The Dark Ages. Oh, what can you say? I streamed it twice, and I don't think I'll be streaming it again. I got kind of put off.
Yeah.
It's strange. It's a strange experience. You're like when you're playing it, and you're running, and you're gunning, and you're slicing, and you're dicing, and all that sort of thing. You're very much like, yeah, I'm dooming. And then the game will be like, all right, cutscene time, and you're like, okay, I can tolerate that. And then the cutscene lasts like 5 minutes, and you're like, hmm. And then it ends, and you're like, okay, back to slicing and the dicing. And then it's like, oh, look, a turret. Now you gotta shoot all the enemies as they come through a hole or appear in different parts of the map with your turret. And it's like,
Okay.
that's not quite easy. Okay, well, that's fine, I guess. And then you do some more slicing and dicing. And then it's like mech time, which was a bit of a backfire because the mech is really just regular gameplay except way fewer mechanics and you're way slower. Which I don't know about you guys. Not the most advisable thing for a Doom game.
Slow,
I mean, I like to
clunky,
go
and few
fast and
mechanics.
move around, you know?
They want you to
Well, it's one of
feel
those things where
huge and, powerful, but it has the opposite effect very quickly.
it
And
is one of
then
those things, isn't it, though? Like, as a pitch, you're like, yeah, you get to be big Doom guy and fight big monsters. It's like, yeah, that sounds
Like Power
great.
Rangers, right?
I think
But then
it's
it's like,
almost like a direct response to because there's a big mech somewhere in Eternal, and everyone thought that you were going to pilot it, and there was like some disappointment around that game's community that you didn't. So they thought in the next one, well, we've got to put the big mech in now. But I don't know why you would if this is going to be the sort of result that you're looking for.
hmm.
It's weird because I've not heard basically anything about the Dark Ages, which for being a Doom game is kind of strange. No one's been talking about it or really
um
saying anything, and there was no big hype around its launch. It just seems like
Well,
it sort of
I'm,
happened.
I'm not too sure about that, like, in terms of, like, how many people are playing it. Maybe that will become clearer over the coming days.
I mean, regardless, these little hiccups in momentum because there's dragon sections that don't play like
Oh,
Doom as well. And like it just built up a little bit too much for me. And I was saying on the stream as I was ending it, I was like, it's not that it's like awful or anything. It's just that I would rather they didn't include all of these other sections that feel very I was trying to think of the right word for it, but it feels like they're trying to appeal to a wider audience when it's completely unnecessary.
This is
it's
Doom.
baffling that we managed to get to this point from Doom 2016, which was like pretty universally praised for being
I
the
love
game in which you
2016.
shoot demons. That's the game. You shoot the demons with cool combat mechanics in your cool shooter, and like that's the video game. It didn't need to be anything more than that. It didn't have many bells and whistles attached to that.
How's the music?
I like it, but something weird that was going on, right? I had the mix was, I think, sound effects and voice was like 60 or 80% or something, and music was 100, and then just masters, whatever. But like some people in chat after a few hours were like, have you like got the music muted? And I'm like, no. And check the settings, and yeah, James had to like tell me, try pushing music to like way higher than the other things. And then we did, and it finally like balanced such that you can hear the music, but it was very the music's totally fine and cool and thumbs up. For I sure
Yeah,
do
but I
like
mean,
killing
would you
them
want to
demons.
listen to it? Would you
But
I was
want to
gonna
listen
say,
to it on its own?
I think it would be fair to say that Mick Gordon's absence is felt.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't
yes,
surprise me. Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal have really great
and
soundtracks, kind of renowned soundtracks.
you have a bit of that funny shit too, where like, because there's an open world section. That was the last thing I played before. I was like, all right then. I think we're wrapping up because
Those are dangerous.
I was not that fond of it. I was fond of particular parts of it in the open world, but the open worldiness of it felt very like, why are we doing this? In any case, say there's like a big section with a bunch of bad guys that you have to walk into, and then maybe they'll spawn walls or they'll have you fight, whatever. So like I'm running around just doing whatever, and then I see a guy walk toward him, and then it just like goes, and I go, oh wait, I've forgotten. There's a piece of armor over there. I walk away, and it goes, and I was just like, okay. There was a lot of
Perhaps a
that.
very good case study in why non-linearity of that kind might not be well advised for a Doom game.
The music felt very confused sometimes, but yeah, it's I wouldn't be surprised if loads of people are having fun on it. It's totally chill. It's just that I got a distinct impression of like, I don't remember Doom 2016 being this, because I never played Eternal, so I was like, wasn't 2016 almost uninterrupted momentum? That's what I remember compared to.
Yep.
There's like
Very
one
much
big
cutscenes or
sequence
stalls.
where you're put on rails where you go and meet Samuel Hayden, but other than that, you're mostly just free to play your fucking video game.
Oh,
And the story beats in Doom 2016 were kind of understated in a cool way. The one that obviously sticks out is the intro sequence on the elevator
Yes.
when
yeah.
Doom guy is getting more and more mad. It's sort of, and then smashes the radio, and then you get the title screen. It's like, oh shit,
Well, there was
that's
even
pretty
the
cool. And
doesn't
then
he says something like, all we were trying to do was help people, and he looks down at a corpse.
and he looks
Yes.
down at
Yes.
somebody who's dead, and then
It's
starts
a
cracking his
really,
knuckles.
really effective alignment of player and character in that way, because the player is also there in the mindset of wanting to shoot some demons. They're not particularly interested in what Samuel Hayden is yapping about. And so we're like understatedly characterizing like the Slayer himself in that moment, and also aligning his viewpoint with the players, which persists throughout the whole game. The story sort of happens around you, and your character doesn't show a huge amount of interest in it. There's the sequence with the Argent energy cell thingamajiggies, where like the Doomslayer almost seems to like take delight in how annoyed Samuel Hayden is at him destroying all of them. Like I remember there's that one sequence where he like curls his hand into a fist, like knuckle by knuckle, because he's like enjoying the fact that he's just ruining everything for this guy.
Well, in any case, the story in this one, I felt like I must have missed a huge deal in Eternal, because things are different. It's like there's loads of characters. There's all these like
This
factions.
one is
There's a war
prequel,
happening.
right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And there was just there was a
Doesn't
lot of stuff
Doom guy
happening.
speaks in Eternal, doesn't he? Doesn't he speak
I don't know.
in Eternal?
I've heard that he's in Eternal. He doesn't say words. No.
Is there? I must be mixed up. Isn't there a part where someone says "rip and tear" and I think it's meant to be him? I don't quite remember.
Oh yeah, the flashback
Yeah,
thingy. I think. Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't.
yeah.
I
I'm
didn't.
pretty sure that's him.
I didn't like that.
That game has a pretty substantial problem with like being overly obsessed with the Doomslayer, and it's really annoying, and it gets even more annoying in the DLCs for Eternal. Like the final boss of the second DLC is the Dark Lord, who has taken the form of the Doomslayer in his own big like power suit thing. It's like, come on now.
I did accidentally skip a big cutscene. It's true. I leant on the spacebar without realizing it, and I have to hold it down to skip.
Oh no!
Just as I realized, it was like boop. No.
I like the design. I like that he's wearing a cape. That's cool. I
Yeah, I
think that's
mean
kind of fun.
I actually prefer.
the
I think 2016 is my favorite of the designs because it's much more
Uh,
like sleek.
I agree. I agree with that, but I do kind of like the cape. I
Yeah,
mean, I
fair
I
kind of
mean,
like
the
it
Dark
way of
Ages, like
doing
it's
in the Dark Ages,
it's very
right?
much
Like that's
indulgent in itself
yeah.
in a way that I think it works into, you know, just like we're having fun here, but then simultaneously is taking itself very seriously with its story. And it's like I just didn't realize Doom had gone that direction, I guess.
In terms of self-indulgence, you lost me at you ride a dragon, pretty much. Like that's a bridge too far for me.
When it was like there is a dragon section coming up, I was just like, I know why you thought this was a great idea, like because of the word dragon, but
I
you
think the
know,
problem is that like Spectacle is kind of I don't know like how much that can even sell anything anymore. Like, you know, Uncharted released in like 2007. I feel like Spectacle is it's like, yeah, cool, but like there has to be mechanics like that are
Mm-hmm.
super involved. And I can't speak to the dragon, but I'm assuming it ain't that great in terms of mechanical complexity.
it's
I
just it's
haven't had
fine.
hands-on experience, but I've heard nothing but like drab like opinions on it. People are not pleased with it being an inclusion.
Well, I was just
Mm.
surprised to hear about the it's performing so significantly worse than its predecessors. I didn't realize
I wonder
that.
how Microsoft is feeling about that Bethesda acquisition because it feels like every that they've released has been kind of a noteworthy failure. Like Starfield kind of launched okay, but it fell off very quickly. Indiana Jones, no way that did well. And now Doom, which is actually multi-platform. This one's on PlayStation 5 at launch. And I suppose I wonder. I guess there was Oblivion, which did really well. But like, I don't know if that's great when you've spent billions of dollars acquiring a company. You know, like the three major releases that you had are like not doing very well, or at least not as well as you would want them to.
Dank Farrick.
Crispy critters.
Getting really aggressive with our swear words today.
Well,
God,
we
Atomic
wanted to
Heart
get him out
was
of
a
the way
game
before
that
Ryan
released.
got here, and you know how he is.
Oh, absolutely. So before we start today, I said in the last EFAP at the end that there would have been an announcement between then and now, and there has been. And there's even a trailer that was made, so I can put that on to show everybody what's happening, what's up. But broadly speaking, it is that I have been provided an opportunity to write, and brace yourselves, chat, if you haven't heard of this, to write a comic book story. Ah!
Cats versus dogs.
Why does someone always
this
do
is what
that?
you've been doing this whole time. Interesting.
Someone always plays the video, and it's always loud.
It auto
They
started.
they never get the volume right. The default. Sorry, that I have written a comic book / short story within a comic book as part of an anthology, and well, there's a link in the top of the description. It is called Saints and Sinners, and I believe the best thing to do here is to probably just show you the vidya. And for the record, it is not me doing the voice. All right. Some people think that that it is, and it's super awkward because it's like, no, it's another guy doing really good work. Okay. Anyway, I'm just gonna play it so you guys can see what's going on. I don't even need the copyright shield. Unless Eric takes this stream down, which would be funny. Like, bye.
I am not the only one drawn to this place. With each passing day, more converge upon Earth. Pilgrims await. Some already arrived. Others still walking paths they do not yet understand. This gathering intrigues me. They exist in the space between heaven and hell. Their choices now will carve the shape of their eternity. But do they truly know what they are? What forces stir beneath their feet while they play their part on the board? Pawns, perhaps. Or something far more significant. Death lingers near. Yet the dead do not rest. Their whispers grow louder. Their stories claw to the surface. Deeds once buried in shadow now strain for the light. These saints, these sinners, they are unlike any I've seen. Complex, flawed, powerful. Some barely cling to their soul. Others shine so brightly, I dare not look away. They have been chosen for what lies ahead, and nothing in this world or the next will ever be the same. I must watch them, for within this fractured group lies the thread to a mystery far greater than they can fathom. And soon, it will unravel.
And there it is.
That was really impressive.
And, you know, you get a...
That's quite well made. That's very well done.
You try to make it all motion-y, even though they don't move at all because they're comic book pages. But you know what?
Will this be like a Harry Potter comic, and I open it up and they all move like that in there?
Well, just be more specific, the way it works is it's a comic book with 6 stories, and each one is written by different people. I'm doing one of them, Az is doing one of them, Drink is doing one of them, Drunk 3PO is doing one of them, Eric July is doing one of them, and the Soska Sisters are doing one of them. The way it works, if you hit the link, is you can choose what cover you want, and the covers relate to the stories. It's all listed and explained, but basically, yeah, this is a little foray. The page size of the stories is 15. So as far as I'm aware, mine's 16, because mine was very long, and it took a lot to get it smaller and smaller, and I think I was allowed one extra page.
I knew there was going to be a problem when you said they were short stories.
Yeah. It's
Raise
like,
your hand if you're surprised.
actually not a joke at all. It's like, well, you know what? Fine, we can do it that way. It'll work. They'll understand because long, but you know, it was really fun to make it. It's a bit exciting to do this because this is the first story I have technically had published, I guess would be how you'd put it. But to be fair, like honestly, it's just the first story I've properly written that has like beginning, middle, end, and structure, and a lot of. It took a lot of prep too. It was an interesting experience. So, you know, if you want to check it out, it is available for the next, I think, something like 60 days. So I'll probably mention it here and there as we go on. And yeah, you know, if interest is there, who knows what could happen in the future, and you know, if something alternative should happen, that's okay too, because it was fun, it was a little collaborative effort, and you know, who knows what could happen. Fun on the bun. But yes, I've got a comic coming. I find that amusing because you'd expect I obviously would have made a hundreds of $1 million production movie by now, considering what we cover mostly. But no, a comic. That's where that's what's happening. I almost it's complicated too because of we're not allowed to say a lot about our stories. Hence the you know, defining some interest in people wanting to try and read them. But broadly speaking, you know, mine is about some people who decide to go somewhere and something happens. You know,
Is
so
that the Chris Stockman review of it as well, by any chance?
The
yes.
story was written by Mahler in 2000.
Oh God, was
It was directed by
it
no
is
one because it
16
is a comic
pages
book.
long.
Why is
Cinematography
his
was done
voice
by
like that?
no one.
That's what he
Made it
sounds
sound like
like.
the
It is
stereotypical
16
nerd.
pages long.
That's what. Yeah. I really love movies. I love
the thick-rimmed
the
glasses and
cinema.
the pocket
I
protector.
love
like-
going to the theater. I go to the theater every week. His movie's
read-
coming out, isn't it?
I read Bone
Yes.
God 6 times.
I backed his movie, damn it. I can't wait to see it. Shelby Oaks. Yeah, here's an example of what you'll see as well. Oop, got better pages than this. I do. It's just that right now everything's done in a fast way. But yes, mine is called Bone God, and the Will Conrad's not like an alias of mine or something. That's the artist. Collaborative effort, you see, and yeah, exciting to get it out, but as far as I'm aware, it should be like shipping and be potentially in people's hands very like close to the end of the actual campaign. Rippaverse like to try and get things out relatively quickly to the I was about to say readers, I guess, is the medium I should be focusing on. Yes, and yeah, it should be a bit of fun. In any case, like I said, I'll let you guys know as time goes on about it, just in case you're thinking about it, you're on the fence, and you just need to be somewhat reminded. You got plenty of time, but like I said, interest in it could define some things in the future. But don't feel too compelled. You won't miss out. Don't you worry. Stories all over the world in all different kinds of ways. Though it's going to be cool.
Must order it quickly. You'll miss out. It'll be gone forever, and then
Well,
it'll explode, and you'll never get to read it. You have to order today.
FOMO is a thing, and you got to be careful you don't miss out on seeing what could be in those pages, what secrets, what horrors. Speaking of horrors, Andor's over. We have seen
it is over.
No.
The complete.
You don't necessarily want to be lamenting on that straight away, right?
We were lamenting on that before it came out, Fringy.
we were, but it was particularly stark when it was over. I'm sure we'll talk about that more tomorrow when we finish talking about it.
Yeah, that's the plan.
A very strange kind of melancholy on the conclusion of actually watching Rogue One, I suppose.
Yeah.
Watching Rogue One after watching Andor is a different experience, to be sure.
Strange, sure.
It is a strange one. I was strangely emotional watching Andor, like the end of the character Andor, more so than because in Rogue One before it's like, yeah, I mean, this is like a good story beat, but whereas now it's like, man, that's Andor. I like Andor. I like him. I care about him, and this is his end.
There's just a surprising amount of lines that now mean almost different things in a way.
Yes, I would say that prequels can often have a bit of a challenge in terms of kind of feeling like they really fit into place with a story. I'd say that they clearly went to great efforts to ensure that that was the case, which is pretty commendable when you're trying to slot into place with Rogue One, which is a film that like is not that impactful to many people. But there are like a lot of even minor details that they took care to actually address. And if they got more seasons than they ended up receiving, maybe they could have done more. But they only got 2, which is
one of the bigger takeaways. And it wasn't just us that felt this, but I've seen the wider internet discussing this. It's just like how insanely important Jyn Erso is for some reason when you're watching that film.
Yeah,
it comes across as really odd.
It's funny, though, on Disney Plus, because obviously right after Andor, it's like, hey, Rogue One. The poster it moves Jyn over to the side and puts Andor in the middle. Which I find very amusing that they did that. Because, yeah, while watching the film, it's like, man, it is a little bit awkward, though, that Andor's kind of given the second act low point, but we're coming back. He's given that speech to Jyn. It's like, dude, like, you've known Jyn for, like, 2 days. Compared to, like, all the other characters.
That might be the most painful part of the whole movie is, like, Andor explaining himself, his position within the rebellion, and his decisions to rebel to Jyn. It's very...
Jin's really boring, whereas everybody else on the team is more interesting. Like even the characters that we didn't see in Rogue One, the newly introduced ones.
Yeah,
have something going for them. She's got very boring protagonist sort of syndrome.
And in a sense, one could argue like it makes it lopsided watching Andor before Rogue One. Like that's arguable damage, but I'm trying to be as fair as I can. Like that, lots of things get improved just generally
I agree.
your investment
I
in the rebellion and the characters is going to be better because you've seen, stories
And I
that
think
relate to
it makes for a complete package that you can group together. You can just say the Andor Rogue One story there is it's complete and it's pretty good overall. Obviously, Andor is great, but Rogue One is more mixed in the sense that the first half is fairly dull, but the second half of the film is pretty good. I think I even want to say like it might actually be
I mean,
willing
the
to
whole
say that it's
Scarif battle
good.
has loads of highlights in it.
Yeah, there's a lot of great scenes and a lot of great moments, and it's very thematically coherent. This
Also,
idea of
K2SO is still
sacrifice
like
for
golden.
rebellion. Oh yeah, but then you're like, oh man, we could have had maybe a whole season of K2SO hanging out with Andor, but we have to settle for 2 episodes.
Any individual moment I enjoyed in the final 3 episodes, I was like, could have had a season of that, season of that, season of that.
Yeah, of course, when you think
season
about
of
a lot of
that.
it is how much stuff would have had to have been reduced. How many storylines they had planned out that they had to essentially jump past and do the best they can to acknowledge it because of the restriction in the time that they had. As much as there's reason to be grateful that it is a complete story and that it didn't get dragged out and deteriorate, man, we could have had 4 more seasons of this storytelling.
And that's going to become more and more poignant and frustrating the more time goes on and the more Star Wars that we get that is back to what it used to be. There was a particular punctuation, and I know I sent this to Fringy and Theo particularly. There was a tweet going around that was like, that's it for Andor, it's over, and there was another tweet saying, oh hey, it's done pretty well. IMDb scores, like the episodes, people like to share that sort of thing. Obviously, in our coverage over these years, doesn't really necessarily mean anything. IMDb scores can be indicative of stuff. You know how aggregates work, but the thing that was notable was that despite all of I think it's the final 5 episodes have all got over 9.5 on IMDb, which is considered very remarkable because that's not the easiest thing to be able to get. However,
it's a record, isn't it? I think it's the first show that's
I think
done
it's
it.
unprecedented.
I think it's a
literally.
record. But what they pale in comparison to the score that Mandalorian season 2 episode 8 got, which is still the highest rated episode of television that relates to Star Wars. And a lot of people were just like, okay, well, I guess and to an extent, I was just like, yeah, not a surprise. And I hadn't remembered, but someone posted a clip. And they said, that episode earned that rating, and it's I'm trying to remember it, but it's so awful. It's when Boba Fett and Mando are in a room with the cringe Mandos. I forget if they have Bo-Katan's ones, and oh god, I'm trying to remember the dialogue, and I'm probably going to remember it better than it was. But it's like, I think she says "back off, old man," and then he's like, well, if that is the schlee/slash colon the pachushka slash b.
Yeah.
And then she stands up and squares up to Boba Fett with her stupid hair, and I was just like, oh, and it's whip.
They have a little stupid fight as well.
They do.
So that is the highest rated episode of I mean, it's one of the highest rated episodes of anything on IMDb. 9.8. 9.8.
I mean, I'm still struggling to remember anything besides that. Is that the one? Wait, what? What even happens?
Is that the one
where Luke shows? That's the one where Luke shows up.
Yeah, it's where they do the assault on the Star Destroyer Moff Gideon, and he has his. There's so much crap in that episode. It's insane. It's amazing they fit it all in there.
Really stupid action sequences.
There was another post there that was celebrating that moment where Luke uses his green lightsaber to attack all of the robots, and saying this was one of the great, if not the greatest moment in all of Star Wars, whatever. And someone else quoted it and said, "This might actually be ground zero for the destruction of the franchise at this point." And I was like,
yeah, maybe.
Damn.
I think that's a fair point. The amount of
whereas
bad
we
that have been learned.
We would probably argue whether or not it was TLJ or The Force Awakens.
Of course, I would never say it was that, but that it's like a different infection that. It almost relates strictly to the recovery of Star Wars.
This is what you want, right? This is what you want.
I guess the thing is that you can see how that has spilled out into other things, right? The idea of find recognizable character, have them do something that is essentially
Yeah.
like have them do a fight, have them show up dramatically, have them be effectively narratively superfluous.
The damage,
Like,
the damage more complicated, whereas the sequels did damage in the sense of literally having your characters and then
really
making them
ruining everything.
not the
Yeah.
characters. This was more of a like, what do you
Undoing the
want from the
original.
stories? What do you want? And it's like, oh, you want this? Cool, we can do that. We know how to do that. And it's like,
Yep.
Meanwhile, some of the stuff that's going to be happening in Andor, both this arc and the arc that we'll discuss tomorrow, is stuff that Dave Filoni does not know how to do and would never, could never.
No, he can't do it. It's not possible. It's beyond his abilities. I don't even know if he gets it. I don't even know if he understands it. Like when he sees what happens in these stories, I wonder if he's even like, man, that was a pretty cool action scene that happened there.
I like the fighting. I like when the stormtrooper shot the blasters. I like it when the explosion blew up. That was so cool.
Like he's not even. It is pretty surreal, isn't it? I don't think he wrote that episode of Mando, but I mean, he was a significant creative voice on that show, and it's like has nothing valuable to say at all. It has no. It's just thematically like devoid of substance.
I'm convinced if you sat him down in front of like Luthen's monologue in episode 10 of the first season or something and asked him like what is happening in that, he would give you like the first layer, you know, which is the literal text of, wow, he's really sacrificing a lot, huh? And then if you asked him then, okay, what else is in there? The conversation stops. Because he doesn't operate on that level narratively. He doesn't know what a theme is, I don't think.
Your theory, I think, would be even worse. He'd probably stop in his own tracks and be like, you know what? It would be more interesting if... What if he had like a light... What if there was a lightsaber there on his belt? What if we just...
What if he had a pet wolf? Like he just
had
had a
to
wolf.
give up the Force. Oh, that would be so...
What if there was a wolf
right.
head hilt on his lightsaber?
What if he had?
Ew.
And then there's a flashback where you learn that he was raised by wolves.
Ooh, lightsaber
Ew.
wolves.
That's right. So they can stand up and
Yeah,
they have
they've got like
lightsabers.
kyber crystals and stuff.
That's
They,
right.
Like, fire laser
And they
beams
flip
from
out
their
and go,
foreheads.
"Woo!"
And there's
do
going to
the
be a
chop-
scene where he's planning something and Vader walks in to get him, but then the wolves come in and save him, and he can get away.
That's right.
To fight Darth Vader. Yeah, that's right.
And then we
There's
have
a-
Vader versus wolves,
Darth
lightsaber
Vader
wolves.
showdown.
Yes.
And when Luthen dies, you jump into his mind and he's gone to heaven, and the wolves are all there, and they're like, "Come."
They
And
hug.
there's a sunrise, you know, like they hug as the sun rises behind
It's
them.
like
are-
the end of
you are one
Bioshock.
with-
Yeah,
you are
they're all
one with
around
the
his bed
pack.
in the hospital.
You
He's
are
old.
one of us. Come on,
You're
we
part
will,
of the
we
pack
will.
now.
Yes, exactly.
And then they
It'll
all
be great.
howl. They all howl at the moon.
Right, and he howls as well. He goes,
Yeah, he does.
"Oh!"
And then Dave Filoni just masturbates. And he's like, "Wow, this was so fucking good." Who's Luthen?
Remember, guys, there is no more after this. Andor's done. We're back to shit. Mando and Grogu's next up. It's gonna be awful. It's gonna be so bad. John
There's no
Favreau and
reason-
Dave Filoni.
There's no reason to expect anything for like the vast majority of the future. It's gonna it's gonna be a long time before you can even like
It's,
have hope.
You know, it's sort of an interesting thing in terms of how there were a lot of the wrong lessons learned from. Well, not the wrong lesson. Yes, basically the wrong lessons learned from season 2, episode 8 of The Mandalorian. Of like, oh, I guess we can, as long as we do this, we'll succeed. I don't even know that they're in a position to learn the wrong lessons from Andor. I don't think they can do it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even sure that they could, like, I don't even think that they would be compelled, like, oh, so we gotta, like, have more scenes of characters talking then, okay. And then it's just scenes like in Ahsoka where they don't actually talk, they just pause all the time. Like, I don't even
They're
think
off
that
into
they're in a
space.
position to create characters, basically. Like, it's just fucked. They're not gonna be able to learn anything from this show.
I just hope that in The Mandalorian and Grogu, I'm just like one good scene. Probably asking too much, but just one good
That'd be
scene.
nice.
That
Maybe
was
we should.
just one.
Should we
Just
start
give
with
me
one good word and see if we can work up from there?
Yeah, like
depressingly, I can see it still being popular. That's the really depressing thing. It's not that it might be shit, because it will be shit. It's
yeah.
that people will watch it and they'll say, "Well, that's more like Star Wars, like I remember it. That was fun." Because I was
Maybe,
watching,
yeah.
obviously, like rewatching episodes like 7 through 9 of Andor, trying to develop a theory of mind for people who don't like this show and struggling. But like when a lot of the people who were critics of it sort of clicked onto the particularly big scene in episode 8, I think it's kind of the same as the appreciation for Mando is. It's not really what leads to it, because as we discussed on the last stream, lots of people don't even know what the story is going up until that point, and they don't know who the characters are. It is just the action set piece. It's the
So-
TIE fighters, the stormtroopers, the lasers, and the brutal action stuff. And they look at that and say, oh, this is actually quite good. But if you don't know who the people are, you don't know why it's good. And like you're like, I don't understand how that is the thing that sort of gets people back into it when they've, by their own admission, not even watched the show preceding it.
Just on that note, there's been a few accounts on Twitter offering their criticism of Andor as it comes out, which is totally fine. And just on what Pursuit was saying in terms of not knowing the characters, Artigaz has climbed that ladder very consistently in terms of people I'm most interested in this show. And for those who've seen the whole show, you know, he's got a particularly effective final scene. And that final scene had a screenshot taken, and there was a post that said, "I've like this random officer gets like a POV scene doing XYZ, and people think that this adds to Star Wars." It's just like
Fuck off.
he was in 17 episodes. Like I feel like you should have.
He was a pretty large part of the show. I don't know.
Random
important
dude,
part of the show.
it pissed off people so much it got fucking community noted. It just said like he is not a random like Imperial.
Take his name out of your goddamn mouth.
Before we start though, welcome back, Rags. Good to have you.
Hello.
And
It's good to be back.
The humble chat are gonna want to know quick thoughts on 1 to 6, I suppose, episodes that you weren't able to break down with us. So, you know, whatever you want to say about that to catch everybody up.
Well, I guess to start off, I'm a little bit under the weather, so if I sound a little strange or I don't get too loud or anything, that's probably why I get a bit of a sore throat. But I got my tea here, and I'm ready to talk about the Andor show. So bear with me for a bit. Sorry about that. One of the things that I was consistently noticing, and we've been talking already about the contrast between this, what has come, and the unfortunate slop that will surely follow it, is that this is a show that I noticed I was caring about very mundane things, which is, I think the example that made me particularly sort of realize it is that in the scene where let's see, Cyril and Deidre and the mom meet, I was like, oh, I said, I care more about Cyril's dinner being delicious for his mom than when Obi-Wan fought Darth Vader again. All of this feels very real and grounded and well constructed, and there's going to be a reason why everything happens. Whereas I just feel like a lot of the other shows are random Star Wars interlopers who just sort of smash their action figures together, and none of it means anything. It's as superficial and meaningless as can possibly be. But this show is making me care about smaller characters, random little details about the world. I was feeling empathy for these fictional people and what their position in the galaxy was, how they felt about the people around them, and what would ultimately, be their fates. How would things work out or not work out for them? I have been it's sort of supplanted in a way, even the original trilogy in a lot of aspects. That when I think about Star Wars, when I have those little random, as we all do, those little random daydreams about, oh, what if I was in the Star Wars universe? What if I was in the Bioshock or Mass Effect universe or something like that? Um, I think Andor has sort of taken over. Like, oh, if I'm in the Star Wars universe, this is what it will look like. This is where the locations will kind of be. This is what all the little gadgets and gizmos and doodads will look like. All the buildings, all the props, all the costumes. You had mentioned it in particular when Bix and Andor were on Coruscant, and they go to that general store, and there's a little critter in the cage, and they got all the all this stuff on the shelves everywhere, and there's just some random other person doing shopping and everything. I love these scenes. I love I love the hotel on Gore and like the outfits everyone has. I love the like I said the convenience stores, the shops, the signs. For once, I can look at a Star Wars product and say, "Holy shit, this looks expensive, but in a good way." I'm not saying, "Oh, they threw all of this money away for nothing." I'm saying they used all of this money and it looks incredible and it is super immersive. And I hope that the people who worked on this show, who did the costumes and the props and the sets and all that sort of supplementary stuff that really makes the show come alive, I hope they keep getting work for years and years and years to come because they really knocked it out of the park here. Um, I've been a little bit light, I guess, in talking about characters because a lot of that will come down to what we will be getting into today. But those are a lot of the things that really started to come to mind. Just sort of that warm, fuzzy feeling of watching a show and feeling like it's real and being immersed in it, which you don't get much, I guess, in general, but particularly you don't get really ever in a Star Wars show. It made it feel excellent, and it made watching these a very enjoyable experience that you could really get sucked into, and it really gets its hooks into you.
Well, so
I suppose with that.
thought
You?
the first 6 were good then, presumably.
Yeah, I think the first 3 they had some stumbling points. Um, the beginning of the show starts off with the TIE fighter heist. What's it called? The TIE Avenger is what it was called.
Yep.
That was a little flumpy, maybe more than a little flumpy. Um, so when I first started off and that was the first scene I saw, I was like, well, uh-oh. But things picked up after that. I think being in the jungle with all of the with all the brigands, it felt like we could have rejigged the story to where if you want to have Cassian delayed to getting back to everyone else, we could have done something else, or we could have just said Cassian is still far away doing a mission, he will be back when he is back, and have spent that time elsewhere. I really enjoyed I liked a lot of the wedding stuff, and not just because of the Mon Mothma interactions with the people around her and Luthen and whatnot. I really liked it because, much like as we'll get into with Gore, these places really they don't feel the same. Gore does not feel the same as on Chandrilla with the wedding, and it doesn't feel the same as Ferrix or Aldani. All of these places feel different. Every planet, even though, and I share Fringy's concern. Oh, go away! Sorry, I gotta turn my thing off. That was an
Is
alarm
that
for
to
someone.
tell you about your water, like that you got your beverage ready to go?
No,
Or
that was just an alarm
okay,
I set for some. That's my phone. I have no idea what that was for.
Just an
Actually.
alarm for the
But
stream. Here we go.
yeah, it's time to get up for EFAP, everyone. But Fringy and I share the concern of that there's not a lot of aliens at all in this. There's basically none.
you
Which
see them
stinks
around in the
because when they show up,
background.
Why aren't I
yeah,
included
when
in
they
this? What about Platoon? What I'm
No,
there. I'm
I feel
Theo.
like
because
everybody
Fringy
agrees
says
on.
it a lot and it's sort of his thing.
I do say
You
it a
know,
lot.
he is saying a lot. But I think we all share that, of course. But it's a shame too because when we do see aliens, they often look really good and they're
Mhm.
wearing interesting clothes and they got cool designs and everything. And
With the
but
notable
it's a shame.
exception of the Senate leader.
Yes,
Yeah.
his mouth when he moves when he's speaking. That's a
Mhm.
little like, that was okay. Maybe that's just how his alien face works. Maybe it's supposed to be weird or whatnot. Maybe his head is hollow and he just expands it and contracts it and air moves out the mouth. I don't know. But every place you go to feels different, even though it's full of humans. There seems to be I say that I don't know why that's how Earth works, but it's nice to go to different planets and get different architecture, get different mannerisms, like the Gore when their language and how it sounds kind of French-ish. Their hellos and goodbyes, their motions, the little like grabbing the arm thing. Just a lot of the elements of speech that they have, all the little local like in Aldani, right? You had the shooting stars that were in the thing. That was like a local festival and it was a big deal and they incorporate that into the story. Every place has got something going on. Every planet's new.
I think
Every planet's different.
to add to that observation, an important part of it is that the show spends a sufficient amount of time immersing you in these locations. Like when you
Oh
watch
yeah.
a lot of the other Star Wars shows, you go to places and often the set dressing is pretty good and you see you get like maybe a glimpse of what that place is like, but you don't really get to actually see it play out. Whereas, like when you're introduced to Ferox, you see what like a day in the life looks like for the average person. You learn about their customs and see them play out. Same with Eldani, same with the Gore on Gorman. They actually give it time to breathe compared to just, oh, well, Mando shows up on this planet and there's like a bazaar he has to walk through, and there are just a bunch of aliens like, bartering and buying stuff, but you don't really get to hang out with them or interact with them or see anything else that they do. You don't get to see what they do for fun or what they do on the weekend. It's like I think it's a big reason why you sort of come to really enjoy and appreciate the locations, and particularly get devastated when, bad things happen on those places compared to on other Disney Star Wars projects that just don't make any effort to like flesh out their worlds at all. And as someone pointed out, it is always a bazaar. You're right. Basically, every time they go to a planet, it's always a bazaar or a market of some kind that they have to go through.
Yeah, it's lame.
It's this sort of dirt floor marketplace. There's no...
Yeah.
But I think it's in like episode 8 or 9 starts off with a gorgeous establishing shot of Gorman.
Mhm.
Like this beautiful
Episode
city
8,
with
episode
the
8 shows you
with the blue
plaza and the
roofs
center of
and
Palma,
the
and you get to
streets.
see it's very French, and I love it.
It looks a lot of wonderful place to live. Maybe not now, but spoilers. But maybe like it's just like, oh, some place I might want to actually go to, a place I might want to actually be in. Compare this to, if you look at Star Wars as just as an IP, there's so many different planets and cultures and places.
Mhm.
Of course, this looks completely different from Tatooine and Naboo and all these other places. So it's definitely more than most Star Wars stuff, maybe more than any Star Wars thing. It's really embracing that sort of galactic variety that you get from place to place and cultures.
All these meaningful things that have been said, and I drifted across to the chat and I spotted someone saying, "I've been on the toilet so long my feet are numb."
Your feet are numb.
That sounds not great.
They're just
Are
like,
your
big
feet
shit.
numb?
listening intensely. I guess they lost track of their blood flow.
Maybe it's like Randy when he needed to. You remember?
You have to track your blood flow? Hold on. Wait a minute.
I don't know. That's why stuff goes numb,
Are you
right?
like micromanaging that shit?
You
Like it's an
gotta.
RTS. Like you're
If
microing
you're
each
doing
different blood cell?
long-term toileting, you gotta. That's what
I
doctors
see.
recommend. I also spotted as well, you guys don't get Star Wars George Lucas Star Wars. I thought hours of breakdowns realized you knew what it was all about. Disney Star Wars sucks. Tony Gilron is great, though I haven't watched.
Oh,
What is to be done with that?
I don't know.
Alright.
Go and watch, buddy.
All right.
Go and watch.
I also like Tony Gilron, but I was just gonna say broadly, not even George agrees what George Lucas Star Wars is. So, like, you gotta be chill about
he
it.
changed it. He
I
did
feel like he's
change
given
it.
numerous hilariously contradictory interviews on what the Force is and what the Force means and whatnot.
Well, obviously
didn't
the thing I'll hit
define it
straight
for
away
us.
is just like he has the most famous example of trying to change canon. All the fans refuse to agree with Han Solo's shooting Greedo. Like, I don't know why everyone seems to forget that he got bullied into it not being canon. So
Smeared bullshit over all of his old films.
and then
Yeah,
the whole
it's
no
tone and thematic stuff as well, which is he changes his mind depending on how salty he's feeling at the time. So if he's feeling in a good mood, he'll say he'll sit down with Joseph Campbell and he'll talk about the significant mythic importance of Star Wars and how it's a story for all generations and all times and all places. And then if you piss him off long enough, he'll say, well, you just don't like the prequels because you're mature now and it was made for children. But that's not what you said even 10 years ago. I think you're just in a bad mood, George.
I guess not to be too inflammatory. It's gonna be inflammatory though. If you're gonna idolize a quote unquote visionary, you can do better than George Lucas. You
I
can do
like
so
him.
much better than George.
I like a
really
lot of
like
what he
George
did, and I
Lucas,
think it's
yeah.
amazing what he
I appreciate-
achieved.
Yeah.
However,
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
the man has made some errors along the way, and that's okay. That is okay. It's led to some crazy, awesome things, and I appreciate him.
Obviously, I suppose a noteworthy comparison is at least George has his own ideas. Dave's are really boring.
Dave's a
Anyway,
reheated,
wolves.
microwaved fucking versions of George's.
Yeah, exactly. I'll
It was
take
the
a
way like
George
it
Lucas
works
any
at
day.
its best,
Over.
right? Like George Lucas is a brilliant ideas man, brilliant concept guy, has a really great eye for design, largely because he's really keen on selling lots of toys, so they have to look cool. But he's good at all of that stuff, like setting up the skeleton of your story and everything like that. He's amazing. And Andor is doing its best work fleshing out stuff that he made like 40 years ago. It's like doing it by taking the basic bare bone structure, all these iconic places and designs and stuff like that, and telling a really good story within them, which is the thing that George isn't necessarily that good at. Which is why the best movie of the original run is the one that he didn't do too much writing for, and a lot of it was done by other people. And then he gets back involved because he didn't like delegating so much. And then Return of the Jedi comes out, and it's a real mixed bag. And it's just like George, like you want George at the top of your organizational structure, giving you all this creative direction, but you do want someone underneath him who knows how to string a sentence together. That would be ideal.
Someone in chat, Mauler, has asked, wasn't George's ex-wife a big help?
So we're gonna have an episode about this one day.
Oh boy. Oh
just,
boy.
just so everyone knows, right? It was a real BBC episode. Because I had heard of this, and then I'd seen a portion of a video, but it was on a real BBC episode where it was mentioned that Marcia Lucas is primarily the reason that Star Wars is as good as it was. And I was just sitting there and I was like, isn't that? I thought that was like a myth. Like that's something that everyone perpetuates and it's not actually true. And I got my fucking head bitten off by chat. I was like, whoa, like people were like, no, it's not a fucking myth. She absolutely saved it. Like, how do you not know this? It's like, holy shit, you didn't know? It's like, but try to spread some lies about how much work she put in. And I was just like, no, I'm pretty sure it's a myth. And then I went and searched it and I was like, yes, it's 100% a myth. It's made up of a bunch of hearsay and misunderstood history. There's an amazing video by Nerdonymous on it, where he goes over the top video that argues this point that has influenced everybody into thinking it's true, when it's not true, or at the very least, the information on it is flimsy as all hell. And
It's a very good video.
what's
Well, yeah,
frustrating
and of course,
about
the
it...
video is not making the case that she made no contribution to Star Wars at all. Like, it's definitely not making
Yeah.
that case, but it is that the idea that George Lucas is the guy who was ultimately responsible for Star Wars.
And yeah, of course she contributed, but then the weird thing is, you start to remember, it's like, there are two other very significant editors on Star Wars.
That's
And
right.
that's not even including George, who obviously had a hand in it. It's like, there's a bigger story here, and when you start to try and collect all of the sort of, references from all books and testimonials across time, starts to paint a very complicated picture, especially because, for those who don't know, Star Wars was huge. Huge.
Oh yeah, made
And so-
made $700 million in 1977. I think it is the top 3 highest-grossing films of all time, adjusted for inflation, still today.
And so there was a little bit of a thing of like, I was responsible for a decent chunk of that. It's like, well, I was too, and so was I, and so was I. And it's like, okay, like, so there's a lot of and to be fair, a lot of people worked really hard on it. So, but I recommend that video, and maybe one day we'll cover on EFAP, because it's a fascinating bit of information, and the research on it is excellent. In any case, oh, what a storied history Star Wars has, especially with all of its
boy.
creators.
Now, we got to go through a bit more of it by
We do
going
indeed.
through the 3rd arc of Andor Season 3, which we will not be getting to the 4th one today.
No.
There's no way.
Nope.
It's only taken us nearly an hour to not talk about it at all, so
Mhm.
you know.
So imagine how long it would take us to talk about it.
Exactly.
So, we are now in the year BBY2, and we see that the Rebel Alliance has established a sizable, fully operational base on Yavin 4. And this, I would say, might be the clearest example of a storyline that they almost certainly were going to do, that they couldn't
Oh
do.
yeah.
Yes.
This was like, you could tell. We were gonna have like 3 other seasons, and now it's like, well, I guess of all the things, you got to make some tough choices. Cutting out 3 seasons worth of content. Oh boy.
Listen, there's the doubly important stuff, which is more important for the arc that we won't be discussing today, but it does end up leaning quite heavily on the way in which like Yavin has been constructed, who was responsible for it, who takes the credit for it, who is like, and it kind of influences character actions as well in a way that it doesn't not make sense. It's just that it's leaning so heavily on something that they evidently decided they didn't have the time to show, which is a bit of a shame because it means that
Yeah,
it's real
some of the
This-
information is kind of missing.
there's some important payoffs that they have tried to show us pieces of, but you know that they would have given us a really nice big chunky story for if they could have. But
Yeah,
here we are.
and it's but we just have to accept it's like we are now at the point where the Rebel Alliance is on Yavin, fully operational, and that they have been for some amount of time because as the we see a ship land and rebels dismount because they're returning from missions, they're told about new rules that are being put in place. It's becoming more organized, is the main thing.
Mhm.
There's more of a process that's being
Yeah, there's a chain of
that's being
command.
implemented.
There's
Exactly.
protocols. You
It's
can get
become
whatever
like
Structure.
you
an
want.
Hierarchy.
yeah, a structure or a hierarchy, exactly. And we see that among these rebels is Wilman, who you might remember last time we saw him, he was screaming to the heavens as Saul was having a good old chuckle.
The Redanium, let it flow through you.
Is that your Saul voice?
That's my first. That's my Saw Voice V1.
Hmm.
We'll see what
Okay.
happens as the
Iterating
hours
upon this.
progress.
Well,
No one gets
but
it
yeah,
right the first time.
No,
I
that's-
listened to
that's
yours.
true.
It was very
Not even
amusing.
Forrest Whitaker got it right the first time.
Yeah. No, I suppose not. He nailed it the second time around, though. But Wilman, he's back and he heads to Andor's home. He's got a little hut, I suppose, nestled in the forest. It looks very nice.
It
And,
does look nice.
Well, it evokes a
Andor's
bit of
a
Canary, does it not?
little bit, yeah. When you're in the
Yeah, it
forest and
does.
it's kind of, it blends into the and integrates into the terrain. It's neat.
And what a
We see
what
the
a breath of relief compared to their cube of sterile death over in Coruscant.
I mean, it feels like that's got to be deliberate. The
Yeah.
contrast between the safe
For sure.
house, this safe house, right, versus this actual safe house that they have.
Much more of a
And we see
safe
that,
home.
Andor has a blaster mark on his right shoulder that's giving him some grief. Now, do we see what this injury came from?
I don't think so.
No, I don't
No.
think
No.
so.
No. I guess we're to conclude it happened. Maybe there
They
would have
do,
been again a story for that even.
You know, we got that mission that Bix alludes to, the hallucinations and some other stuff in Arc 2 that we never actually see, and then we've got, sometimes there's like a moment where I think Luthen summarizes missions, and he mentions a planet or two that we've never heard of in this storyline. It's just like, I like stuff like that, because of course, they've had to skip over so many significant things. Like, make it feel like more things have happened that we have actually missed, but they're just not super important for what we need to see.
But reference them. That's the thing. Just reference them so that
Yeah.
we acknowledge they happen.
So Bix starts examining it. She's taking a look at it and it's looking pretty bad and it's not really healing up well. And then Wilman announces his return. And the pleasantries don't last super long. Because Andor asks Wilman where he's been. And at first he just says, "I was on a repair. It took me a while getting back." And he presses him again for more information and receives evasive answers. Wilman's not really interested in telling him like what he's actually been doing.
No, and it quickly becomes clear that this is something that they have been building. Is there's a disconnection with all of his agents with Luthen, and that's what actually is like the cause of this. Is the secrecy, the confusion, and there's a new mission. It's like there's always this awkwardness with anything to do with Luthen, and that's been getting worse and worse as time goes on. And you know, the contrast with Yavin versus the operations with Luthen are already been made pretty clear. And, you know, Cassian is here. He's not with Luthen. You're here!
That's right. And then Wilman tells him he's got a job for him, and Andor pauses for a moment upon hearing this because of that sort of fermenting mistrust. And then Wilman highlights something that is going to be important going forward, which is that there is real friction between Luthen and the Rebel Alliance on Yavin. Like they don't operate the same way. They don't particularly trust each other. The concern with the rebels being that there's new people showing up like all the time, and it's kind of like, oh, it's getting a little bit too big. And obviously for Luthen, it's like, well, he's so secretive and he doesn't want to collaborate, and he's sort of a puppet master.
I would say this is doing, there's a lot of heavy lifting happening with these couple of lines here for the future. Because this is just arguable world building that we don't get to see the specifics of, as in like everyone's interactions or dealings with Luthen and the gradual, you know, from like the higher ups in Yavin. But the implication here is that it's just there's animosity already with the construction of Yavin versus the operations ran by Luthen, which the obvious comparison would be Luthen's a almost one-man show in the sense that he's at the top, he controls the network, he's the one that decides where people go and when and how to use resources. Yavin is like a collaborative effort with, as we mentioned, a hierarchy, a huge council
Yeah,
that
it's
decides
like a proper
decisions.
military
Yeah.
kind of. You have that emergence of it being a military force, like we recognize it in the original trilogy, and you certainly see it in Rogue One as well. But like in the original trilogy, it is you have generals, you have commanders, you have people, roles, protocols. It's a real army.
And
There's also
so,
the element
and
of like all the people here who've established it probably are thinking to themselves, like, I've sacrificed so much, I've taken so many risks, I've done all of this stuff to help build this. I'm really important here. And here is this guy behind the scenes who's just like potentially putting all of it at risk and at any rate telling us what we should be doing and just generally not to be trusted. What's he really risking in all of this? Which again is something that sort of builds up for well, the next arc that we'll discuss tomorrow or whenever it is. But it is kind of odd to compare because like if I remember rightly, there's almost more to flesh out the disagreements and the mistrust between Luthen and Saw Gerrera in season 1 than there is necessarily to flesh out the differences between the people on Yavin and Luthen in this season, even though that's arguably more important than the differences between Luthen and Saw. Because at least they sort of get this scene together where they have these conversations about their different methods and all the rest of it, whereas here we do have to sort of piece a lot of the motives together.
I mean, a lot of it is about trying to be intuitive with it, right? Because even Luthen in season 1 intended to go and kill Cassian himself because he knew who Luthen was. That was enough, and he was a loose end, right? No wonder Luthen's like animosity toward Yavin is, we've got countless people here you haven't properly vetted or trained. This is insane. Like, the operation's gonna fucking fall apart, for sure. Versus Yavin, who are being like, who is this mysterious man in the shadows that decides everybody's fate? How is that healthy?
None
How
of
is
us
that good?
have met him. None
Yeah.
of us, and none of the people he works with will talk to us about him, and they're also like more on the sort of misfit side of things.
I'm sure they would argue there's like no accountability with him because he does
Yep.
whatever he wants whenever he wants under the guise of it's the right thing to do, trust me, sort of thing. And, you know, that distrust then can ferment really easily, which I can buy, but I wish we got, you know, to see that
Which is-
story more so directly.
That level of like disconnect is also important should it ever be possible that Luthen is compromised, right? There's like he's not accountable to anyone else. He's not verifiable by anyone else, really.
Yeah.
It's very easy
this-
to understand their concern.
Yeah.
So it feels like it distills the conflict when Willman claims that on Yavin all they do is get ready and Luthen makes things happen. And Andor's retort is, you want to fight or you want to win? Going it alone doesn't cut it anymore. Like that's that's like really driving
Well,
home
and
the disconnect.
what's so interesting about it to me is that Luthen is like against a lot of this. We've already heard through Willman his perspectives here and there, but that simultaneously Luthen wants all of this to happen.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's
course
like
he does,
it's
because
like the
it's
contradiction that is the man
necessary.
himself, right? Like he knows that it'll grow beyond him, but he also doesn't like how it's growing beyond him in a sense.
He doesn't get to control it as precisely. Introduces so many variables that he can't account for. The fuck does he
Yep,
know what
but-
Cassian's getting up to on Yavin? He's like pretty much relying on trust that he isn't getting like
And
fucked over by Cassian's engagement with Yavin.
We'll say a key to this as well is you got to respect some POV happening because we know Luthen better than I think anybody in the show except maybe Claire. Like the audience have a really great insight into the character. Meanwhile, think of like the higher ups in Yavin. Their perspective on him would be pretty bad.
They have probably never spoken to him, seen him, heard anything from him that didn't come from like Cassian, Wilmon, or Rumor.
Or Mon.
Mon, yeah, true.
Yeah,
And she
or
doesn't
her.
have.
Well, we'll get there.
Yeah.
So we see on Gorman that the armory has been completed and the plaza is locked down. There are like hardly any civilians moving through it. The Empire's got it completely locked down, and there are a whole bunch of journalists that are broadcasting imperial propaganda from the plaza as Cyril is heading to work.
What
Oh my
Cyril
god,
it's-
journalists in
it's,
Star Wars?
It's so good, man.
What's-
Like immediately getting struck because it's not even what's happening. It's more so what is this place right now, and it's like first of all the contrast of so much more Empire influence than when we last saw Gorman. Like they're everywhere, crawling all over the fucking place, and the contrast of the jet black sort of outfits everywhere. Then of course Cyril's outfit. Look at him. He's looking a bit more Gorman-y, you might even say. With
Yeah,
He's
the
also
brown
looking notably uneasy as well. He's not looking comfortable at all.
because this would
And
be an
it's-
additional year, right, since we've seen him last.
Yes, it's been a year, and things have changed, and it feels deliberate that while looking at him clearly being uneasy, that one of the journalists says, "You can feel this city, which was already on edge these last few months, tightening up." It's like,
And
just the city, or also Cyril. I think it might be Cyril too.
just drifting more towards Gorman colors in his clothing and the coat itself. It just doesn't seem like something he was wearing before. And then let his hair grow out a bit more styled in a freer way, you might even say. A bit more loose. It's just these little touches that are like, I wonder what they're trying to tell us with that. And then, of course, as well, I don't know how much people watched any of the declassified stuff, but they seem very happy with themselves that the journalists are using the droids that actually appeared first in the Senate in the prequels. They were like, we got them. We got the like little camera droids as what the journalists would be using. It's just like, yeah, it's all neat touches.
Practical. These ones are
Yeah, obviously,
practical this time around.
whether they wiped out the stand with green screen or they're hung in some way, but either way, it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's worth
Very
stressing as well. Like a lot of the news reports are about events again that we won't see, but like this next conflagration that's coming is not like the first event on this planet. There have been other attacks. There's been other drama happening, for which like various rebel groups are being blamed, though there isn't currently like a named person responsible for it yet. So like all of this has been building, and the Empire has been busy off screen, which is another important part of the storytelling.
Oh yeah. So we're back on Yavin, and Luthen wants Andor to go to Gorman. And Willman makes clear that Gorman is being destroyed, which Andor, sort of wonders if that's something that Luthen hopes for, like that he would be kind of glad to hear that, with reference to the, it will burn very brightly.
Very, it's almost like the language is very always framed as critical of Luthen, like every time. Which to be fair, that's the vibe. He's got that problem with humanity. But yes, the nature of Gorman's destruction is something that Luthen's very interested in one way or another.
Yeah, pretty much. And obviously Andor has made clear, like, he's not interested in participating in that in any way. Like, if it's gonna go wrong, which he believes it will be, then he doesn't want to be there. But then Willman's got new information. Dedra, which, bear in mind the people in this room and their experiences with Dedra. Willman's dad was killed by Dedra, and Bix got tortured by her. And they're both in the room. She is stationed on Gorman, and Luthen wants them to assassinate her. And Willman, he insists that it's not revenge, but actually pragmatic, because Dedra has been pursuing Luthen for years. Like, taking her out means putting an end to that.
Mm-hmm. And if you notice, Bix's attitude and expressions drop significantly when she sees Dedra's image, and
she doesn't say anything.
Yeah,
for a while.
it freezes her pretty badly, and Cassian notices the fuck out of it. He's in the scene. He's obviously got his eyes on Willman explaining all plot things, but he keeps catching glances over to her. He's noticed how much it's affected her.
Yeah,
just good stuff.
And, Willman gets more aggressive, which prompts Andor to stand up and leave. He's going to attend a briefing, but as he leaves, Willman says, "You act like Luthen is the enemy," to which Andor replies, "That would be easier." It's like, ooh. It's kind of an interesting thing to say, isn't it?
Definitely building up the confrontational relationship he has, not just with everyone on Yavin,
Well, it's
but
just
even
like
his own agents.
Every piece of information that comes from Luthen has to be like thought about for a long time. What do we do with it? Why would he be saying it? What does he ultimately want? Is he manipulating me into something else, or is this even a job I should want to do on the surface? And how does this play into Yavin as well? And it's just like all those questions. It would be a hell of a lot easier if we just hated him.
Like, regarding Dedra, like, does he want my assassination of Dedra to be like the thing that ignites the powder keg that is
Yeah.
Gorman? Is that what this is about? That could very easily be the angle, especially because the nature of like how Gorman goes down is a big sticking point for Cassian. He brings it up again here because, I mean, you would, yeah.
Well, and is he getting Andor to do it because he's trying to tap into his personal investment in Bix, which, there's an angle there of like, well, maybe he'd be more compelled to do it because Dedra's the one who caused so much harm to
I mean,
Bix.
the fact that Willman introduced Dedra that way, which wasn't necessary, but could very well have been something that Luthen told him to do.
Mm-hmm.
You never know, and that's the problem. There's these trust issues that don't really exist anywhere near as badly in Yavin because everybody has to be very clear about what they're doing.
We got another Partagas scene here.
Yay!
Next. So Dedra is awaiting a call from Partagas, who informs her basically the Emperor's taken a great interest in Gorman. The Empire is going to move forward with the original plan. There is no substitute for Gorman Calcite, despite Krennic's researchers on Edu having sought an alternative for a whole year. So I guess we learned that that's one of the things that they're working on Edu, which, for those of you who don't
That's where
remember,
Caecilius is.
that's right, in Rogue One. That's a location that's visited. But yeah, there's no alternatives, and Dedra's breathing grows heavier as Partagas reiterates that mining the material from Gorman will effectively destroy the planet. There's something of an unease, but not the same kind of unease that Cyril has, clearly.
This dude,
The way he says it's bad luck Gorman is a very strong, like, it is what it is sort of thing, you know?
totally.
Great.
I
It's
love
a great
the
line and
delivery
great
of it, yeah.
delivery. Yeah, the delivery is fantastic because
Bad
it
luck,
is so
Gorman.
matter of fact and like underplaying the enormity of what's going to happen. But it also parallels Luthen's line about, well, then it will burn very brightly, almost this dismissive thing because what has to happen for this greater good. And like the parallels between Luthen and Partagas become sort of more pronounced, I think, over the next 6 episodes, to the point where like the end of one has to be the end of another, because the whole point of the rebellion growing this big, and Gorman kind of is the instigating event in all of this, is that when the rebellion gets too big for Luthen to control, by extension it becomes too big for the ISB to control. But having them be quite close together in their mannerisms earlier on is a really good way to sort of start that particular thing in motion.
Well, and just for anybody who, for some reason, like, there was criticism of this being that the Empire should just mine and then leave, and it wouldn't matter to the Gorman people or whatever, because there's not even that many cities. He does say, we need what's in the ground, and there won't be much left after we're done to call home.
I mean, if anyone's still unclear on that point, this time in the show, wasn't that the way it was introduced in episode
Yeah,
1? It's just like, if you
stabilized
mine
the
this, the planet's
Well,
fucked.
so
We'll have to
the
move everyone
writers-
out. It's
the
not
writers have-
unclear.
Writers have made sure to mention this a couple of times now. They're popping it in here, that it will destroy the planet.
But yeah, I don't know why it's not very confusing really at all. And in fact, if anything, it's made about as clear as they possibly could. But the new information. Oh, sorry.
Go on. No, go ahead.
So the new information is that the fleet is going to be fully positioned in 2 days, and Dedra will need to attain a declaration of martial domain as soon as possible. That's the task that she needs to achieve. And meanwhile, we see that Cyril heads to Dedra's office to speak with her, but is stopped by Grimish, who is one of the ISB fellas that you saw earlier. And he turns his gaze towards a fellow called Captain Kaido, who's only just been introduced now. And Partagas describes him as a crisis specialist who will use his forces to manage the situation. And Dedra, as she presses Partagas for more information, he basically tells her to calm down. And draws her mind to the quote unquote image of professional ascendance.
Yeah,
So
he
that's
said,
the thing that he needs to use to calm her down.
let that settle your nerves, the image of professional ascendance.
Which is exactly the sort of thing that she is then passing down to Cyril when, they talk about this sort of thing.
Pretty
Hoping
much.
to, yeah.
It's the main thing that motivates her. That'll get her to essentially calm down.
And she is noticeably tense and on edge.
Yeah.
Like
Clearly.
throughout the whole scene.
But
I do like the way he kind of talks to it almost fatherly, but also incredibly sinister and professional in the way that he tells her to, be calm, because like he's invested in her ascent. If she fucks this up, he also gets fucked, which again is another sort of parallel with Luthen, which will become much clearer as the episodes go on.
And so, basically, it's made clear that if Dedra succeeds on Gorman, the ISB's favor with the Emperor will grow substantially. So it's whatever happens here is going to have an impact not just on her but the entire organization. And he adds that although Captain Kaido will answer to Dedra operationally, he has full discretion over tactics. And then the concluding remarks is that Dedra tells Partagaz that the Gorman front has weapons, and Partagaz replies, "We're counting on it."
Yep, it's
They want things
got enough
heat up.
pieces to
They
see
just
what
give
things,
us a reason.
yeah, where this might be going.
Mm-hmm. And Cyril gets in, confronts Dedra in the hallway, outright stating that that a recent bombing at the naval depot is rumored to be a false flag operation. And Dedra takes Cyril aside and claims there is evidence of outside agitators being active on Gorman, to which Cyril insists that's what he came to Gorman to do. And that Dedra said that she wanted the same thing, but now Cyril is in a position where he has to beg for intelligence. And he's clearly growing quite perplexed and concerned, and he asks her, "What am I doing here?" Like, it's the doubt has clearly been building over the last year.
Yep. I mean, he would have spent the year doing all kinds of attempts at trying to work with the Gormans to try and move things in a positive direction to get those darned rebel outsiders they're the ones who are ruining everything. We gotta get them, and then simultaneously that's not quite his job at all, judging from his superiors and the way that they're behaving and the lack of information he's getting. Very confused man right now.
Becoming very clear he's involved in something that he has no idea exactly where it's going.
And that his loyalty is even now sort of being tested, because he has that line, doesn't he? Say, like, my sources say that the rumor of outside agitators is nonsense, which kind of implies that he's got to know these people. He's actually kind of trusting the information they're giving him. So he's starting to go a little bit native, even if he is still reporting it because he thinks it's for the greater good of the Imperial mission there. He's still taking at face value what his Gorman rebel contacts are saying, because he kind of likes and trusts them a bit, which is going to be very important.
The dynamic in the scene seems to be him putting more stock in what they tell him than what he hears from like Imperial sources like Dedra, because he actually gets like specific and targeted information as opposed to having to beg for basically nothing in terms of intel.
And Dedra doesn't provide an answer that really helps at all. She says that good things are awaiting them. They'll be back on Coruscant soon and will be rewarded. Cyril doesn't understand what she's saying because, from his point of view, nothing has been accomplished. Like, nothing's been achieved. Everything's just gotten worse. And then Dedra very awkwardly kisses Cyril. It is very strange.
She's just running down her playbook for ways to like shut him up and make him go away.
Yeah.
It's not a big playbook because her people skills are not fantastic.
And she tells Cyril to be careful and effectively orders him to do what she said. Get packed, get ready to leave on her command. And she leaves, and we see Cyril thinking for a while. He's standing there for a good 10-15 seconds just thinking.
Such a great comparison of their characters too, about how they could seem similar on a surface level, but they're fundamentally different, being that she says will be rewarded, and he's like, for what? Like the reward doesn't mean a lot to him if it's for nothing. Meanwhile, for her, it's like, well, it's advancement, it's the career, it's everything. That's what this whole job for her has been, right? She wants access, but she's having to do the Gorman mission. It's like, hey, do it well, it'll result in good things.
It's a great contrast between someone who's actually a true believer in the Empire and someone who uses the Empire to get this personal glory. And it's the line about glory that comes out in episode which is the episode where she's taken off access, it's given to somebody else, and like the person who's now in charge of the desk says, "Did it ever occur to you that he gave me it because I don't pursue glory?" She's in this for glory, and it's not dissimilar to some part of Cyril's arc in season 1, because if you remember when he's part of the corporate security, and he is a true believer even then, and he's almost naive in his faith in processes and systems, and when he meets the Scottish like mini fat bastard guy who's quite kind of brutal and understands what it takes to
Dude.
actually just do the job kinetically. That contrast between the two starts being fed even then. And this is just that, but amplified, because now it's like somebody so much more important than that grunt who he's having to have this conflict with.
I would have loved Mosk to have been here with
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
I hope he's
would've-
okay out there.
I mean,
probably
I wouldn't
is.
have been able
He's
to
doing all right
resist.
somewhere.
There's countless reasons why this maybe couldn't happen, but imagine like Cyril got to bring him along. He was like an enforcer with him, and then you can have those discussions with him as well. And I just wonder how they would play that, the two of them. If Cyril's starting to have doubts, but maybe Mosk was more committed, you could have that dynamic and stuff. I like that guy in season 1 a little bit.
Yeah, I liked him
Likewise.
too.
So we head over to Coruscant, and Mon is heading to the Senate with Erskine, and her driver Cloris, who you might remember is a ISB plant, explains that the Senate security is asking for the schedules of senators. They want to know where they're going. And Mon casually dismisses the request before turning around and declaring to Erskine that she'll be requesting a new driver. And Erskine tells Mon not to do this, as they might send someone smart.
I like that. It's good.
Mhm.
It's a neat line.
Let's stick with what we've got. Work with it.
And as they enter the Senate building,
He gets
yep,
nothing but manipulated his entire time in this show.
pretty much.
He's just shit. Like as a plant, he's not a good agent.
Mon should be thankful that he's no good at it. And as the pair enter the Senate building, several false news reports from Gorman can be heard. As they're sort of moving through security, which appears to be more tight now at the building. And Oren, who you might remember, he was a representative for Gorman, seeks to speak with Mon about the deteriorating situation on Gorman, noting that the Empire is so brazen that they're not even trying to lie well anymore. Like, it's just they're getting pretty confident essentially in their ability to control the situation.
There are countless of these in Andor, but just another sort of line that's just like highlight worthy. The final humiliation is them not even bothering to lie badly.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh man, that's
They're just so brazen. They know they
Yeah.
can get away with it. What are you gonna do?
But,
Mon says
yeah.
she's assembling.
It's just gonna say
assembling
they
a
control like all of it, and that's just recognized, and there's just nothing that could be done. It's all falling apart.
Because the pieces are already in play that, like, if the Empire took almost a hands-off approach at this point, things would head in the direction that they want anyway, because of the way the narratives have been set up and the pieces have been put on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Something that Mon says is she's assembling a petition, which it's like as she says it, she like gets really frustrated and upset because she recognizes that it's not going to do anything. But then
It's too far
Oren,
along.
yeah, it's just like whatever means are available to her as a senator are basically have like slowly become basically useless. There's
It
not
has
really
been
anything
something
to do anymore.
that I think the show's done a pretty good job constructing the slow and gradual decrease in the Senate's like power, and how a lot of senators they get afraid over time. They don't want to lose their positions. There's this sort of blanket of oppression that's kind of over everything. And obviously, as time gets on, it gets more and more and more firm. And in A New Hope, the Senate gets dissolved. So it is on the to-do list of narrative things the show should be doing. And I think they do a good job at how that gradual change occurs, just the attitudes of everybody. And I think which was it this episode? Was this the first one where they have like all the security stuff in the front, like the metal detectors, or was it?
Yeah, we see
Okay.
them passing through, and they have to. Yeah, there's a lot more security now,
Mhm.
or at least we're to conclude that that's the case.
Yeah, they're probably scanning for something else because it's the Empire and they're up to no good. But an appreciated gradual change over time is all the Senate stuff, and how the energy just changes. And Mon Mothma, well, as we will see, how she deals with it and how she eventually becomes the lady we see in A New Hope.
And
And there's the tragedy as well, right, of the fact that up until this point, all of the Senate has been kind of playing along with this without realizing it, because they all have their own personal individual interests at stake. So they all refused to step up to help Gorman when it mattered. And even the Gorman senator refused to do anything particularly dramatic to stop what's now happening because he didn't want to cause any more trouble with the Emperor. Now it's all happened. Now he realizes what's happening, but it's too late because no one was brave enough to take the steps when it would have changed something. And so there's that sort of tragedy of his position as well.
Yeah, because the last thing that he does say is he thanks Mon for her courage and energy, which I think it's safe to conclude that he wished that he had a bit more of that earlier. Though obviously the position he was in was very difficult.
Yeah, what they showed us, it was perfectly reasonable in terms of like how he ended up here, which was just stay quiet, stay quiet, stay quiet, and now you're gone. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Kind of fundamentally, the point is that stay quiet is like good enough until you're in the crosshairs for whatever reason that could be arbitrarily determined. Like, sorry, Gorman, there's something in the ground that the Empire needs. You're fucked. Stay
Bad
quiet
luck,
doesn't
Gorman.
work anymore. Yeah, bad luck, Gorman. And this could be anyone else, essentially, for whatever reason that the Empire like determines.
I could just imagine Chud Logic pointing at the camera saying, "Unlucky, Gorman, unlucky."
So that night on Gorman, you see Dedra ominously overlooking the plaza from her office. Meanwhile, the Gorman front in their underground lair are arguing amongst themselves, with a few of them alleging that basically Rylance is kind of weak, that he's changing his mind. But he retorts that as a group, they've only succeeded in letting the Empire provoke them. Because obviously we
Notable,
haven't got to see. Yeah,
John Bellhop is in this conversation. Look at him go.
he is. That's right. He's a part of the group now. So it's
Officially in.
which is not really surprising, considering that he was considering that he was clearly
Yeah.
had motivations to become involved.
Mhm.
But we got Lazine here as well. You might remember he was there at the town hall meeting, very expressive and emotional, and also that he was there at the operation gone wrong. But now it appears that he's a part of the group, and he silences them before calmly pointing out that the Empire has poisoned them against each other. And he's grown a little bit more emotional as he speaks, and he asserts that he doesn't care about the exact means by which any of them go about resisting the Empire, but that they can't allow the Empire to steal their collective soul.
Yeah, they're tearing us apart. This is what they want. They want us to bicker. If we're, we're Gormans, if like it ties into the sense of like, I guess it wouldn't be national identity, it'd be planetary unity of a kind. Like, this is our culture, this is who we are. If we stop becoming what we are, what are we fighting for? That kind of stuff.
I mean,
Which is a
could
good voice to
you
have.
imagine if Earth were one of like 1,000 planets and there was just a casual plot to basically destroy it? Like, I think there would be a bit of like for its materials. I think the many cultures of Earth would be a little bit angry about that, which is why I like this scene. It's like a they get out. There's three major perspectives here. One, let's just chill the fuck out and do this peacefully. It's the only way to actually do this with some level of dignity and progress, so to speak. And the other perspective being, we need to actually act. They're going to kill us. They're going to destroy us. We've got to do something. And then like the, I would say, framed rational conclusion is, if we lose Gorman, that's it. So, like what needs to be done to prevent that from happening is the important thing. Reasonable, but it's just what do you do?
It's good, like French Revolution faction stuff, like Girondins and Montagnards. But I think there's almost the show sort of goes out of its way to prove later on that neither of these two approaches would have changed the outcome, and that's what this character's kind of here for. Because this scene is to establish that he does have a lot of sort of demagogic power. He can actually sway people to his will. They use him to change the approach the revolutionaries take in the middle of this protest when it starts going violently and ends up like becoming more peaceful. I think he's kind of there to show by having that switch that it doesn't make a difference. No one here is right. What is
I
going
got
to
that
happen
impression for sure, yeah. Which was weird because like, another criticism a lot of people levied, which I guess we can get there when we're on the episode, but it was didn't matter that the Empire started the fight. The fight was about to be started by the protesters anyway, and it's like, no, not true. You gotta watch how it all unfolds.
Mm-hmm.
So we head to Yavin again, and this is a pretty important. This is an important scene, and kind of an interesting one that we can talk about. So Bix leads Andor into the common area, and Andor spots a gathering of rebels around a strange woman there who is seems to be she's holding her hands, you know, over a guy's shoulder, and he stops, and tells Bix that she could have just asked him, but she retorts that he would have refused to come if she had. And then after a moment, Andor says, "You're lucky Marva's not here," as he claims that she hated Force healers. That's what this lady is. She is a Force healer. They have. It was look, right. It was established. It's
It
been
was established
established.
twice. Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean,
you know.
the handling here is so much better than
Well,
arbitrarily
yeah,
saving someone like the Rey Kylo bullshit. This isn't even confirmation that it works. That's like what Marva's issue was, is that they were like a fraud.
mhm.
The
Yeah,
But even
they
the,
were
the, the
okay.
person who does it,
Say,
he like
she's like,
says
oh, sometimes it works.
it might even work, which kind of entails that for her, a lot of the time she tries this, it doesn't work. So it's like it's not a reliable mechanic that people can use in the universe to get themselves out of any particular
No,
scrape. Fuck you, Ray, go away.
yeah,
It's like
it seems
way
they provide
more.
alternatives. She's got the spirituality stuff, which everybody's gonna be okay with because it's the Force. But as to whether it heals his arm or not, well, maybe it did, but maybe
I
yeah.
I enjoy a little exchange that they have where Bix says they wouldn't be faking something if it never worked, and a very baffled Andor asks, "Why not? What does that even mean?" It's like a really weird thing that she said.
Well, I like what she says because I think it's intuitive, but it doesn't make sense. As in,
There's
why would
kind
you
of a
try to
logic
fake that you
there.
could do a thing when there's no proof that that thing could even happen? Like, of course it makes sense. It must have happened at some point. That it's just like,
But people do that
no.
all the time. Yeah, like that's not
Yeah,
unusual.
like it is
Indicative
telling
more
you
of a
something
willingness
about
of
Bix's mindset and what
Yeah.
she thinks and where her worldview is at this moment. Because I didn't really understand what the point of this scene was until like the last episode of the show, and then it kind of all fits into place. Because we're now showing that Bix has like this concept of a grander cause than the one that she thought she was involved in, and that's going to dictate her actions going forward. So that like her expression of faith in this Force healer is like she has this faith in something over and above them, and she will have to act to help that happen, even at the cost of her own, well, herself, not her life, but herself later. So it's like it ends up being quite important as a
It's
to
a really
explain a
cool
quite drastic action that she takes later.
it's a really cool way to actually work with the Force, in a way that's again, in terms of its plot outcome, very significant, but much more subdued. It is yet another reminder that Andor is a Star Wars story, as much as some people might say that it isn't. Like it does
Well, and
actually leverage the universe to tell its story.
there are efforts to inch toward the vibes of the OT before the end of this season. Like there's a couple of different
Yes.
things that happen, but this would be one of them. Like the Force is very much not in this show up to this point. It's like not really a thing, and I'd have to imagine
Yep.
it's bizarre watching this as your introduction to Star Wars, and then moving into Rogue One where the spooky cyborg with a big glow stick appears and kills everyone. You'd be like, what in the hell is happening? And then you watch the OT and you're like, whoa, there's a whole other world here. And it's like, yep, there is indeed.
So while these two are talking, the woman actually looks over at Andor, and Bix really doesn't understand Andor's apprehension, asserting that if she were in pain, she'd do everything she could to fix it. Meanwhile, Andor's kind of like doesn't seem to really want to deal with it. But
Which
the woman approaches.
speaks to
Yeah,
something a bit broader, you know.
Well, and I was just, yeah, I was going to say like that's going to be very relevant in a lot of ways. Like first of all, he's going to decide to go on this mission that he's been given, and I think it's pretty much exclusively to do with how it makes Bix feel, like the knocking out Dedra, as well as you can argue there's other aspects to it, but her feeling like shit as a result of her history with Dedra. We know what the Dr. Gore stuff did for her personality, so I could totally imagine that is an example of Andor doing what he thinks needs to be done to make Bix better, to help her, which is what she's like appealing to.
And maybe the idea, because of what we've gotten from Andor, it will continue to pop up, is his desire for control over his own decisions and kind of having a sense of agency. He wants to be the one to make calls a lot of the times. He wants to be not just told where to do and obey it. He wants to, have his own sense of agency. So by just sort of relinquishing this process to some random person, maybe it plays into that aspect of his personality that he doesn't necessarily like.
There's something to be said about that. The nature of it's the thing in KOTOR too, right? With it's Korea, right? The
Yeah.
sort of this frustration with the idea that there is like some grander force that has like an impact on your life in a way that's like, you know, not in your control. That there might be some frustration there. That like Andor doesn't really want to relent. Like sort of yeah. That he doesn't want to relent any of his agency to some like greater force, and that you know whatever it is that he knows about the force and force healers that might be a thing of it's like you said he really likes to assert his agency, and in any way submitting to the force is something that might be a little bit too uncomfortable for him,
And of
which
course,
again is really cool.
it's another scene to bank on, and they do this a couple of times, being a prequel. There's things they can say here that will go, oh, I
It's
see
just,
what
also,
you're
it's just
doing.
nice that we can have a conversation about the Force that does say something, which like we've barely got from any other recent Star Wars project. Whenever like the Force comes up in a conversation, I think they discuss it in Ahsoka or something, and they say basically nothing with those scenes. It doesn't have much of a mystical element. Its grander thematic significance to its characters doesn't really get broached at all. Whereas here, while it might seem to be less declarative because the Force healer is kind of uncertain about what it really means, because of the way it interplays, as we've said, like with Andor's character, with his wants and his aspirations, because of what it actually does mean going forward, it's a great conversation featuring the Force in a way that we just haven't had for
Basically,
years
since
at this
Empire
point.
Strikes Back with
Yeah.
Pretty
Yoda,
much.
like
This
it's
more
so-
mystical take on the Force is something that I really appreciate about
Yeah.
this episode and Rogue One in
What-
like some measure.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's got this almost what is the normal person's semi-removed, view on this after all this time in Imperial propaganda and stuff like
well,
that.
the fact that
Because it's still out
everybody
there.
would kind of, you know, that there are different, like religions tend to have different, you know, different branches that have their own interpretations and ideas on, you know, similar sort of binding elements, and it feels like something that we haven't seen a lot of in Star Wars is various different interpretations of the Force. Basically, everybody's interpretation is Yoda's, but usually less sophisticated and meaningful and interesting. Because of course I love Yoda's explanation. I mean, I love Yoda. All right, he's like the perfect encapsulation of what the Force means. That this tiny little green fella is like the most powerful entity because of his connection with the Force. And it's just yeah, we don't get any meaningful exploration of it. It's always basically it always boils down to very surface level, shallow, vague sort of
Empty,
Eastern
vague,
philosophy
yeah.
sort of stuff without any of the underlying
So you don't
you know
even.
any of the exploration of it or underlying meaning or
Mhm.
any different ideas or key symbols concepts being explored properly. It's just like yeah, you know, there's the flow and the way, and you know it's sort of like you got to go with it, not against it or something. So, all right, thanks
The
Phil,
thing
it's
with
very helpful.
Filoni is like I wouldn't even expect a shallow version. So take for example Ahsoka season 2 episode 3. This hasn't not happened yet, but it just opens with she's fiddling with a fucking droid and it activates a training tape, and there's Anakin saying, "It's time for another lesson," and then she's like, "There's what more could I learn?" And then he'll say something like, "You know, there's always room to learn." Then he'll go vroom 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 with the lightsabers, and then we'll cut back after 5 minutes of that of nothing, and he'll be like, "You know, you're always you're too something, like you run around too much, or you go head first into things, or you don't think about things enough."
You're too
Some generic
aggressive.
thing that doesn't even apply, and then she'd be like, "No, I don't." And then at the end of the episode, she'd be like, "You know what? I do."
Ooh, wow,
Why
I
have we
learned
never
so much.
seen any like incorporation of like wow the
Actual
problem is
training.
someone will probably say like well no this actually isn't a book or something, but like why don't we get to see interpretations of the Force
If
that like
Ryan was
really
here,
enter
he could
into
tell you.
he probably could yeah like it's just we
Yeah.
never because I saw someone say what about the strings from the Acolyte. It's like yeah but that's like an info dump bullshit thing. That's not like an actual meaningful different interpretation of
Oh, the thread.
of the Force. That's yeah the thread whatever
I
it
don't remember the
was.
exact speech, but I'm pretty sure because I did it in one of my videos. It is just swapping a few nouns and that's it. Like it's the same thing we've heard before, but instead
Yeah,
of the
which is
force,
not
it's the thread, and instead of like flowing through you, they say it imbibes you, and it's just like it's not saying anything new. It is just let's swap some words and that'll do.
compared to, again, where you could have different interpretations of the same religion that could like have differing ideas on what the notion of the self even is, whether or not it even exists or is an illusion, those sorts of things, and all of these sort of meaningful differences. But instead, it never is that. It's part of the reason why I appreciate this scene, because it feels like it is something of a new and interesting and different interpretation of the Force from
I
a
think it's
perspective that's been underexplored.
it's especially worth bringing up in this particular context. Something a lot of people, I think, get caught up on with the Force is the idea of Force sensitivity, which leads them to then forget the idea that everyone is a part of the Force. All living things comprise the fabric of the Force. That's something that's established very early on. So, like, people who like are force sensitive or Jedi or Sith or whatever, like these people who are very obviously able to do big force power thing, are not the only ones who are like privileged to be able to interact with this fundamental force in their universe, right? There are like everyone will have some level of interaction with it in some capacity, whether or not they know it or are able to control it, as this person like clearly points to. There is like something there with this force healer. Who knows exactly what it is? She certainly doesn't. She has impressions and inclinations from what she is like experienced of it, but it's not like a developed and taught worldview in that same sense.
Yeah, and it's not, and in saying that, it's not the idea that everybody can literally like use the Force, like Sabine having no ability to do it and then being able to fucking throw shit around with the Force.
That
Like,
was really
not
cool, though.
everybody has the Force in terms of the ability to use the Force like a Jedi. That's not. Though it does seem like Disney Star Wars wants to move it in that direction, that literally anybody can like become a Jedi, which is not true. And never was really at all. But like,
Room boy.
you know, what's that?
Room boy. He's gonna be the next
Well,
Jedi in the next
I'm
film.
reminded of wasn't it that thing where it was like they were doing like a wide interview where like Daisy Ridley said everybody has the Force, even Hux, and what's his name who played Hux
He
was like,
turns
is that
over, yeah,
true?
Is that true?
It's just, yeah, it's pretty funny. And then he's like, I need to watch the movies again. It's like, no, you don't. You were right. Not everybody can become a Jedi. In any case, so the woman approaches, and Andor tries to leave, believing that Bix set this up, but she didn't. And the strange woman apologizes before saying, I was about to ask how I know you, but I'm realizing now that's not it at all. And then Andor again tries to leave, but Bix announces that he has a blaster burn, which isn't healing. The strange woman says it's on his right shoulder, which is true. And that draws Andor's attention a
that's
little
how they
bit.
get you.
Andor
Yeah.
lets the woman. Well, what is the thing? Cold reading, where you get a bunch of people in a room and you say like, "Oh, I'm thinking
Yeah,
of
cold
the word
reading.
That
M.
is cold
I'm
reading.
thinking of the word M," and then someone's like, "I'm
Ooh, I know
Mike."
the
It's
letter
like,
M.
"Oh,
I know the
yeah,
letter M.
that's-" And they're like, okay, I'm thinking, yeah, what it's."
But when they say
I'm
your
just
right
Am I-
shoulder, and you're like, no, my left foot. They're like, that's what I said.
I'm sensing a relative. Does anyone have a relative in this room? Oh, I have a
Well, it's
relative.
just that
I sense you're in
the South
pain.
Park
Yes, my
episode,
right
right?
shoulder really hurt. I watched that last night, funnily enough. Yeah.
The biggest douche in the universe. There he is, the biggest douche of the universe in all the galaxy. There's no bigger douche than you. You've reached the top, the pinnacle of douchedom. Good going, douche. Anyway, so Andor lets the woman approach him. She places her hand on his shoulder and closes her eyes. Holds it there for a moment. Releases Andor and says, "Thank you for the clarity, that feeling." And she very briefly smiles before continuing. "It's been a very long time. I thought it had gone for good. It's so easy to lose faith. This, you, all you've been gathering, the strength of spirit. Surely you must feel it." Andor is very confused, and he says, "I'll work on that." And then Bix says the woman must have seen something, and Andor asks Bix why she keeps pushing. And then when he walks off, Bix says to the woman, "You scared him. It's not easy to do." And when asked what she saw, the woman replies, "I sense the weight of things I can't see. Pain, fear, need. Most beings carry the thing that shaped them. They carry the past. But some, very few, your pilot, they're gathering as they go. There's a purpose to it. He's a messenger. There's some place he needs to be.
Yeah, and that obviously
Um,
fits right in terms of if there were a bit of a premonition or an understanding that relates to the character in this universe with the Force and all that jazz, then yes, a messenger would be like, all right, yeah, we know exactly what that's referencing.
I am reminded a little bit of a really cool story beat in Assassin's Creed Revelations.
Yo.
In which Ezio's ending is essentially concluding that he is a conduit for a message that he can't understand, like that is his grand purpose, and that he actually takes a lot of solace in that. Like he feels blessed to have participated in that, but at the same time he doesn't really understand like what the message is about, and it's like that's cool. This is obviously not quite the same, but the idea that like your grand purpose is essentially to hand the baton to the true, the champion, right? The
You have to
hero,
enable it,
inevitably
yeah.
Luke Skywalker,
You have
which
to
couldn't
enable
happen
the things
without
that will
Andor.
happen, yeah.
But it is the
It's
interesting
cool.
twist in this version is that like Andor doesn't. I mean, Andor is kind of still in the refusal of the call section of the hero's journey, which is kind of fun to think when you like we've had what more than a season and a half at this point. He's coming to the end of his story, but he's refusing the call in this moment, and actually that appeal is understood by Bix, not by him, because he still refuses to see it. It gives him no solace. And she's the one who receives the information and actually believes the information and will act to ensure that it happens later, over and above his wishes to be in control of his own life and his destiny, which makes him. It's one of the things that just makes him such a bizarre character in the sense that it doesn't follow a very typical structure for your protagonist. It's just he's very delayed in his own journey and his own realization of what he's all about, necessarily because of what Rogue One starts off with. But it makes it more intriguing, I guess, that you watch it and you don't think, well, I've seen this 1,000 times before, so I know where it's going.
It's consistent across this whole story, right? Season 1 is about him already basically being signed up to the rebellion, but like denying it and not and claiming that's not the case and not being fully committed. And then the fact that in this story it's like, well, he's committed to the rebellion, but he's still like not quite there in terms of what he needs to be committed to doing. Is like, yeah, super interesting and novel. It's kind of unusual to have a character who's actually in many of his actions quite committed, but often expresses that he's not. Like it's a cool idea. Though there is a notable sort of concluding remark. The woman tells Bix maybe she is the place that he needs to be. Which is it's curious to think what how Bix interprets this as a statement.
Yes, because she's quite taken with this experience.
Oh yeah, she's going to be thinking about this one for a bit. But before we conclude on that, though, we head back to Gorman, where Cyril tracks down Enza and rather desperately tells her that he thinks there's a way out of this before things go too far. She is looking at him very much like pissed off, though. She is not pleased to see him. And he suggests that, yeah.
This is so important as a scene, and to me, this is an example of how everything was stretched so thin in terms of getting all the story they needed in. This is the best that we could do, and it does do a lot of work. You have to do a lot of interpreting. So over this year, he would have interacted with the Gorman Alliance quite a bit, probably has come to like a few of them quite a bit, has likely gotten an actual camaraderie with them in the sense of like, we can work through this, we can come through, we can defeat the bad guys here, which are not us, not you, not the Empire, it's those agitators. And obviously they've entertained him in that vein when they believe it is fully the Empire. And this conversation, I think it was super important for showing that he's still like, it is those agitators, I just need more information. And like, she's just like, you just don't get it. Like, and it's insane that you still don't get it.
Well, yeah, because when he suggests that he could offer up outside agitators working with the Gorman Front, she slaps him and leaves immediately. And he stands there alone in the alley. It's like, yeah, it's like he hasn't figured it out yet. He doesn't understand,
or he
which
just
I
doesn't
suppose,
want to. He doesn't want to believe what he thinks might be happening here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
there
the
are
fact
pieces that he
even
needs to
can try
just
and do it.
they easily fit
Yeah.
together. That he's like,
Mm-hmm. So we see that Andor is examining his blaster burn, which is looking a little bit better. And when he stretches his arm, unlike before, he doesn't appear to feel any pain or real discomfort. And he it looks like he's not really sure what to make of that. Like it's a little bit kind of
A little confused.
And Bix informs Andor that that she told the woman he was a pilot. Andor shakes his head and tells Bix not to share what he does. But Bix wants to know what happened when the woman touched him. Andor scoffs at this, which prompts Bix to vouch for the woman before asserting that she felt something which she can't necessarily explain. And that she has dreams about Andor being a messenger. So like that the fact that she said that is obviously kind of getting that thought. It's been incepted into her mind.
Truly is.
And Andor basically doesn't understand why Bix is going down this road, but Bix tells Andor that it can only be good. Like it can only be a good thing, essentially letting it in. There's no other reason. And the two hug, and Andor, it feels like you should show his expression. It's an interesting one. It's when they're hugging. He's he's doing a lot of thinking. It feels like his mind is racing. There's something going on there.
Being sparing with the imagery.
Yep, gotta. You know they are.
You know how they are.
But and I mean, I suppose we are to conclude that it, something happened because the next day, Andor and Willman are preparing to leave the base, and we see General Draven, who you might recall was in Rogue One. He's here. He's in charge, and he confronts Andor because he filed an exit plan without a destination. And Andor simply states that he and Willman will be back soon, which Draven says is unacceptable. Things are getting more organized, and he can't just essentially take a ship and disappear. He says like he won't let it be a base for privateers. And Andor says the day he requires permission to come and go from Yavin is the day he'll leave. And Draven says that day is near.
I'd say the subtext rapidly becomes text with the line, "Those who enjoy the security of Yavin must proclaim their loyalties." Like, what do you think he's talking about? It's like you've still got a flickering connection to Luthen, and I don't like it.
Yep.
You work for us. You don't work for him.
It makes you do this.
Yeah.
It makes you just fuck off, like unsolicited.
Yep. But he's got a mission to do, and Andor takes what and now this is going to be his ship. Well, I suppose that, in whatever way you call it, his ship. The ship that he takes is the one that he has in Rogue One. And he takes it and enters hyperspace, and he's bound for Gorman. And over on Gorman, we see a very green squad of Imperials dropped off in Palmo, and they're met by Captain Cato. And their commanding officer, his name is Ploy, which, I mean, it feels like that's got to be on purpose, right? His name is Ploy. And he remarks that there is not a man amongst them, which prompts Cato to invade Ploy's personal space and coldly ask, "Am I going to have a problem with you?" I really like that. He's got a very intense energy.
Ploy's story is extremely sad. Like as people's stories go in this show, if you track him from beginning to end, not very long, and it's just really sad in terms of how the Empire uses people.
Mm-hmm. Ploy insists he'll be problem free, and Cato he maintains that glare for a little bit longer before walking away. It's he's kind of established pretty clearly that he is a very intense fella. And we see that Dedra and Grimish. Oh, yep.
I was just gonna say, pressure has now been put on Ploy to like perform whatever that might mean going forward, right? Like he's now under a lot more stress from like the people behind him as well as what he might be going out to face.
Wait, did you say his name was Ploy or Bloy?
Ploy. His name is Ploy.
Name is
Alright,
Bloy.
it's Bloy.
according to
Oh,
the
is it
subtitles.
Bloy?
I like.
thought it was
Can we
Bloy.
can we just keep calling
Damn
him
it.
Bloy though?
We can call him
No,
Ploy.
but
It's
he's
kind of in
Bloy.
my head now, so I'm probably going to do it by accident
Ah,
anyway.
damn it.
But...
I thought it was Bloy, but it's Bloy. All right, never mind.
Bloy. No. Come in.
Bell Bloy. in the
Bell
chat.
Ploy.
Blowy, blowy,
So we see Dedra and Grimish are watching. Dedra's pretty confused, and Grimish explains that Kaido has several units arriving in Palmo, but even Dedra can tell how inexperienced the men are.
The Scarman is up to
yeah.
no good.
No. So we see Andor and Wilman arriving on Gorman and approach Palmo at a very low altitude, weaving between the mountains. Andor's pretty calm about it. Wilman is plainly uncomfortable. He's not having a fun time.
Did Saw
flying
Gerrera
in.
teach him nothing? You got to embrace the moment, dude. You are the Rhino.
That's right. That's right. That's right. You're the Rhino. So we're back on Yavin, and Vel visits Bix, whom she hasn't seen for a while. And Vel makes it clear that she will be sticking around on Yavin for the foreseeable future. She's no longer doing any smuggling, adding that she was becoming reckless and needed to take a break. So, I suppose this is a case of like, well, there's probably stuff that we haven't seen happening in the intervening year, but it's safe to conclude that she is pretty unhappy with Luthen, because she already was before Cinta died.
I was going to say that strikes me very much in the vein of like getting pushed too hard or like strained too much in terms of like the scale and scope of what she's being asked to take on.
There's such an obvious thing happening here of like one on the meta, which is that it's sad we don't get to see the fatter story, so to speak. We get the thinner vision because we got to go. But secondly, like, yeah, Vel's life has not been made better in any way, shape, or form by working for Luthen, and she looks genuinely just slightly happier and more well-adjusted, and that her jobs right now are like intake and recruits, like training and sorting out weapons or whatever have you. It's like, oh, those are your jobs now, not, dangerous heists and smuggling operations and crazy assassinations. It's like, yeah, I'm actually doing things. And you can tell that it's like prouder work, which is the transition that they were going to inevitably have to do, which I thought was always something I was going to look forward to. And again, it's just like, would have been really cool to see it in more detail, that transition. But watching all of Luthen's agents either die, lose trust in him, or just move away because they can't handle it anymore. But that's we keep getting more and more information on that.
It's almost like a privilege some of them have, right? Like some of them do get to blend into the background, having done the hard work to set the background up. Because I think like that in particular, like, one of her things that she just almost doesn't have a close to her story in this, but the implication is that she is just going to go on being a relatively low-level rebel functionary, essentially on Yavin forevermore, because she's put in the work and she's made the sacrifices, like the near ultimate sacrifice of when we last saw her. And this is as close to comfort as she will probably get as a reward for that.
Vel says that she was sent by Draven. They're not happy with the way that Andor is behaving. He is rising in the ranks, and he was actually going to get promoted, but the fact that he's very unpredictable is perturbing to them. And Vel says, "We're not Luthen's puppets anymore. Cassian is a leader now. We've all given so much. A little discipline doesn't seem too much to ask." So, I mean, yeah, she's basically made it pretty clear. Her view is that she was Luthen's puppet and that now she's in a better position than she was before.
Mm-hmm.
She probably really appreciates the structure in a way.
Yeah, an actual machine has been built that they can like be a part of in a face-up way instead of having to go through all of that suffocating puppeteering and non-disclosure and whatnot.
There's so many benefits to it as a system, being that you get to like do good things openly and honestly, and you'll be appreciated for it, and you'll build healthy relationships, and you'll all be able to keep each other sane and safe, as opposed to, like the Aldani mission, for example. It's just like, it's rough compared. And yeah, once you get that, it's just hard to be like, yeah, Luthen, listen, okay, appreciate you, but I think I'm gonna.
We had to get here somehow,
Yeah.
I need to de-stress.
Something that Bix says to this remark that he'll be there when you need him, which feels like something of a very true statement of Andor, that he will just sort of show up, right? Like, when you need him, like he will turn up and he will do the right thing and he'll come through, like when you need him to do that, but that otherwise he can be a little bit more unreliable. Because it's something that Andor asserts a lot of the time as well. Like, when has he never, when does he fail to come through? When has he ever not essentially managed to pull it off?
It feels very much like Bix is buying into like the almost mythologized aspect of him in that regard, like especially after this Force healer thing.
Yeah, certainly there is you could say that it appeals to that for sure. So curfew was declared in Palmo as Andor and Willman arrive in the plaza. They discuss their plan, and Willman notes that Dedra is generally visible to the plaza once or twice per day. Andor is a little bit worried about the strength of the windows. I guess if they're blaster proof, and Willman is going to check because he's going to link up with the Gorman front. And the two hug before they split up, with Willman saying Ferox and Andor were playing Stone and Sky. It's like, yeah, that you're a reminder of where they come from,
I do
what
appreciate
their
that.
identity is.
And
too.
I don't know, man. Just seeing missions conducted as another thing. I was like, man, we could have had so many of these, where a team go into a place to do a thing, and
Yeah.
you got all this history between each of them, and how you lose people along the way, gain new ones. It's just like, whole story could have seen so much more of it, but it's still, they put the effort in to make it feel like they've, this is a long journey.
Yeah, exactly. Andor
Yeah,
enters
you
the
do get to still
hotel.
come
Oh,
along.
sorry. So Andor enters the hotel and he checks in, and the bellhop that he met during his prior visit is there. This time Andor's leveraging a new identity. He's claiming to be a journalist. And the bellhop tells Andor that journalists require Imperial approval to be present on Gorman, and that he'll need to sort this out with them in the following morning. And the staff member next to him says that they're required to notify the Imperials before leaving to handle another task. At which point, the bellhop tells Andor his fellow staff member will report him the following afternoon, when they turn over their guest list to the Imperials, giving him a little warning. But before Andor leaves, the bellhop remarks that he already knows the way to his room, which is directly facing the plaza, and Andor throws him a little nod because they're working together.
Carry your
Well,
own.
essentially,
He says carry your
they're
own bags
helping
this
each other.
time.
Yeah,
You'll have to carry your own bag this time. Yeah, you know the way.
it's fun.
It is indeed worthwhile.
Andor enters his room, scopes out the area, and meanwhile, Willman is linked up with the Gorman front, and it's clear that he has history with them, especially Drina. They have something of a connection, clearly. And
Willman,
so Andor and
Willman, he's per planet, he's got a girl. Yeah, that works for him.
maybe, yeah, I guess so. So Andor and Woman test their communications, and then Andor opens a secret compartment in his briefcase, which, by the way, I really like this. It's got his blaster, the iconic Andor blaster. I think it's iconic at this point. Like, I recognize it. But it has a whole bunch of different components that like form a rifle. Like it turns it into like a sniper, or
Yeah,
maybe
he
not a
can-
sniper, but just a rifle of some sort.
Yeah, like there's a stock part that comes to the back, and then he can like fit it into a longer barrel and put a scope on top, so it's like modular. I like that. It's
Yeah,
really neat. I like to
it's
see
really
the
neat.
gadgetry in Star Wars a whole bunch.
But he's not assembling it right now. He just gets the scope and examines the ISB office across the plaza. But he hears some strange chatter, so he opens the door to the balcony, takes a mirror, sticks it through the gap, and he sees that there are two stormtroopers having a chat, positioned directly above him on the roof, which is a bit problematic for him in terms of his plan. And so he sits down, stares out into the plaza, and that is the end of episode 7. They're on Gorman. They're ready to take out Dedra.
All of the pieces are in play.
Yep. Neatly arranged, all of the dominoes to be toppled.
Yeah, all the foundational stuff has been sorted right out.
Mm-hmm. By the way, this is, again, because it feels like it's important to mention this, I get a little bit frustrated at the notion that, like, these episodes are boring or too slow, because all of this work is essential in order to facilitate the payoffs. It's essential to facilitate the dramatic, the explosion, basically, that is to come. Like all of this is laying down groundwork that if it wasn't present, the individual episodes that are highlighted as being standouts wouldn't be as strong as they are without this work. Like none of these scenes are superfluous.
When it comes to that aspect, the plot and the world building are very similar in those regards. I mean, character too, which is one of the things I was sort of highlighting as something you really feel about the show. Is when a character does something and you have no build up to it, or they meet a particular fate, or they make a decision. If you haven't done any build up, then it doesn't mean anything because you don't feel like you know that character. And in much the same way, whenever the elements of the plot that are going to happen here, you do have that sense of maybe not grandeur, but you can sense that there's a deliberate attempt to set something up, and you know that something's going to happen and you'll be rewarded for it. It's like it's sort of like how the little convenience store is a similar thing in microcosm, where you have to put in a bit of work to show us elements of the world before you get us to really care about it, sort of by default, because we recognize we're watching a fictional world in a movie. It's the first 40 whatever minutes of Fellowship of the Ring when we spend all that time in the Shire and whatnot. It's all the little places that they go and the people that we see and all the work that's put into the costuming and the sets and just the normal people and their interactions in the Andor world of Star Wars. You really feel like they want you to care. They definitely want you to care, and they're not going to take your caring for granted. Like they know they have to work for it.
Is why I just don't trust people though who say, "Oh, episode 8 was really good, but 1 to 7 were boring." So I don't think we were watching the same episode 8 in that case.
Like, oh, you
There's
just
a
saw
difference between
I
just
mean,
you saw some
enjoying
explosions.
laser guns
No,
going
yeah.
off and then actually understanding who the people involved in this fight were. If you don't understand who the characters are, you're not really watching the same scene. You're just watching a scene that anyone could have been in, as long as there's fighting and action, and that's it. Just fucking swap Cyril for literally any other Star Wars character. Salacious Crumb, he could have been in the scene, and it would have been just as enjoyable.
how do you know he wasn't?
Salacious Crumb.
Well, he might have
It
been true.
does kind of frustrate me. Like it's kind of almost thematically pertinent to Andor in a way. How in so many different shows you get these big like pop off episodes where everything happens and like everything that has been built or like a large amount of building up then gets paid off. But then none of the episodes that put in the work to get us to this point ever get any of that credit.
Yeah, because what we'll be discussing with episode 8, we're going to be making lots of references that all come from prior episodes. Because
What
the
I
real
would,
meaning
I
is.
would say to add on to that point, Theo, I think that a problem that has come from that is that now a lot of shows essentially want the big moments like that you had in Breaking Bad, but like they
Mhm.
just put a lot of them in instead of actually because most Breaking Bad episodes are just laying down the groundwork for the moments that you remember, like the big explosions of the big payoffs, the big character decisions, the big surprises. And it's like, yeah, but there were a whole bunch of episodes that you don't talk about as much that were essential in propping up and supporting those experiences. And so now you have a lot of stories that like have a billion crazy things happening in every episode. Like every episode has to end with something insane. Every episode has to end on a cliffhanger. Every episode needs to have a twist of some kind.
I
And it's
would
just
like
terrible pacing.
I would really adore to see like people calling Andor boring, how they would handle like mid-season 2, mid-season 3 Breaking Bad, because
Yeah, you do wonder in retrospect, like if they watched, they'd be like, "Oh shit, I didn't remember there was this much talking." It's like, well, yeah, of course there was.
like when's he
You
gonna
know?
cook the meth again? Why isn't he why hasn't he said, Jesse, we have to cook? He's been just like lying around for the past bunch of episodes. What's this?
This was an issue that was particularly present in Rings of Power Season 2, where many scenes were sort of artificially constructed to be dramatic. I know we were talking about it, you'll know what I mean, how conversations would just stop when obviously there would be more to talk about. When you would expect characters to say something or do something, we would just leave it on a dramatic pause and go to something else, and that would leave on a dramatic pause and go to something
Yeah,
else.
yeah.
And every scene felt unfinished, like nothing was accomplished. It was the beginning of something, and then they wouldn't follow through with it. This is kind of the opposite. And what it does is it really does create a lot of investment in what is going to happen next, instead of just having like the rug pulled from us constantly with every conversation.
Suppose we begin with episode 8 then.
8. By the way, I will say
Uh,
it is continuously strange to see at the beginning of these episodes all the Disney red blue helmets flash by and all the connotations and connections that's tied to now. But then to have an episode of Andor pop up instead of some horrific slop.
Well, so interestingly too, this episode has a bit of like there was some meta surrounding it as I was going in, and I think there's a little bit of awareness for it with their making because they were always going to be adapting an event in the history of Star Wars, and a lot of Star Wars fans were simultaneously excited and possibly anxious in terms of seeing how they were going to execute it. And the Previously On runs as you'd expect, but it gets like a hype beat toward the end of it that relates, I think, to, you know, you've seen all of this, it's going somewhere big, and then you get the Andor credits, which have the choir in them, and it's like, if you have any idea what the event is even called, it starts to get a bit like, what's
it feels like it's noteworthy to talk about the intro music because, as you know, as those of you who watch the show probably know, every single episode of Andor tends to have a different track play in the intro. It's the same core theme, but different instruments, different like slightly different composition. And yeah, this one is notable with the choir.
Yes, it's very sorrow is the word that might come to mind for it.
Yeah, melancholy. It's you know, foreshadowing essentially, and then it even feels like it's emphasized by once the credits end, just sort of fading in on the shot that that Rags mentioned previously, the big view of Gorman, just the big view of the city, of Palmo rather, with the plaza in the middle, just hanging over it for a moment before the story begins. So we see that Andor is assembling his yep.
Oh, I think my assumption is you're a little bit out of sync or delayed right now.
Yeah, let me. Okay, give me a sec. Hold on.
Unfortunately. Theo, are you okay with them copying Dark Souls by having the choir in the opening?
True, Dark Souls invented choir.
Yeah, it did invent the choir, yeah. Unfortunately, I am gaslit against the choir, so it's automatically bad here now as well, I'm afraid.
Damn it. Oh, well.
Oh my god. So, hopefully I fix it. The internet's been a bit annoying. So Andor assembles his rifle as an announcement is played over the intercom in the plaza, but the PA system is abruptly silenced, and Andor looks outside and sees that several Imperial officers, commanded by Bloy, rapidly disassembling the barricades in the plaza, and Kaido is supervising. Andor doesn't really know how to make sense of this, and he asks Willman if he knew that the Imperials would be taking down the barricades. But Willman seems to be just as confused. He doesn't know anything about this. And a member of the Gorman Front enters the basement, tells his comrades that the Imperials are opening up the plaza. But Andor is telling Willman that the Imperials are not opening the plaza, but building a fortress.
Curious.
Yeah, the plan is being set in motion, and then we see that you could only describe her as being a pretty animated Dedra awaits a call from Partagaz, and informs him that mining rigs have now landed on Gorman. Like she is nervous about that, basically. Like she's not saying it as like, oh yeah, no, they're getting to work, but like, wait, what's going on? There's like mining rigs landing, and Partagaz is not worried, and believes that Kaido's plan to essentially barricade the ISB building is a wise idea.
Doesn't he say,
and
he's like, you seem animated.
animated, yes.
Yeah.
Hence the
delivery.
animated Dedra.
It is fun to watch. This is how she is whenever she's not in control of events, and because there's a couple of things happening now over her head. This is just how she gets. She has to be absolutely in command of all the operations she's involved in, otherwise she's fundamentally uncomfortable. Not obviously counting the other reason she has to be uncomfortable with what's going on, but the main thing that's causing her to be animated is just that like this is getting very tense, and she isn't. Like her finger isn't on the button, technically.
No, Kaido is the one
just
organizing this.
She's just the kill switch. She doesn't get any say in how this all goes down.
Isn't
they
she? Her
specifically say that
functionality
she's the-
is the authority. It's kind of like Sicario. She's here because she's the ISB supervisor, right?
The way that it's described later by Kaido is that he's the trigger and she is the
Yeah.
finger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not really working with that. I'm also thinking about it in a
Okay.
broad hierarchical sense because, like I said, the connection with Sicario. So they need.
There's
they
the
need-
ISB is one of many.
Yeah, I'd say they
groups that are
likely
involved
need
in
her
it.
there officially, but that she actually has no role here. Basically, is they just as long as because she has to push the button or accept the call or whatever for legal reasons or how the Empire functions. But she's not
you
really
just
relevant.
enable, make this official, make it smooth, make it all happen. You have a logistical role that makes life easier for everybody. Just do it.
And it is easy. It's
Kaido, yeah.
interesting as well to sort of note, because they probably would have had more fleshing out had there been, well, obviously more seasons with which to do it. But like in the background, you do have the sort of the power dynamics at play within the Empire itself. At one point, Partagaz has that line when he says, "This operation will cement the ISB as the Emperor's right hand." He's quite like keenly aware that this operation will either reflect well or badly on that, as opposed to differing groups. And I think sort of this is like the beginning of the moment where you see that the Empire is moving away from intelligence and more to just militarily getting stuff done, which is partly under Krennic's direction because like everything has to work to his schedule and his means are quite like direct and quite brutal and not particularly clever.
Well,
and quite often they can be counterproductive. But this is like the first sign that the ISB is in conflict with some of these other groups, which might take over in significance if this goes one way.
You could say the Death Star project for him is quite a good summary of his approach with control of the galaxy, somewhat.
What if we blew up planets?
I was going to mention as well this shot that everything is pretty deliberate, especially in this fucking episode. So like the monument that captures like the Gorman sort of identity, framing it such that the Empire is just filled in between the two like major pillars of the statue. I was just thinking about how it's like, the Empire personification of drilling into and destroying their planet from within. In the same vein, they've come into their plaza and they've got this little stronghold, and it's now gonna erupt out and do incredible damage to Gorman. So I just assume shots like this are supposed to evoke that.
I'm sure, yeah.
Got some. It's like foreshadowing.
Yeah,
The
you
other
think
thing
about it
with
from the
Dedra
Gorman's
being-
perspective.
What about Dedra?
I was just going to say the other thing with Dedra being like very on edge about like, because I imagine she's under no illusions as to what sort of thing is going to go down here. The last time something like that happened under her watch was Ferrix, right? As far as we're aware. Ferrix did not go well. Ferrix got very out of hand very quickly, and it left probably a bit of trauma because she could have been like dragged into that crowd and killed pretty violently.
Yeah.
Which obviously would leave a strong impression of events of this kind. They're just so like exactly anti-Dedra in that regard. There's so many variables, there's so much chaos going on. No individual can claim to have strict control over everything going on when something like this happens.
The Partagaz's concluding remarks are that, with the mention of the mining rigs and everything, that the only thing that matters now is the story of Gorman aggression. That's it. Like, now that that's set in motion, basically, like, everything afterward doesn't matter anymore.
Yep.
And so we see that the Gorman front and Willman are arming themselves with the weapons that they've stolen and preparing Molotov cocktails.
I
Meanwhile,
wonder what they call them in Star Wars. They've got to have a
I
special
was thinking
floopy
that.
name.
I was thinking
Yeah.
that. Yeah, it's like you write down Molotov cocktail. It's like, well, but it wouldn't be that. It'd be like, I don't know, like salacious cocktail or something.
I don't want a salacious cocktail.
Salacious crumb tails.
Sim, I don't know, Java, like, or
What?
Hati.
Just calling it Java.
Yeah, that's right.
The Java jars.
Java
Even with the
cocktails.
Java jars.
Watch out, it's a Java cocktail. But yeah, they're
Big
doing that.
smiles.
And meanwhile, you see that there are Imperial journalists already disseminating propaganda, namely rumors of a general strike and mass demonstrations and mass curfew violations, like the prior night. And it's like, well, we know that all of this is not true. Like, all of this is made up.
Also,
And we
the words here are like 1-to-1 what Partagaz said to Dedra, right?
I think so. Yes, it's basically just being completely it's being
And
parroted
this, because
basically.
that's like an introduction to how this works for us, or at least a confirmation, and it's going to be really relevant later in terms of changing someone's mind about something, which I think it's excellent. Like how far down the corruption goes.
And it's even like the nice little details when the news report says even some Gormans are asking how long the Empire's patience will be tested, because like this is going to be probably a crucial thing in the way that the rest of the galaxy justifies standing by while this happens, is that they're doing this for the Gormans, like the good Gormans, not the bad Gormans. The bad Gormans deserve this to happen to them. They tested our patience too long. Even some of them understood it, guys. So it's not that bad.
Obviously, not similar scale, but not the same extreme. But when you see like the reviews for films all using the same line, it's just like,
Oh yeah.
It's
The
about
film is
mental
just
health.
so cohesive.
Yeah, it's crazy. Everyone had the same experience.
And again, for Fantastic Four, it'll be a breath of fresh air. I am confident many reviews
return to form, step in the right direction, and so on.
Yeah, exactly. Any number of those things.
The Thunderbolts was mental illness.
Yeah.
I think Return to Form is my least favorite, because people don't even know when they say when they just eat up the line and spit it back to the roots. Exactly. That's it. Yeah, back to the roots. Return to form.
Well, it reminds me of Call of Duty. Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground.
That
was the one with back to boots on the ground.
It was with Veilguard. With Veilguard, it was return to form and to their roots. And I'm like, none of you fuckers played Dragon Age Origins. Obviously, you're all shills, and I hate you.
So
the triumph for
triumph, yeah, absolute
triumph for Shang-Chi, and then Eternals was saving lives. It's so weird.
It's weird how there just is one. Yeah.
The thing for me would just be, guys, have you not got a dude who is in charge of what line everyone gets, and he's not randomizing it a bit better? You know,
your propaganda minister could do some work.
I don't know if to me, it's more just a sign of the lack of original thought. Basically, it's that everybody essentially the marketing, because it's more so the marketing that essentially determines this. Because like for Fantastic Four, they have deliberately positioned it as indicative of turning the page in a fresh start and like a new direction, and that's like essentially the story that Marvel is trying to sell for that film. And it may well be that story is true, probably won't be. And that because of that, it's already been latched onto. Everybody just kind of goes along with it. They take it at face value and they conclude that actually is the case, and they don't even need to be. It's not like anybody's being told that. That is just it works. It works for them.
It broke new ground is another one. Yeah, Red Letter Media always do that.
It is a meme.
Believe it.
And
then it's a meme in the sense that, you know.
Well, I mean, most of the ones we just mentioned are memes and real.
I see what you mean, Rags. You mean
actual
meme, not
like this sort of commonly spread element of culture that becomes understood through whatever nature and whatnot.
Yeah, like it's almost like a key phrase. Shorthand. Yeah, I was gonna say it's sort of reminiscent of the thing we were talking about with Glass Onion / Knives Out, where analysis videos will be like, Rian Johnson geniusly, deftly switches genres right at this moment, and now it turns from film X to film Y, and you're like, okay. I mean, he already said that in interviews, so it's like, what else you got?
It is an interesting story that could have been told but wasn't told, is like, where these particular journalists come from, what the dynamics are there, because like a lot of the real world equivalents are this combination of laziness on the one hand and access on the other. And in the Star Wars context, it's like your network can't be the network that goes against Imperial lines, because if you go against Imperial lines, either you will just not be given access to stories that matter, or more bad and sinister things might happen to you as well.
Oh, dude!
So I completely believe that it would have been fascinating to see as well, because it's like it's not like these are just paid up Imperial employees. The idea that these are just average galactic journalists doing the job that they think is right, and this is what they do without really realizing it.
If we'd had more time, imagine having like a POV journalist, and they're a little bit 50-50 on exactly how they should be. And you could do the whole thing of, he was causing a little bit of a ruckus with some... It's kind of like the Ben Urich stuff in the Netflix Daredevil, right? You could go that direction where, you follow a character who had like an amazing story about some event in the Star Wars universe, and as time goes on, they haven't been able to get a lot of stories. It's not trusted, not welcomed into a lot of different places. They're seen as a bit of a thingy starter, and then they go on like a process of trying to toe the line, so to speak, but they get more access and then can act as like an infiltrator through doing something like that. There's just loads of ways you could take it, which would add a whole other angle. And it just feels like something that Star Wars hasn't done, What is journalism like in this world?
We do see that Edie is watching the news back on Coruscant. And then we also see that Cyril, he's examining his little spiders that he's been collecting clearly, and he gets a knock at the door and is informed by an Imperial officer that all personnel are to report to the building, basically the Imperial building at the plaza. They all have to go there and hunker down. And it's just the looks he gives are very just very telling that the mind is going places that are very uncomfortable to him.
The dawning terror of understanding exactly what's like. The picture's getting ever clearer with every passing moment, right?
Yep.
I think
It's becoming clear what's about to happen.
I'd also say because they've obviously shown many examples of Cyril sort of OCD level correcting and ordering his stuff. Like this to me feels like, yes, on one hand it was like a cover story that he would involve Gorman culture within his apartment that is usually pretty stark, bare sort of thing. But even his home, if you remember his bedroom in season 1, I think you could see he had like clone troopers in the background on a shelf. Like sort of, I think that was to imply somewhat of a aspiration he has, right, for justice, which is could have been a stormtrooper as well. I can't remember exactly. I just remember he has figures, and so I think it is supposed to be, despite the fact that it's good for cover, that the Gormans are checking up on him, and it's like, oh look, it matches the storytelling. I think that little shot of him caring for the way the spiders look and thinking about everything, it's just like, they don't want to get too explicit with it, but I think he cares about the Gorman people.
Yeah. And there's also like the
specifically
meta
chose to
symbolic
have
layer of the web and the spiders in which you're caught in the web and you haven't necessarily realized it, but that realization is coming. I think it's episode 6. There is a shot where like there is a panning shot where you see one of the spiders sort of building this very, very intricate web in a jar at the foreground while characters are doing stuff in the background. So it's kind of like,
yeah, they were in
it's
the
also there
shop
to tell
just
you
when
that
they were
you're
in the
trapped.
store, yeah.
Also, Edie still got her Cyril spider on the table after, how long has it been? A year?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. He may not have visited for a while. He did say that it was going to become harder to do that.
Yeah.
So we see that the Gore are flooding the streets of Palmo and making their way to the plaza, intent on retaking it. Rylant is in the plaza, and his daughter Enza approaches, meets him there, and he tells her it's a trap. Rylance desperately pleads with her to put a stop to it, claiming that the Empire is begging them to fight, but she retorts that the people can't remain silent any longer. And to this, Rylance exclaims, "We'll be silent when we're dead," before running off, muttering that he can and must put a stop to this. He is growing very desperate.
I really do love the conflict of those two perspectives, right? It's like, we have to do something, and it's like, die? What would be the point?
Yeah, doing something means dying. It's
Your
what
choices-
they want. They're counting on you.
Your choices are do nothing, quote unquote, or do the something that they want you to do that is going to kill all of you. Like, take your pick.
So, pretty horrible situation that he finds himself in. But he's run off to go find the crowd, and we see that Wilman, Drina have joined it. Lazine also joins the protest. And the citizens begin chanting, "We are the Gore, the galaxy is watching." Which I will say, that as a chant gets me a little bit depressed because of the fact that the galaxy is like watching, but not like
Doing
in the way that they
anything, really.
need to. You know, it's
Very
essentially
unsympathetic.
that they may well be seeing what's happening, but they're certainly not understanding what's happening, and they're not really going to do anything about it. So they're all there hopeful with this attitude that people are paying attention and will care. And
Yeah, it's,
the conclusion is not that at all.
There's a lot to say about the consequences of Gorman. It's nowhere near enough what people would want in terms of like a reaction from the galaxy. I mean, to an extent, right? It's even Alderaan getting exploded does not rally the entire galaxy to take on the Empire. It's complicated, it's confusing, it's scary, and they go through all of this in the show, I think, excellently, honestly. Especially with the Gorman senator in the next episode. What happens to him? It's just really good shit. It's because you're right. Yeah, the galaxy is watching. True, doesn't quite mean what you'd hope it would mean.
Well, it's
They're
like the
watching a
difference
whole
between
bunch
hearing
of
propaganda.
inexplicable resistance to imperial norms, you know?
Mhm. It feels like it's the distinction between hearing something and actually listening to it. There's a difference between like the sounds meeting your ears and actually understanding like what you're being told.
Yeah.
And it feels like that's the case here, that essentially the Gormans have got it wrong. They are not being watched in the way that they hope that they're being watched. And we see that Rylance is in the crowd pleading with them to stop, but they're ignoring him. And he spots Cyril amongst the people, and this enrages him. And he goes and confronts him, and Cyril grabs Rylance, pins him to the wall, as Rylance derisively chuckles, "How could we be so foolish?" And Cyril insists that he meant them no harm, which prompts Rylance to say, "How do you say that? How do you speak the words? You've destroyed us." Which it's just, you know, he's essentially saying what Enzo was thinking the
How
prior
can you
night.
not recognize the reality, especially now?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, you can never truly know. It's like, are you still fucking with me? You know, like, is this your job
Yeah.
to do this, or are you like, how could is this? Are you serious right now? Like,
What are you doing? You know, like, yeah. And then Cyril says that he was only on Gorman to trap outside agitators, and Rylance responds, "Look at you. Even now, people know what you're doing. We've had reports all night. There's mining equipment being dropped all over the planet." And Cyril yells, "That's a rumor." He's you know, his world is collapsing in real time here.
it's a rumor. That's a rumor. That's the company line.
Yeah. But he's having to force it out because like it's not. It's like he knows that that's like not.
Well, yeah, he has no
You know what I mean? Like,
real substance or context for that statement. It's all he's got. That's directly from the Empire. That's what you say when people say that.
Ryland says to that, "Are you mad that I believe that? That it's worth saying? What kind of a being are you?" Which is essentially it's just the perfect response. Basically, it's like, what? Why the fuck would you say that? Like, what you know, like, you don't. And of course, questioning, it's like, are you mad? Because in a sense, it's like, well, yeah, Cyril hasn't really. He still basically isn't there yet. He hasn't made it there yet. He's well on his way to realizing the reality of the situation, but he's still in denial.
He knows the least out of anyone on the planet about what's going on because he believed what he was told. Even Rylance knows now that they've come to extract something from the center of the planet. Rylance, who's sort of in his own stage of denial by trying to encourage people to do peaceful protests, which won't work anyway. But even he knows more about what's really happening. So like him throwing that back at Cyril, Cyril realizing that he hasn't got a clue. He's been here doing something, and it was not what he thought he was doing, and he has no clue what's going on anymore. That's kind of like that. Obviously, then that prompts him to go and interrogate Dedra afterwards. But it's just, yeah, it's powerful from both involved. I mean, I really, really like Rylance. I think I've liked him in every single scene he's been in.
Great.
But like this particularly tragic moment of the guy who's like events have overtaken him as well. Like he is trying to appeal to a strategy which is too far gone, and he kind of realizes it, which is why he's so angry at Cyril. But that absolute tragedy of like a fundamentally good man whose caution, if it had been like believed earlier, might have led to a better outcome. And now he knows that it won't be.
There's this line of questioning, right? Of why would they lie? Why would these reports be saying there's mining equipment, droids, and all kinds of shit being dropped all over the planet? Because Cyril is just like, that's insane rumor, nonsense. And it's like, could it be that it's just an attempt to make the Empire seem more crazy than they actually are? You're making all this up. That's nonsense. And then he says, you know, what's in our ground? What have you been sent to steal? And Cyril is still in the position of just, that's insane. And so it's like, if you were to receive, let's say, a key piece of information that answers that question perfectly, that might just be enough to complete the picture.
Well, he's in I'd say he's in a bit of a daze at this point. He's really like he's when Rylance says all of this to him, Cyril's like kind of got almost like a blank stare. It's like he has no response. Basically, he doesn't know what to say.
It was what we're seeing is how it works for anybody to have a major worldview change, because it's just like it can't be true, because then all of these things that I believe to be true can't be true.
The aspect of his psychology, like they need the time to actually readjust. We don't just like when new information is introduced, we don't just like rip out chunks of our conscience and then like
Well, yeah,
replace them with
people
new
aren't,
fresh ones.
People aren't perfectly rational,
Yeah.
like in terms of their ability to sort of pass through information. Like Cyril can't just be like, "Oh yeah, okay, I guess that is true," because it's all tied up in his emotions as well.
Yeah,
like this
both
is
mentally and emotionally, he needs to spend a lot of time like processing the horror of what he's come to understand, essentially.
Yeah, and I mean, his way of doing that essentially is he needs to get out of this conversation. He tosses Rylance to the ground, joins the crowd again, and is heading back to the plaza. And it's that's the conclusion of that conversation between those two, which is a really important one in terms of essentially in determining the conclusion of Cyril's story.
I feel like the final remark from Ryland's like, or like, what kind of a being are you? As like the way he chooses to phrase that, like that cuts right to Cyril's core as a character, as I'm sure we can like come back to when.
Cyril wants to believe that he's a person who is out there to do good and to ensure justice, but he has been a key player in facilitating a grave injustice that's about to happen. And so we see that Dedra asks Kato if he's pleased with the situation, and he just says that he wants a comfortable ride home before reiterating that he is the trigger and Dedra is the finger. She is the one who will make the call. She is the one who will initiate what will happen on Gorman. And Andor heads into the hotel lobby and checks out, and the bellhop tells Andor that it will appear as though he was never there. And before leaving, Andor says to him, "I hope things work out for you." And the bellhop replies, "Rebellions are built on hope."
Oh, which apparently,
I remember.
Tony Gilroy said that one day when he was just tooling away on scripts or whatever, that his son was asking him, because he's obsessed with Star Wars, how is he gonna provide the origin for that line? And apparently he was like, "What?" He's like, "The origin for the rebellions are built on hope line." He's like, "Doesn't it have an origin?" He's like, "No." He was like, "What?" Oh. And I guess in a sense, it still doesn't have an origin in that you could always push it to the next person sort of thing, but I really like that they've done that.
I would rather it be here than some other schmuck loser.
Like
Ahsoka in the World Between Worlds, where she yells it into the echoing portals, so it gets the whole world.
Ahsoka came up with it. She was the one who came up with that line.
I don't want her to have anything.
She already has everything, right?
She already has. Exactly. So Andor enters the plaza, which is very rapidly filling with people, and Cyril passes just by Andor. They become very close to each other, but they don't notice each other as he heads towards the Imperial building. And inside, Kato tells a subordinate to, quote-unquote, get the South Steps unit on the line. That's an important one. That you'll be seeing who that is later. And Andor starts scoping out the perimeter of the plaza, where several Imperial soldiers are positioned as though ready to seal it. Like he goes up the staircase and then he sees that they're all just sort of standing there around the plaza. Enza links up with the rebels, asks them if they've seen Rylance, but they haven't. And Andor finds a position behind a stone pillar and tries to contact Willman over the radio, but the connection is very spotty.
So,
and he then
just more connections to Sicario for whatever reason, but the soundtrack was totally evoking that for me. It's like this unsettling. Like everyone who's seen any reviews of this episode, the tension just gets thicker and thicker and thicker, and you start to like wonder what the fuck is going on. And every once in a while, you gotta like. Just like in the soundtrack, was just unhappiness, and
there was a term that they created for that, right? That they
doom bend.
What was it?
What?
Could you say that again?
Doom bends. It's a
Yeah.
comment on the instruments being used, but that's what Tony Gilroy called them. They come in every once in a
Okay.
while, and it's just basically the coming of Doom, essentially, in the soundtrack, which I think was
Mm-hmm.
pretty well nailed, and I do very much enjoy it. Just everything's working very hard at this point to generate so much fucking tension. All of the pieces are in place. We know how everything can run out, but the thing they're benefiting from, I'd say right now, are when you're this sort of when you get very very invested, it's still not quite like you sort of say to yourself like they wouldn't. It's not going to be like it's not going to be the worst thing I'm imagining, right? Like it wouldn't be that. Like how is this going to roll out exactly? Everyone's still pretty chill. It's all okay. It's just like the music and all the characters and all the tensions, like it's pointing to something much much worse. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to go down though.
Well, and it's something that's sort of being highlighted in this sequence as well as the seeing the stormtroopers around is ominous, which
Yeah.
that hasn't been the case for the stormtroopers in forever.
Yep.
Basically,
They
This
show
is
up
about
as like, oh, they're
1980,
cannon
I
fodder.
think, right?
They're losers, so just something to shoot.
Yeah, making a wall of stormtroopers and you keep cutting to them standing and waiting is very, very fucking creepy in terms of just like what's all that about. I even really like this shot where you got the journalist and unfocused in the background just saying a bunch of bullshit, and then it's framed with the stormtrooper just in profile, just standing here. Like
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
clear physical reality of what's going on here.
it's so good. There's so much great
Everything about the
cinematography.
staging is right. Like the stormtroopers are elevated, they're in the ring, then there's more forces on the top of the ring. The frequent flyovers by TIE fighters, which again you don't see very often in this show, but they are there quite clearly to try and stir up the crowd with these flybys because the
Yeah.
noise is terrifying. They're creating. I think the British police use this thing called kettling when they want to like keep protesters from running away. It has been criticized frequently for actually creating more violence than it solves because people, when they are penned in like this, react more violently than they otherwise would have done. And what they're doing is that they are kettling all of these people together. And the interesting thing as well is that all around the Gormanites is like intent and motive, which the audience is aware of. And the only people who are unaware of anything that's really properly going on are these poor people who are trapped in the middle. But you've got sort of Andor and the rebels are kind of on the ring going around trying to enact their own plan. The Imperials are on the outside looking in and above as well, always with intent. And then how the protesters will react as well, because everything is slightly unpredictable. Like, how will the Empire react to the protesters if the protesters don't react the way they think they will do? Will the protesters be violent and invite the reprisal, or will they not? Like, how will any of this work? So it's like that interesting balance of like audience inferior and superior that's going on, which is just again all aiding the tension.
And it's yeah, showing sort of where all of the characters are and what they're doing and sort of what they're up to, because we see that Andor is obviously very focused on Dedra, who he sees on the balcony. Meanwhile, Cyril is about to head into that building, and we see that like a lot of the rebels are already there, and Wilman's there as well. And as Cyril reaches the entrance of the building, and the TIE fighter passes overhead and startles some of the protesters, he gets stopped by a guard, but they let him inside, and he watches an Imperial journalist relaying what he knows at this point to just be bullshit, like blatant propaganda, and his expression sinks.
He's hearing like the fact that it goes all that way, all of this insane, like I keep saying, company line, meaning that there's a narrative to be run, even if it's just in absolute blatant lies at this point, and it's becoming too much for him to bear. The actor's doing a very,
There's so
very good
much
job of expressing
implication
that.
at all. This is being run right from the top. If that's the case, so many different like people and divisions and bureaus need to be involved in this at this point.
Yep. This is a whole institution working to facilitate this outcome, and Cyril is something of an institution. He likes institutions. He believes in institutions. He thinks that they're good, and this is him realizing that it's all been leveraged to essentially bring about this outcome. Because when he gets brought inside, Grimish denies him access to the upper floor and escorts him into a safe room, harbors a handful of employees, and 6 KX droids. One of them is looking at him.
I will
I don't know
say
if we
this
have
is a
to include-
particularly creepy ass visual.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You gotta show it.
Having the
Well,
one
the
fucking
droids
robot just staring at him there in that
staring at
room.
him. Yeah.
That's actually like,
want-
oh shit, that's scary.
Especially with all of these
Yeah.
things being hidden in reserve, essentially.
Yeah.
Well,
like,
so
why are they here?
I saw this compared, and I guess I know Theo, but maybe Platoon. I'm not sure. But anyway, the this moment for Cyril being compared to Catelyn Stark, noting that Roose Bolton's wearing armor in the wedding. It's like this.
Yeah.
It's something that it's like 1% chance you could explain it without it being horrifying, but you know better.
All possible, like even unreasonable doubt is gone at this point.
Like, what the fuck is this? Why are they here? And
Mm.
it should be pretty easy
Why
to
are
put
they-
together.
Why are they A, here, and B, if they're here, why are they not out there?
Yeah. Why are they hiding them?
Oh
Why
man,
are they
yeah,
hiding
it's
this,
your brain just runs wild. You know exactly what's going on. All
Why are there
fucking setup.
stormtroopers all around the sides while we have like
Yeah.
normal troopers around the front? Why are there why, with all of that being the case, do we have droids held in reserve as if this is like a battle plan? We have like reserve units that we are going to roll out later on into things. You can't draw any positive implication from it.
Nope.
It's like every visual, there's one layer of plausible deniability that just goes away. Like, you could maybe you could excuse if it was just one instance of maybe stormtroopers are there. You can say, well, obviously that's a contingency plan if the worst comes to the worst. But the more he sees, the worse it gets, because, like you say, every part of the institution that he adores is here. This is quite clearly deliberate. Nothing is as it should be. And like the way that it does combine like not only all of these visuals to tell you that the entire empire is involved here, but like the way it then personifies his faith in that institution with the betrayal of the one woman who kind of represents the institution in human form to him is again genius. Everything he believes, personal, private, political, everything is gone at this point. He's now just sort of in the process of realizing it.
And yeah, this
Outside-
one keeping the look on him for that extended period of time. I wonder if it's just supposed to be that this is the one droid that's noticed his current state of being, his emotional state, right? It's just a little bit like, what's this guy doing?
It's got to be
Looking at threat
K2SO.
analysis.
I don't care if it's
That's-
K2SO.
I think
I
like
don't.
to
I
think
don't
it
even
is,
like
though.
discussing K2SO's portion of this episode. It has nothing meaningful to do with what's happening in this episode.
Oh,
Him,
God,
I
but,
think it's
you know,
C3PO.
yeah.
it's way too like because you know, this may be a little bit more pet peevey, but
Say it.
you know when they launch, right, so to speak, it's incredibly like harrowing would be the word, horrifying, and so many people were like, "Is that K2SO? Oh my god, I think that's
Right,
K2SO." And it's like,
it's like, what are you? Like, what are you doing?
People are
I suppose
dying.
it's more so that is there something to be said about the fact that one of them is notably more curious than the rest of them. The fact that it's looking at him, like all the other ones don't.
I suppose there's
aren't
a
paying
couple
attention
of
at all.
interpretations. Even
Yeah,
Richter just
you
said
can
like
go
it
with
might be that he was particularly programmed to protect Cyril. It's like there's all different things you could imagine
Maybe.
headcanon for this. I think there's plenty of explanations that work. The one that I just assumed was that this droid noticed before the rest of them that Cyril seems a bit off.
A bit off, yeah. Bit sus.
What's he doing? Keep an
So
eye
we
on
see
him.
outside, the Gora are continuing to chant, but the members of the Gorman front are starting to maneuver through, take up positions, grab their gear. And Andor is closely examining the Imperial building. Kaido steps out and orders his subordinates to seal the exits. And so we see stormtroopers emerge from one of the plaza entrances and start herding the protesters down the steps and into the plaza. And they stay there. So there's just like a group of stormtroopers prominently cutting off one of the main exits out of the plaza.
It's like disgusting, like in terms of just how much they obviously planned all this, but simultaneously compartmentalized the information. It's just the this is what I mean about like you needed the Empire to be this way. You having them be clowns is stupid. It's never gonna work.
Yeah, it doesn't really serve your story, especially if the whole point is that this needs to be destroyed, that this is an evil institution that has to go. If you make them clowns that can't even shoot like a static object on the ground. Thanks, Taika.
Or even
Oh,
if you make
yeah, I
them
really
too
appreciate that.
obviously,
Never let anyone
like,
forget they defended it at the time. We were like, no, they
Yeah,
defended it at the time.
They did. They did.
there's the additional layer to it as well, though, which is that not only are they not clowns, but also like, the show is taking care to establish how they are playing this in terms of image, so that there's an air of intelligence. It's not just that they're not stupid; it's that they're quite intelligent. They're not going to go out and be like so very evil that the rest of the galaxy will look at what they're doing here and say, "Well, they're evil. I can't possibly like support this, so I'm going to go join the rebellion." Like the whole point of them provoking this response from the Gormans, from the Gors, is that like they want this to be seen as justified retaliation for an attack on the imperial rule. That's the whole point of it. So like they are clever as well as not being stupid, which an extra layer which like another show might not have gone in for because it's enough to portray like evil people as just evil and moderately intelligent, but this one thinks that's not enough, and rightly so.
Because obviously getting dealt the set of cards that says you have to destroy Gorman isn't like the nicest thing, even for like an authoritarian like nightmare empire like the Empire. But this is showing they are going to get the best version of that. Like they're going to play that as well as they possibly can. If they have to essentially genocide a planet, they're going to do so in a way that looks the least bad for them. If they don't do things like this, that's how you provoke entire like the entirety of the base that forms your empire into open rebellion.
And the haunting like effort being that this is all to create a weapon that will prevent anyone from standing up against the Empire in future.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So we see that Kaido orders Bloy to lead his men into the plaza and conduct a patrol within the crowd. Naturally, Bloy pleads that his men are too green to handle such a task, but Kaido reiterates the order, threatening to send him and his men to an Imperial brig if they refuse to comply. And so, with visible trepidation, Bloy turns to face his men and orders them to get ready, basically.
The layers of the plan are just great to see play. Not great because obviously it's evil, but they are great to see play out in the sense that like the first stage of the plan is because they are so inexperienced. The odds are that when the Gors turn on them a little bit, they will overreact and they will start like reprisals. And then of course it's just the best way to get the Gors to obviously attack them is send people who can't really defend themselves or respond properly. It creates chaos when you have young, inexperienced people being attacked by a crowd. But then they have the backup plan in case that doesn't work, and a backup plan for the backup plan. It's just like, everything about this is so meticulously crafted by a guy who is so like psychopathically almost disinterested in what he's doing, and yet so very, very good at it.
Also, Kaido is once again, that's who Thrawn should be like. That's what we
Yes.
should be seeing. This cold, calculated, and extremely 10 steps ahead of everything, and always very emotionless when he delivers a lot of this stuff, except when things need to happen in his own men. Because I was going to say with it is Bloy, right? I'm starting to get confused myself.
Yeah, Bloy.
It's
the
what
fact
happens. We gotta commit to one.
you're right. The fact that he upon entry highlights issues, and then again highlighting them here for the safety and health of not only his own men, but also like the nature of this situation. Nothing but rational and fair takes, but like none of it's relevant. You're here to do a job, and you don't even know what it is.
And in this case, the job is to potentially be sacrificed in order to facilitate the outcome that the Empire needs.
And it's
And there's
so
the banality of
cruel.
evil aspect as well, in the sense that he quite clearly does sort of care for his men, in the sense that this is why he's bringing these complaints up as subtly as he can. But he is, at the end of the day, he's just following orders, as so many people do. He's not necessarily even a bad man for just following orders, even if the orders are bad. But like he has a degree of care which is conveyed in this scene, and yet he will still have to do it because that's his job. He's a good soldier. He's a good professional general.
And he has, frankly, no idea what he's being used for, which is
Nope.
like there's some really good imagery at play in this episode in terms of how the Empire is operating in that regard, with like the element that will be introduced later that like sparks off the entire event.
Something else.
Like that element embodies what the Empire is doing here. These people like on the ground are like they have no conception of what they're a part of necessarily.
I love how much, and we've talked about it before, but it's always worth mentioning again and again, how consistent the uniforms are with the design of like the original Star Wars, how much Andor wants to respect it. You know the little belt buckles all of the ISB have? It's like a silver rectangle with, edges that are smoothed out with a little dot in the middle. It's so very old sci-fi. But the thing is, like, when it's being worn by all of these actors who are so well written and taking the job so seriously, it all becomes an immersive element of the world. Like, even, their hats. Some of them look like they could pass for regular and normal, but some of them are just like, oh yeah, that's exactly how they did look in the oldest movie and what began all of this story. And it's just like really, I like remembering stuff like that. It's the same argument that I think we would all make for the aliens, that a lot of people might be like, it's a bit goofy. And it's like, it really won't be. Trust me.
It
You
won't be
go
if you
right in
take
like this, it won't be.
seriously. If you take
And
it
especially
ser-
when
I
you're
mean,
putting the time and effort to get the details right, because a lot of these costumes, they're quite layered and textured. That they are distinctly old-fashioned, but there's a lot of detail and care that's gone into their creation. That they're telling you more than like a cheap pastiche of an old outfit would do. And I think there's in contradistinction you get is it it's the rebel captain at the beginning of Ahsoka who's commanding the starship that gets attacked by Balin's skull.
Yeah.
His outfit is just like that completely plain white sort of rebel looking helmet, completely plain blue, very cheap looking tunic, and then for a medal, they've put like a square of tinfoil and Jude Skittles to it as a medal kind of thing. And it looks so cheap. And what they're clearly doing is trying to go back and make it look vaguely like what the old costumes did, but they didn't put the care and attention into the old costumes that once put in to create them, whereas this show absolutely has done that.
Yeah, they do. They spared no expense.
No, they didn't. I mean,
Also,
the whole project cost like $700 million. So
I did see it, and I
Yeah.
suppose someone pointed out in chat as well. The that shot where the rookie lifts his visor and it just comes back down anyway as he's getting
Yep.
up. That's such a great
Yeah.
little detail. These guys are not ready for what's going to happen.
nope. So outside, members of the Gorman Front start distributing the Molotov cocktails amongst themselves, and it feels like the tension's been ramping up for the last several minutes at this point, and we see Lazine, who was not chanting, he was quietly standing amongst them, while they're doing the chant, and Lazine removes his hat, and after taking a moment, he begins to sing, and I believe this is the basically the Gorman national anthem. Which I suppose it would be worthwhile to read the whole thing.
Well, yeah, and they very deliberately edit this so that we cut between him, guy giving out Molotovs, him, guy giving out Molotovs, and then deciding to commit to the anthem. Seems to me, I don't know if this was something they planned earlier, but it seems like it's a signal from him for everyone, like, don't throw Molotovs, don't shoot, don't aggravate.
Don't give them any excuse, any reason to attack.
This seems super deliberate. They all seem to calm the fuck down with this anthem being sung.
This is very much calls back to what he was saying before, which is, like, we are the Gore, and if they take that from us, then, what are we fighting for? That he is very proud, and that he's going to essentially do what is necessary to, essentially control the situation. And this works. Everybody gradually starts to join in. It all calms down. And I believe Tony Gilroy wrote the Gore national anthem, which is "Raise your eyes to homeland skies, we are the Gore. Breathe the air and know you're there, we are the Gore. Valley, highland, let me spend my every day there. Call your kin to come and sing, we are the Gore. Voices loud and standing proud, we are the Gore. Valley, highland, let me spend my every day there. Tight we weave and roll the sleeve, we are the Gore. From Navashare to Palmer Square, we are the Gore." Obviously, not in English. It rhymes in English. I don't know if it but it's I like it.
Yes,
It's really
pretty solid.
cool that they created this and put it in the show. Because again, this is what I mean in terms of fleshing out the world. It's like now we're at the point where we know the Gorman national anthem. That's like part of developing this world and getting you attached to it and its people.
They developed all the hallmarks they require for what it would realistically feel to watch a culture get oppressed and destroyed. They created all of the elements they need to make it viable.
It's something they do on Ferrix as well in season 1, and establishing all the many aspects of that culture there, which all sort of come together in the big sort of battle scene at the end of that show. But like from the is it the Daughters of Ferrix is like the sort of almost like the
Yeah.
Women's Institute organization, and making that the locus of it. But it's so clearly tied to the history of the place. This rebellious movement hasn't arisen from absolutely nothing. It's all an extension of the character of the place in which they live. People dying and
Yeah.
being put into bricks, and then the bricks being put into the walls that help build the rest of the town. It's like all of that stuff is just so wonderfully valuable for making these places feel lived in, and so that you understand exactly what's at stake, as opposed to just saying, and then they fight in any random place with no connection to their past.
You see it in Aldani as well, where through the conversation between the Imperial officers about like the Danis and their heritage, that the pilgrimage to go see the eye from this specific site was a big part of their history, but that the Empire, having been there for so long, has essentially reduced the numbers, like gradually, slowly but surely. They've been reducing it to the point that eventually they won't be allowed to go there at all. And that they essentially will, participate to some extent in the customs to keep them in line, but ultimately they're out there to destroy it. But that you still see that there are a few of them who are proud and, essentially in their own way are trying to defy the Empire just by doing it, just by going there and still doing the pilgrimage. It's really cool to see all of these different societies and how it manifests in the way that their it's got to be a point, right, that their rebellion on Ferrix was essentially having the big funeral for Marva against the Empire's wishes, getting the marching band. Everybody's almost ready for it, like they all knew it was going to happen, and then marching out there and doing it in a very big and public way. The Dani still continuing to go on their pilgrimage, and then here singing the national anthem after having retaken the plaza that was locked off to them for some amount of time at this point. It's really great.
Yeah, it's like a galactic cultural unification of opposing the Empire.
Yeah, it's really good, and the singing's great. It's a really great moment. And then we have this scene. So Cyril storms into Dedra's office and asks her, "What have you done?" Dedra orders Grimish to leave and has the door closed before telling Cyril that she's following orders. Cyril then calmly asks Dedra how long she knew about this arrangement before screaming how long. He is fucking furious, which is noteworthy because Cyril doesn't tend to essentially lose his shit.
No, not
He
this
tries
energy
to
level.
keep
He's typically
he tries
quite
to keep a lid on
reserved.
it.
Well, this
typically.
is just purely
Yeah.
exciting for someone when you go through all of that build up to get to a place where Cyril is losing it. It's like,
Yeah.
oh shit, how's this scene gonna go? And to open with a
Dedra.
yell that we have. The actress has already nailed it, as far as I'm concerned. Apparently, a lot of people didn't think she was very good. I don't understand where this comes from.
Really?
I don't
You don't think
either.
so? That's
I've always
or
thought she was
they
like
don't think so. That's
very good,
She's
but then I'd say this scene should probably solidify it, right? The fact that she basically plays a version of her character here that we've never seen before. She's like terrified of Cyril. Also, hi Ryan.
There's also like the poetic element to it in the sense that because this does sort of rhyme with the Ferric scene in season 1, and where in that scene like she is distraught and she is traumatized by almost being killed, and Cyril's the one who turns up and provides her essentially comfort and stability. Here, a very similar setup is playing out. She begins completely calm and collected, and he's the one who comes to make her distraught and almost traumatized because things start falling apart. So it's like a nice like anti-rhyme to it.
I just like that she has her usual strong veneer with his initial questions, but once he shouts at her, she like starts to break apart pretty quickly. Not to mention
she's not ready for it.
Yes. Welcome. We're 3 hours in, and notably, we are 1.5 episodes in. That is how we do things.
That sounds about right. I figured, look, I had to really hustle because I obviously have some stuff going on Saturdays, but I had to be here for violence against women, So that
Thank
my
goodness you
favorite
made
part of
it.
the show.
I heard a bitch being
Exactly.
choked, and I came as fast as I can.
Exactly. Both ways. But yeah, it was a
Right,
pretty
have you seen
pretty
the-
shocking scene.
Have you seen the posts that are like, so Disney don't like calling a ship Slave 1, but they do like beating women? It's like, wait, what?
We've all got our lines, okay?
It's such a
It's-
strange connection, though.
It is like I do like there is an irony that a company that just a couple years ago decided that the name Slave One for a ship like was just so like crazy. Yet they've got, stuff in this. But my question would be to the same people because a lot of people are using that as an argument for why the attempted sexual assault scene shouldn't have happened. I'm like, yeah, but we all thought that was retarded when they thought Slave One was like inappropriate because of all these examples in the galaxy where horrific things happen. Yet now you don't want to see that horrific thing happen.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, we should just be. I was surprised they were able to get cleanly showing this because it felt super authentic to the characters. You just, it's nice to see it. But Andor always felt a bit more free than the other sludge.
It was a shocking scene, like for Cyril to do this.
Oh,
Cyril's
yeah.
just like taking out his decades of trauma from his mother on Dedra in that very moment, But I was shocked by it, but in a good way.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Dedra shudders when he yells at her. She says they can discuss it later. Cyril grabs her, violently pulls her towards him before saying it's too late already. And he demands that Dedra explain herself, and she weakly tells Cyril that he's hurting her, and Cyril ignores this and presses her for an explanation on the presence of mining ships and an
Oh no.
and an armada on Gorman. But I mean, before she can even reply, Cyril wraps his hands around her neck and whispers, "You tell me it's a rumor, and I'll throw you out that window."
Bit violent for him, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Punish
intense.
Cyril.
Well, so
I mean, he's losing his shit.
well, and what makes him pull away and his whole world begins to shatter is the information, that key piece of what would the Empire's motivation be to drop a bunch of drilling and droid equipment all over the planet. That's like a piece that just doesn't make sense. What's going on? And it's as simple, because it's interesting, right? You compare Rylance's words to Dedra's. He's like, they want something from our ground. Like, what are you here to steal? And the answer is as simple from Dedra. They want a stone from here. It's something.
Yeah, they want a stone.
Something
need
in the
it.
dirt.
Yeah, they need the planet.
It's like the worst answer you could possibly get, because there's nothing substantive or meaningful about it that would mean you could destroy an entire planet. Not to him.
No, of course not.
This has nothing to do with the preservation of order.
No.
Do you think
Cyril-
in retrospect, I guess, like kind of, knowing what we know now with the finale, do you think that this event and everything that plays out is what leads Dedra to look into all of these things that she really shouldn't have been looking into? Like, what was all of this for? What did I lose Cyril for? Like, all of that stuff.
I think it could have made him more unhinged and hell-bent on completing her Axis job for sure. I think that would have to play into it.
After hearing this, Cyril releases his grip, takes a few steps back, and asks her how long she knew about this. And Dedra says that she and Cyril will be going home as heroes, before adding that the Empire's been planning for years and are thus moving forward with their plan no matter what. That basically there was nothing that they would be able to do to stop it. And Cyril stares at Dedra, unable to speak, which prompts Dedra to snarl, "You didn't seem to mind the promotions." And she very briefly smirks, but the expression drops very quickly.
This is one of my favorite moments from her, acting-wise. But before I get to that, I just wanted to say as well, I love the writing here. She lists off, we're going home, right? Like, there you go. That's reason enough to do this. We're going to be heroes. Another reason. Wait, look, they're doing this no matter what. Hey, we could be together.
Happen, whether...
Hey, you didn't seem to mind the promote. Like, she ran through everything she could think of, as though she may actually have planned this. Like, she's thought about this already, how she would argue this if she needed to, and just doling out all of these excuses and watching them mean absolutely fucking nothing to him. In terms of, like, it's not working, Dedra, and at this point she's just trying to convince herself, I think, because his sort of shame of her is not easy for her to take on, I think, especially when she says you didn't mind the promotions. The way she sort of guns with, like, the aggression and then back into just, oh, Jesus Christ, this is fucked.
Yep, she, it's like, yeah, that was the worst thing she could have said. That's it. It's over.
She's used to being able to control Cyril. That was a very notable aspect of like she probably had that intention in the way she formed the relationship. But now, yeah, it's like
And she even
water
tried to
off a
control his
raincoat.
mother to control him.
Yeah, like replace. I think a large part of what's going on there is, yeah, like push the mother out, take control of his relationship with the mother to sort of leverage that trauma against him in a way to like further like wedge herself into his life in a way that means she can't be easily dislodged.
And well, and you know, this could go back obviously to Gorman, but even further, everything that happened since he saved her could be contextualized now as she's saying to him, you know, you didn't seem to mind all that elevation you had, all that benefit you have, when we know that he always saw it as it was his work that got him those promotions, his exceptional, you know, achievements. So to do that, I think is like the final barb of just, you're gonna take that away from me now. Like on top of everything that he's already lost, it's like it wasn't even your work that got you here. It was like she's trying to imply it's like you enjoy the benefits of us having to do all these things that are just obviously not nice for the Empire. Again, just not a good idea, and it just goes to show that she's very much underestimated what she's dealing with here.
She just fundamentally doesn't understand it because what we learn about Cyril essentially is that like all he ever really wanted was to be able to excel at something and to have that like have his ability acknowledged in that regard. Like that's even there in the first arc of this season in his first scene, right, where he's going on that kind of
Yeah.
unhinged tirade where like the entire point there is that Cyril is drawing, even if he's not going after Axis anymore or whatever, he is like drawing satisfaction out of being able to be good at what he does, even if it's not something particularly meaningful or impactful. It is something that he can create value from by excelling.
Yeah, Cyril is happy just being a cog in a giant machine as long as people understand that like what he's doing is of some value. Like that's it. He doesn't need everything necessarily. He certainly likes it. He would like to be acknowledged. He would like that to happen. But yeah, he's fine with being a part of it.
Yeah, and I think
Well,
that might have been part of the mistake, right? When he said it's the greatest day of his life, Dedra might have gotten the impression that it is about somewhat the glory, which is absolutely what she enjoys about a lot of this. But that would only ever be secondary to his like primary interest, which is upholding the law for the sake of order and justice and protecting the innocent, is like actually a big part of what he believes in, which a lot of people didn't even get. But it was like, watch his first scene in season 1. The first thing he's like
season 1, that was his whole
upset
deal.
about.
From his
There are murders. We
perspective,
have to solve
like, what
them.
happened
Justice
is,
must
yeah,
be done.
two colleagues have been killed, and everybody is complacent about the idea that justice ought to be, you know, done. It's the way that I like to think about it is that essentially Dedra could only thrive in the Empire, something that could enable her to be a piece of shit, whereas Cyril absolutely could have done a lot of good if he was born in the era of the Republic. Like the Empire is kind of a thing. Well, as we've seen here, it ain't gonna last, right? Like once the horror of the Empire is revealed to him, it's untenable. He doesn't want to be a part of it. He can't be a part of it.
But by that
So,
point, it's already used him up and spit him back out. It's got everything it needed from him, which is like a larger part of what we do with basically all of our Imperial characters throughout this show, is the institution being what it is, fundamentally untenable. It's going to use you up for all of the good that it can do for itself, and then it's going to abandon you because it doesn't care about you in any sense,
And
or your ideological perspective on it.
That immense amount of disgust you'd have to feel knowing that you were necessary to get all of this done, and you did it willfully without realizing it for a long time too. All of his work, it sure was useful.
And like a non-trivial amount of that time would have had to have been like somewhat willful ignorance. Like ignoring the signs that are pointing in a different direction to where he thinks this is going or what he's doing here.
Yeah, he is certainly at fault. It's not don't get it confused. Like he fucked up, basically. Like as much as there is the desire to essentially do the right thing, the desire to move up and excel and be recognized was sufficient enough that it was able to prevent him from essentially recognizing the truth way sooner and maybe being in a position to do something about it. But now he realizes. And obviously the relationship is dead. Cyril steps away from Dedra and very quietly says good luck before leaving. Great scene.
Yeah, well,
Very
I
good
mean, this
scene.
was top fucking tier and the kind of thing that we were hoping to get for someone's character journey, you know? This kind of
Yep.
peak.
So, in the plaza, the Gore is still singing, but Bloy has got his men armed with batons and riot shields entering the plaza. Cyril storms out of the building, leaps over the barricade, and stumbles into the crowd. And Dedra, orders Grimish to find Cyril and stop him from leaving, but he tells her that Partagaz is on the line before leaving to go find out what's happening with Cyril. And Dedra is visibly sort of on edge about all of it, including that Partagaz is calling.
It's like a moment of choice, right? Like she dithers. She's almost torn between these two things that she values, and then she makes the decision in the end. And on the phone to Partagaz, she gets.
Yep.
I
Say that,
her fucking sort of like her way of portraying her emotional state once that call is over is so good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So we see that Andor reestablishes contact with Wilman, who's been looking for him. He tells him his location, though it doesn't appear that Wilman could hear it. Employs men sort of lock up and try to basically like freeze up in the area that they're in, and some of the protesters start throwing objects at them. And then we see, the reaction, which I imagine you might want to show, of Dedra. We don't see the conversation she had with Partagaz.
We don't need it.
She takes off a headset and she's staring ahead, just a blank stare ahead. And Kaido asks for orders, and Dedra says, "Proceed." So she's
Dude, it's
made her
like
choice.
I get the impression she's borderline like gonna be sick. The idea is that
Oh yeah.
you know you give the order that will very possibly kill Cyril right now because you don't know where he's gone and you wanted to find him to protect him. And then, of course, the broader point of the mission as well, which is absolute fucking insanity after everything Cyril just said to you. Yeah, it just is it's giving her the old stomach churn, which is interesting considering how much of an evil bitch she is.
Oh yeah, she's a piece of shit. So Kaido radios an Imperial sniper that is stationed on a rooftop overlooking the plaza, and he orders the sniper to fire at will. And so the sniper scans the crowd
Finds
and then
Will.
aims at one of the soldiers. And
One of the
just as
riot
Bloy,
guys, yeah.
just as Bloy gives the order to withdraw from the plaza, the Imperial sniper shoots one of Bloy's men. He draws his blaster and screams, "Open fire!"
There is because it's all conducted as well. Because in the immediately preceding seconds, basically, the soldiers in the plaza have been ordered to hold, so they're now stuck there, and that sort of immediately starts swaying the crowd away from the song and back toward anger again. Then you get, I think, there's another TIE flyover which gets them even more sort of on edge, and then the
Yeah.
order to shoot is given. So it's not just, well, now is the time, so shoot, because obviously if you'd taken the shot while everyone was peacefully singing, it might be unbelievable. They've conducted the entire thing quite minutely in order to make this seem as though it's completely believable that it came from one of the Gores as opposed to their own man.
One, and that as a choice, that the sniper takes out one of the Imperial soldiers to provoke the rest of them to fire into the crowd, to then initiate.
Like, Bloy would never
then initiate
entertain that was an Empire shot that just took out one of his men.
No, of course not.
There's no way.
Absolutely not.
It's part of the reason why it's so evil, really. It's like, take out.
It's when he
take
gets
out,
his gun, he immediately turns, he shoots, because he's a soldier and he's professional. He knows the shot must have come from on high, but there's only one person he can believe would have taken the shot from high up, and that's the guy on the monument holding the flag, so he shoots him first. So even tiny little moment shows that he's competent still, but he's completely misled about what's really going on.
And obviously, once that shot's fired, it's over. This, chaos erupts.
Yep, that's the spark that'll set it off.
The imagery of that sniper is one of my favorite things in this episode, just because the sniper there is representative of the Imperial will, essentially. That guy is what the Empire is doing here. Everyone else on the ground, they are pieces on a board. They don't particularly matter. It doesn't matter what side they're on. If it serves Imperial interests, they gotta go. Like this
Mhm.
guy is this is the man behind the screen, right? Who is like actually making the decisions, and he doesn't care at all what side you're on. All he
Mhm.
cares about is the furtherance of like objectives and like yeah.
There's the interesting thing as
But
well, because like while this has all been going on, obviously Andor has been going around trying to find a position to take a sniper shot on Dedra. And sort of playing in the back of my mind while this was all going on is that if he'd been successful, pretty much exactly the same thing would have happened. Just a more important person would have died, but the same conflagration would have happened. In other words, like this is the ultimate expression of a fait accompli. This was always going to happen. Andor could have got his shot. This would have happened. He could have failed and someone else got shot. This would have happened. Nothing anyone does at this point will change that this is exactly how it has to pan out.
Well, yeah, and then they get to write whatever they want as exactly how this went down, and they could make it absurd. They can say like all of the Gormans open fired, and it was the brave, Imperials that managed to quell the uprising, but not at the.
exactly the
Oh, yeah, we
story
get
that
bits and
you then
pieces of
see
their-
later. Yeah,
But
that
just
is
like
yeah.
when
The
you,
Imperial
I love how
martyrs
much
and-
detail there is on all the tiny pieces that lead up to it, because as soon as they get it started, the Empire have won. They can do whatever they want now.
Yeah, exactly. And chaos is erupting, and the Imperial soldiers start indiscriminately firing into the crowd, and they kill several civilians. And the Gorman rebels, in turn, return fire, and Andor and Willman start assisting. And the Imperial sniper at this point then just starts indiscriminately targeting civilians that are running for the exits.
It's a unique experience to watch Star Wars and to be like shocked and invested in the events.
It really is weird, isn't it?
It's
Like,
really fucking
you get
weird
that
to
vibe
watch.
through a lot of this show, but you're like, oh shit,
see-
like I'm feeling things.
you see all
I'm
these
invested in things.
civilians screaming because they don't even understand what's happening, and then it just cuts to a wall of stormtroopers all shooting, and like holy shit.
Actually hitting things,
Yeah.
not just missing things for memes, like in a
Yeah.
Taika Waititi Mandalorian episode.
It's so funny
Well,
though. So
And then it's
funny.
particularly grim as well when many of the Gormans scramble for the exits, but they're full of awaiting soldiers who just start firing on them. Just
Yep.
like regardless of whether they've got weapons or not, they're just killing everybody who tries to escape.
It's particularly brutal, and I would say another criticism I saw, which I didn't really understand, was like people saying about only 20 people died in this. It wasn't much of a massacre. Shit tons of people die in this.
Yeah, I think it's more than
20.
20.
What?
How do they?
What?
How is that?
Like, I'm-
possible?
Why
I think
would they
I would
even
be
say
happy to
that,
describe
though?
the number as 20 plus on the Wikipedia page, you know?
There's
What?
It may not be as many
And
as
maybe-
Tarkin killed when he landed the Star Destroyer, but it's a shit ton of people.
Yeah, maybe we see 20 we might see 20 deaths on screen, but I feel like the implication is this is going on throughout the square. There's a lot of people dying that we don't necessarily see.
There are-
Oh,
I don't even know
confirmation,
why they would
return
say
to
that.
call.
It's got to be
There-
more than
there
20.
are- It's hundreds. It's hundreds
Yeah.
at least. It might even be thousands. I'm not even sure. Like I don't.
The
And
thing,
I mean, what point are they even making? This is a horror. This is an atrocity.
Yeah, and it doesn't
Yeah.
stop at the plaza either. Like
Well, so
afterwards,
what's
like, people are getting
interesting is-
fucking chased down in the streets.
I wonder if we're dealing with a synthetic man God of War situation where the propaganda's so effective they fall for it. Like if you remember the report that they have post massacre, the bodies have been cleared, and the journalists are saying like today was a horrible day, blah blah blah. And I'm just like, I wonder if it was like, oh yeah, there's an effort to make it look like a lot less Gormans died than actually did.
That a lot less of them died, but that it was their fault that it happened.
Yeah, still
and the
their
brave
fault.
Imperial
Dude,
soldiers,
on the note
suppressed it.
of that sniper, by the way, just him tracing people who are unarmed, running in fear and shooting them down. It is so rough.
Yeah.
It's so
Yep,
cold
it's
and calculated,
horrible.
which is, again,
It was like
he's such an effective representation.
fucking Satan version of Saving Private Ryan with like the sequence where he's
Jackson?
sniping.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's just like,
sniping
but
all
it's just
the
innocent people
Nazis.
running away, and it's just again cold as shit.
But something that's really effective in the situation is that even though basically none of the prominent characters that you are following in this sequence are unknowing civilians, obviously they have various degrees of information, all of the characters, but all of the people that you're following are like the people who are in the rebellion. They've got weapons or they're fighting, but it still does a really effective job of essentially demonstrating just how, like, from the perspective of these civilians, they have no idea where to go. They have no idea what's going on. It's absolute chaos, and they're just trying to save themselves, but finding it incredibly difficult to do that amidst all of the shooting and all of the exits being covered, just random shots from a sniper. piercing through the crowd. Like, it really sells how desperate the situation is, and in many ways how hopeless it seems from their perspective.
What's
They
even more
can't escape.
nuts, the sniper shooting for civilians, it might actually be that it's like you're better off not shooting the ones with guns because they need the fight to go on for some time first. Like, don't just wipe out the Gormans. We need them fighting.
Well, and that the more innocent people that are killed, the more that's going to that's going to enrage the Gorman front.
Yeah.
And you even see it because one of the guys who's hiding like screams bastards before running out and attacking. Though
Yeah,
he gets shot and killed.
None of our main characters die here, but you get plenty of significant characters, at least to Gorman. Don't make it through this.
A significant number of the members of the Gorman front get killed here. And then of course you cut from all of this chaos to Kaido just examining the carnage from the safety of inside the building. I think he even smiles.
There's a really subtle smirk. It's excellent.
Yeah.
Like, it comes across as my plan has worked perfectly. Excellent. You know, like it's despite the fact that he's looking at fire and death, basically. Again,
well, this is what he wanted.
This is Thrawn energy. Just saying, you at least what you're gonna want to aim for.
Well, compared to the Thrawn being like, oh, Ahsoka escaping just as I planned. He's like fucking Blue Dutch Vanderland.
They killed Dr. Durst and blew up his laboratory. Oh, good. This is actually a big W for the Empire. Yeah. They didn't even realize it.
We learned something about Ahsoka, that she's got so much spirit. Ship.
Now to create my army of zombies.
Oh, God. It is so funny, right? That there's this no-name Imperial who we'll probably never see again. You know, he gets his men killed deliberately, and we'll never hear about him again, and probably won't really remember his name. Thrawn gets his men killed by accident and is known as a genius. It's just...
There's several Imperial characters throughout this entire show. Whether you want to talk about Krennic, whether you're talking about Partagaz, whether you want to talk about this random guy, that all are much more threatening and appear calculated and actually would be frightening to go up against than fat fucking Thrawn with his zombie stormtroopers.
Which makes it so much more satisfying when the heroes defeat them.
Like, I will say, it is so annoying seeing people say that, like, Ahsoka can coexist with something like Andor when you have something like this, which is so serious and heavy, compared to zombie stormtroopers. It's like, oh, we're meant to conclude that this takes place in the same world. Like, what are you... Because, again, this is not incompatible with the original trilogy. This is absolutely an event that you could see happening in a world where you've still got Luke and Darth Vader, and Yoda using the Force, compared to zombie stormtroopers from actual witches.
Like, on that note,
a different galaxy with fucking hyperspace whales.
It's like, could you, it's like, can you imagine Jabba the Hutt and Luthen Rail exist in the same universe? It's like, I could totally fucking imagine Stellan Skarsgård acting the shit out of a scene with Jabba the Hutt.
The fuck out of Jabba if he felt there was a need for it.
Downright, it would be fucking awesome. Meanwhile, it's like, the Ahsoka thing, it's not a problem of aliens or even tone. It's just the way the world is treated, how every element is treated. Is like, it's not compatible. I can't take these two worlds together. One of them's clown, the other one isn't. It's too difficult.
Mm-hmm. And so, amidst all of this happening, we see that inside the hotel lobby, the bellhop, there's a pair of frightened civilians at the entrance, and he warns them to back away. And we will come back to him soon. And Dedra is told that Cyril is in the plaza, and she steps onto the balcony. And Andor sees this and takes aim, but she escapes from view before he can take the shot, which is something that he's trying to do in between, shooting stormtroopers.
I was just going to mention, by the way, when this
facilitator of tension. Go on.
When this kicked off as well, music just cuts and it's screaming, and shooting and screaming.
Just using the diegetic sounds is really... The music comes back eventually, but I definitely think it was the correct creative choice to just have the sounds of the situation. It's really effective a lot of times to cut off music, particularly in Star Wars, considering that Star Wars tends to just have like a constant soundtrack, which I do... By the way, I do enjoy that about the Star Wars films, that they essentially have music all the time.
Even then, though, that's much more like a prequels on type thing. Because if you go back to the OT, like the soundtrack is, I mean, it's quite persistent, but it's much quieter than it was. And that's generally true of film music anyway. But the prequels have it all the time, and the OT doesn't.
That's true. When Luke and Darth Vader fight in Empire, right at the beginning, there's no music. It's just the sounds of the
I love the vibe of that scene. The colors.
The cinematography is amazing. It's so good. So now we see the Gorman rebels consolidate their position and begin to charge the Imperial building, which prompts Kato to dispatch the KX droids.
Just before that, I was going to say that the shot beginning this way,
yeah.
I just thought it was really sad. It's like, there he is, dead.
Yeah, he's dead. Sacrificed. Him being a loyal servant of the Empire does not protect him from the fucking Empire.
Never understood what the fuck they were doing with him. He just tried to do his job properly. He's no different than Cyril.
Well, yeah, he died to facilitate an atrocity that would just see an entire planet and civilization destroyed.
It's just really tragic. Lots of tragedy in this episode.
But now,
I'll say this is
yeah.
you know, talking about the Empire and stuff and how the officers are and how imposing they are. More than probably anything else, this show really does make you go, man, I'm so glad that the good guys win in Return of the Jedi.
Well, yeah.
I have seen some people point out that if you treat the sequel trilogy as canon, that can be really fucking annoying because all of the efforts that you see in this show ultimately lead to another fascist regime
Well,
taking over and destroying the New Republic.
Not just that, but Mon Mothma specifically leads the effort to demilitarize the New Republic just a few years after their victory, and sets the stage, obviously, for all the ineptitude from the New Republic that we see in Ahsoka and Mandalorian and stuff. Like, that's, you know, all that kind of is laid at the feet of Mon Mothma, which is
great. Well, and Leia, right?
And Leia, yeah, which is kind of tough to justify.
Luckily, it's not at the feet of Luke because he abandoned them, so it doesn't count as his poor leadership.
Yeah,
he washed his hands of it.
And Han Solo ran off to get drunk and be a shit smuggler. Oh, love it! Such great stories.
You need to show the shot of the KX droids emerging from their entrance.
Well, so for anybody who hasn't seen this, by the way, should have been. Don't watch our breakdown first. If you're gonna watch it. But this, I don't know how else to describe it. It's Terminator. These guys coming out.
Yeah.
They are terrifyingly strong, efficient, and they don't give a fuck. Like, they'll do their job.
Well, the slow walking really emphasizes essentially how impervious they are to anything that can be thrown at them. Like, they're not getting stopped here.
And like, it's a little thing as well, but it's really nice to see because there's a moment where one of them throws like this Gorb woman, and like she goes flying really fast. And in a generic modern film, she would get right back up again because that's how fight scenes work. You just throw people around until stuff happens. This one kind of treats it believably. She gets thrown so far and so fast that she hits the ground and she dies. Great,
yeah,
I want to see more of that.
I was going to say to not understate that because it was shocking to me. I want to see a KX. It reminds me of the season 2 Mandalorian finale where Mando keeps getting thrown around or attacked in such a way that it doesn't hurt him because the droids are too fucking stupid. But this one, it's like, I want to see them punch through a person because that's probably the quickest way to kill them, right? It's like, I don't think they could do that age rated wise. It's like, well, don't just throw them. The example I would always probably go to is Terminator Salvation. John Connor fights. I'm pretty sure it's like a T-800 at the beginning, or it's one of the earlier models. Doesn't have like the skin yet. And it keeps fucking throwing him again. I was like, are you serious? John Connor could just be dead if this thing decided to do any other move. However, here, as Platoon highlighted, it throws, but the throw kills her because it's a fucking mega throw. Probably broke his spine. It's like, what the?
One trauma, it's dangerous. It's deadly.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's a movie throw where you absolutely survive those in all movies, but not here.
I was prepared to say, "Oh, for fuck's sake," when I saw it, and then it was more like an "Oh, for fuck." Oh.
Yeah, I was ready for, because we're doing like the Terminator thing where she's scooting back looking for a weapon, trying to get away or whatever, and then it throws her. It's like, oh, you threw it? Oh, she's just dead, huh?
It's the ally screaming that sells it. The reaction is not one of, oh, you're gonna walk away from that. It is, that's gonna kill you. You're dead, and she dies.
Can't undersell.
And this is the same universe where you get stabbed with a lightsaber and it doesn't matter.
Fuck that shit. Can't undersell though the crawling away and it just slowly getting closer and closer. Seriously, like, you can't describe it as any other than Terminator vibes. It's like nailed Terminator, and it's not Terminator. Terminator can't nail Terminator.
As much as it is like a trope, you are sort of like both like constantly thinking or holding out hope, like something's going to happen, right? Something's going to happen, right?
Getting brutalized.
And then it catches up. Like, we get to see pretty much the whole trajectory, and no, there's nothing to be done here.
Nope.
Even the
And,
kicking the barricade and it just slams into 2 different people.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, like
Over
the
one,
opening
then
move
into
to
2
slide that
more,
forward.
like-
Yeah.
That's a really good opening demonstration of the
power.
kind of thing we're dealing with here with these guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Especially
you know,
since, like, earlier in this episode, isn't it? And then you see like there's basically an entire platoon of Imperials who have to move one of these barriers into position. And they're really heavy. They're hard to do. And then this thing just kicks it. So it's like even this tiny little piece of establishment work is seeing men lift this thing earlier, and then seeing the droid kick it later to establish just how strong it is.
Yeah. And someone brought up in chat, and I think we talked about this yesterday, Rags, but there is they upgraded the K2SOs a little bit apparently 2 years before Rogue One, because
it's weird.
K2SO could get injured by blasters, relatively
Yeah.
easily, and in this they are like completely fucking impervious.
It is a complaint that I kind of continue to have about Star Wars is armor and people actually using it. Because they specifically have scenes, like we'll see it later on in later episodes, where people are given armor to wear and they wear it when they go into combat. But it's like, well, what are we doing? What's this for? The robots are impervious to blaster fire, but none of our soldiers apparently have armor that works or gives a damn about anything. Like what's
Well,
going on?
Rogue One is weird too because you have the one version of the KX droid that gets one shot killed, and then K2 takes about, for all we know, as much as like 20 shots before he goes down. It's not clear because we don't see it between cuts. But he's certainly not, like the first shot into his back goes into him, right? It's not bouncing off or anything.
Yeah, it's affecting him when he
Yeah.
gets hit, as opposed to it just bouncing off him in an intimidating fashion.
So
It's like,
this,
you do have like stormtrooper armor, right? We see stormtroopers go down. That armor is not going to stop everything. However, if something hits them at a glance or something, instead of it actually going through and doing damage, sometimes it can deflect it or stuff like that, as opposed to just being completely blaster proof. That's
It's just
most
always
of the
been a
armor
missed
that you're going to see in
opportunity.
Star Wars.
Yeah, it's always been such a missed opportunity to show how imposing stormtroopers could be, where like your shots will stagger them, but you're not going to kill them if you shoot them in the armor. It just shows that they're juggernauts, that they're very imposing in the way that they can just advance towards you, almost impervious. They're not just cannon fodder that stands out in the open and gets shot.
There was probably an
Um,
opportunity to show that in this scene as a kind of rebuke to the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. If you see like one of the Gores hit one of the stormtroopers with like some kind of blunt force weapon and the trooper's able just to shrug it off, then at least you see the armor has done something.
yeah.
You can't just smack them on the side of the head and they'll fall unconscious, for example.
Amidst
armor
all of
works,
this
damn it.
happening,
Use it.
amidst all of this happening, Cyril is horrified and watching all of the atrocities occurring all around him. He is done.
It's everything we
He
talked
is
about, right? Like
ruined.
simultaneously, his whole world's fallen apart. All of his values are getting completely re-questioned. Everything he knew about the Empire has changed, and then his responsibility for all of this. It's a
Mhm.
lot for a guy to take all at once.
Yeah, he's he's just ruined, basically. He is destroyed. And so we see that the bellhop inside the hotel lobby activates an explosive and tosses it to the entrance, turns back around, closes his eyes and takes a breath, and just as Andor is taking aim at Dedra, an enormous explosion tears through the hotel. I think we are to presume that it killed him, the bellhop, but it also killed several stormtroopers as well. It was actually a pretty devastating blow.
John Bellhop, R.I.P.
And then
What can one do?
so Cyril turns around and sees Andor standing in front of him. And of course, when you see this, you're like, of course they had to meet again. They're both here. They had to meet. But what's about to happen? And I think you kind of know what's about to happen. Andor takes aim again, but it's tackled by Cyril, and the two engage in what can only be described as a very brutal brawl.
One of the rawest
namely
fucking
because
battles we'll ever see in Star Wars, I think.
Cyril,
Yeah,
Cyril
this
yeah.
was like an actual
fucking-
fight. This was a
Cyril is
real
so fucking
fray.
angry. He's like, goggling like and screaming as he's
But it's the
as
one
he's
thing
doing
he's
this.
still got, right? Like, this is the one thing in his life that probably does still make a degree of sense. It's motivated him for so long. Everything else has fallen apart, but here's the one guy who's been like the locus of his efforts for
Yeah.
such a long time. I'm going to
At
go
least
for
I
him.
know
Nothing
Andor's
else
a
makes
bastard.
sense.
Well,
And
it's just
there's his
every-
outside agitator.
Well, and as we
Right,
said about
yeah.
your mind changing over time, right? Because I know it was crazy watching people say, like, why is he going after Andor? He realized the Empire were behind it all, didn't he? Like, okay,
So
the big
let's walk through
thing
this one slowly.
Cyril was doing here, right? The job that he is now to believe is quite seriously fake, that he was here to do a fake job and that it only facilitated the Empire's other goals. That's still in flux in terms of processing everything. And he just saw Andor, who is the personification of the rebellion to him. You go back to there's that
Man
wonderful
who-
shot in season 1 where he sees his face on the hologram for the first time and just fucking stares at it. It's his nemesis. It's the man that ruined his life.
From his perspective, he
Yes,
ruined his life and/or destroyed everything, and he had to claw his way back. And then, of course, you could just add on that all of the anger that he actually does harbor towards the Empire for doing this is now being channeled into essentially a convenient scapegoat. Andor is such a convenient scapegoat for him to lash out against.
But it is confirmation,
Like-
though. The rebellion is agitating the Gormans. Like, it's... not to say that everything else isn't considered, but that would make him furious in that moment. It's true, and you're there, and I hate you. You specifically are the one that's here. It's almost like fate is fucking with him.
And then for the reaction to be, who are you? Is like for the guy he's been so focused on for years and years, the person who did destroy his life, to have no idea who the fuck he is just, it completely takes all the sails out from him, like the wind out of his sails. And he doesn't know what to do with that information that Andor
because
doesn't know who he is.
They're having the ultimate battle of good versus evil, and Andor doesn't even know that that's happening. Like, what do you mean?
No, this is just a guy who has started to attack him that inexplicably.
Which I
Like-
really like. The performance is excellent on both of them, but Andor being like the way that he asks that question comes across as so genuinely confused and almost annoyed. It's like, how could you be so passionately angry at me? Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, you're not in an Imperial uniform. As far as I think, you're just some Gorman around
Yeah.
here. What's going on?
Yeah. And it just shows the disconnect, essentially, that that Andor has had a significant impact on Cyril's life. Cyril, like at the time, was just one of the guys that was going after Andor.
Yeah,
like,
no
one of
way.
the many people who went after him, he wouldn't remember.
You wouldn't
him.
remember his
He
face.
had no reason to.
Wouldn't remember his name.
I don't even know if he technically saw his face.
You saw him from the back.
put-
Yeah.
Oh, well, they tied him
He
up.
put the gun to the
They
back
did
of his
tie him
head.
up,
Oh
so
yeah, they did tie him up.
They
Yeah.
tied him up.
Oh, I guess you're
so
right, yeah,
he
yeah.
definitely saw him, but again, it's just a case of like.
It was
well,
so long
means
ago.
As much as any
I
of the
remember some
random-
random
It was a bit
guy
part
from,
of a
yeah.
bit mission, you know.
It'd be like if he bumped into one of the soldiers on Aldani who survived. Just like during the skirmish. It's like, yeah, why would he? Like, why would he know anything about this? It is just a complete disconnect in terms of perspective. And of course, to just have Cyril, after just getting in this crazy fight, getting blasted, because there was an explosion that rocked him, and then he grabs Andor's rifle, points it at him, is trembling and staring him down, and Andor
the
to say, "Who are you?" You got to show the reaction. You
Well,
must.
just
no, I got to
completely
show what he
stunned.
looks like first, which is again
Yeah.
just this guy's lost everything. It's like he doesn't, it's just so desperately like, I've got the gun, you're here, finally, I have my justice, and it's not exactly what he's looking for. Obviously, yeah, I can't show stupid
Yeah.
Disney, especially on long streams. They're gonna be mad at me.
Mhm.
But yeah, again,
but,
Diego
yeah.
Luna just being like genuinely bewildered by this man. Oh, it fucking VLC freezes on me, of course.
No, we'll see. You're in league with them.
You're with him.
You're with them.
It's
You
also one of
turned
those.
him against me.
You turned
It's
VLC
also one of those
against me.
situations where like, I heard Cyril's actor talk about this moment because obviously in the aftermath of this, after the "Who are you," he kind of lowers the rifle a little, before he gets shot in the head. But you're kind of left wondering what that means. What does it mean? Does it just mean he would walk away? Does it mean he would potentially realize kind of everything that's happened and maybe somebody who would realize the evil? Like, what is it? And he was like, look, in that moment where he realized what the serial actor said was, in that moment when he realizes this guy's been the focus of everything and he doesn't even know who the fuck he is, he's ready to just put it down, drop the gun, and walk away and stumble away, basically, because his life means nothing.
It'd be a similar outcome to how things went with Dedra, right? It's just like complete stunned silence. Like, because how could this guy possibly not remember him? He's been like the sole focal point of his life for so long. How could that possibly be?
Well,
And then
and
until
and it's,
almost like realizes his own cosmic insignificance almost in events. Like nothing is what he thought it was. Like everything he's worked for has been kind of a lie. He's not the most important character in anybody's story. And then he realized like that brief moment of almost realization when he lowers the gun, and because we like him enough by this point to think, oh shit, maybe he's gonna go good, or maybe, like I wonder what will happen to him next. But then because this is just such a pure tragic episode, he gets shot by a pacifist, which is like very hard to
Yeah.
do. And
Yeah,
yet,
yeah.
here we are.
well, so there was
Ryland shoots Cyril.
there was a perspective about this that this wastes Cyril's character, that he could have been a part of the he could have been a part of the rebellion, and that would have been a fun angle to take the character. Which
We're dealing with Marcus here. That's what
I
we
feel
need to
yes.
understand.
So
I was about to say Marcus. Yeah.
there's so
The
much
point is
here
the
to
tragedy.
pull in terms of storytelling, the contrast with different characters and their journeys and stuff. We talked about how the Empire like carves these characters to do exactly what they need them to do, and then doesn't care about their well-being whatsoever. The fact that Cyril almost gets there, but he is killed for the life he's led up to this point. Like, that's who Rylance believes Cyril is, and has no reason to think anything otherwise, even though in this moment, Cyril is no longer that man. He's completely changed. He's gone through a shit ton. Who knows exactly what action he's going to take next, for sure. But it's too late. The consequences of having lived that life, of making those mistakes, is that you're now killed by the opposition as an enemy, as a member of the oppressive system. Like, that is the tragedy, I think, and it's a complete story.
And the line "Who are you?" taking on an extra meaning in that regard, because Cyril being like essentially this unformed character in this moment. Like at this point in time, there is no like definitive thing that could be said about who Cyril is or what like will happen with him next, right? And he never gets a chance to find out. He never gets a chance to really like define himself as an individual outside of the institution that has been using him to its own ends for basically his entire adult life, as far as we can tell.
It's just
He's used up and discarded.
I like the comparison of him and Andor as well. These two guys who at this point have a pretty heavy conviction for the similar goals, right? Similar values, but they've ended up on the complete opposite sides, and one of them is so harshly wrong, and in that moment feels like he's realized it, come to terms with it, realizes the absolute folly of executing Andor at this point, considering all information. But like the fact that I was just happy they allowed him the chance to lower the gun before executing him, writing wise,
Absolutely.
so that it gives us that. Because I never thought he was making it out of this episode, especially when Deirdre did the whole like we can be happy and we can be together if everything, it's just like he's gonna get fucking killed in the massacre. There's just no way. And again, as Platoon mentions, it's like what a perfect choice to have the man who's advocated this whole time that they stay peaceful be the one to execute him.
Well, I thought that was just a random old man.
Oh,
No.
According to some viewers, it was just a random old guy that killed him.
No, it
Ow.
hurts. It hurts my soul and my skin. If you don't want to watch the show, you don't have to watch the show. All right, but if you're gonna watch the show, at least do it the credit of paying attention, the mildest amount of attention, please.
What was that monument thing outside? What was that for? I can't remember. Oh, my
Wasn't this
God.
was like a landing strip or something?
Yeah, why'd they even come to this plaza? Who cares? Like,
Jesus Christ.
Why didn't the Empire just take it from them?
yeah, like exactly.
Why
would
didn't the
they
Empire just
water
blow
all
up the
Gorman?
planet?
Yeah,
If
no one
only
would
they
have
had some sort
The
of
Empire
weapon
loves
to do
blowing up
that.
planets.
Why didn't they use the Death Star?
Yeah.
Idiots.
Just come back when
That's
the
what
Death
I would have
Star's
done.
done. They
But
just
no,
pick it out of space.
this moment is phenomenally excellent and banking on shit tons of work they've done throughout both seasons. So fucking good. And I even like recovering from this, Andor getting up and trying to leave. He keeps looking back at Cyril. It's such a like, who was that guy?
He doesn't know,
Like,
yeah.
He's still so fucking confused as to what just happened to him.
And you know, the camera moving away from it is like, that's it for Cyril. His story's over. That cog we saw all the way back in like the security branch moved all the way up, but the whole time was just used by the Empire and then killed for it. Like the with no care given for all the higher ups, except one person. Well,
Hey, she's looking on at the devastation, like realizing what these decisions, like what it actually meant. You know.
we're taking a minute to appreciate Rip to the Goat, because Cyril is one of the best
Oh
characters.
yeah, this is
Mhm.
this is masterful storytelling. He is one of the best characters in Star Wars in terms
Easily.
of the story. What a complete bold package this is. What a great ending. What an insane idea to suggest anything different for like the ending of this character. It's just perfect.
What a betrayal of everything that his story sort of had going on to suggest anything else, really.
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole misery of it all is you want to know what would have happened with him next.
Yeah,
But you're not
unfortunately,
allowed.
That's
because
right, and he's not allowed because of the choices that he made.
Yeah, they
And of
have
course,
consequences.
it's
He
Marcus.
can't escape the past life, kills his potential new life.
And to
the
hammer the
best
point
among
home
them.
again, I guess, like, this is all so dependent on all of the many, many, many scenes for both of these characters throughout the entire, like, 1.5 seasons prior to this episode. This moment can't hit the way it does without all of that work. So, like, while this obviously deserves a shitload of praise for what it's done, it can't get all of the credit. It can't have
No,
it. So much
because
of
of
that
all of the
credit
prior
goes to the
storytelling.
yes.
All the way back to season 1, episode 1. And of course, it's nice because no matter how the story ends, though, I think it's safe to conclude if you're watching that, you know, it's pretty clear that all of us have pretty positive feelings about the overall season. This is a story that is safe, basically forever. It's sealed up tight. It's never going to get ruined, in all likelihood, because I imagine that like Dave Filoni wouldn't even know what he would want to do with trying to.
Hold out
well,
hope,
hey,
but
Well,
there's
hold on, Dave Filoni.
Yeah.
You guys missed the announcement at Star Wars Celebration. There's a Dave Filoni animated Cyril prequel show coming out. Of Cyril as a
Incredible.
12-year-old.
he's actually force sensitive, and the story is about how he loses it over the course of getting
It's
older.
he's gonna do
His
a
mother
buddy cop
beats the
thing
Force
with,
out of him.
like, some rogue Jedi or whatever, because another Jedi who like survived Order 66 and is just like fucking around in Morlana or whatever, and he shows up with Cyril and they go on a quick adventure, and Cyril's like, maybe the Empire is bad, and then Andor starts.
And he has a
We wonder
pet
what
wolf.
happened to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also has 3 pet wolves.
Of course, as you do.
Here's the thing, like when you get to the end of this entire season, for any character that's left alive at the end of this season, I mean, I was sitting there thinking, God, I would love to want to see you again.
Yeah.
But I really hope
We already
that I
know.
don't.
Look at Mon Mothma. Her and Ahsoka was fucking awful.
But exactly, yeah, like because there is a chance
Yeah.
they could come in as like bit part characters in some later series because this one's been reasonably well received by people who actually watched it, and they might come back. But if they do come back in any other show, they're just going to be completely retarded, and I don't want to see it.
For any
No,
character
Andor's
that is like
kid-
noteworthy or liked in any way, I am fully expecting them to return to be cannibalized by Star Wars at some point.
Oh, Andor's kid's going to be in the Rey movie, no doubt.
Mm,
You
So,
imagine?
unfortunately, it's
I actually
possible, but
can.
again, it's not going to be Andor's fault. That's the important part. If they
Yep.
do that, it's not going to be the fault of the storytellers here or this story. So, Andor and Willman escape the plaza and encounter a member of the Gorman Front who tells Willman that Drina went back to the basement to use the radio, send out a broadcast. Willman wants to rush back, but Andor stops him, says they need to get a ride back to the ship. But it's interrupted when several terrified civilians flood into the street because a KX droid is pursuing, and naturally, while walking towards Andor, keeps throwing people and punching people and attacking civilians that are running past.
And this does a good job of showing again, like how terrifying the KX droids are. I wasn't entirely satisfied, I think, with the way, because obviously this is the way we're going to end up introducing K2 into the story. It's like, I understand that this is sort of mechanically a convenient place to do it because the droids are all here and everything like that. I'm just not entirely sure I buy that Andor, in the mindset he must surely be in based on everything that's just been happening around him, would think, oh, hang on a minute, let's pick up like the two pieces of this droid. That will be useful to the plot later.
I'd
I
say
think, like,
the gap
Well-
that's missing here, or I guess the gap that is present here, is that we should have had at least a line or some kind of setup in a prior episode telling us how they've been waiting for an opportunity to get a KX droid, or a droid in
Yeah.
general. If they'd done that for us and let us know that this is something that is just a really great opportunity. This seems very casual in how the scene runs. He's like, hey,
Well, yeah, to
let's
be,
toss
to be
this
clear on
in.
what happens, as they're being chased, the rebel who killed Cinta, Sam, gets into transport and slams the KX droid into a wall, which disables it. Which I liked, by the way, that he had that moment, considering,
yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
his fuck up in the last arc. I figured they would give him something. I thought it was going to be like a heroic sacrifice, but this is, you know, I guess he gets to live and also take it out. And yeah, they see it there. And basically, like, after they discuss the plan, which is that Willman's going to head to the headquarters, and that Andor should go and make sure that people know what happened. It's like Andor seems to get the idea. They're like, oh, hey, help me put the KX unit on the transport. Like, it's almost like a passing thought of like, oh shit, we could probably take this,
Which,
rather than something that was planned ahead of time.
this might be a problem just in general, but the KX droid K2SO is OP. You're gonna want as many of these as you can get on your team. Not only is it amazing for stealth because it's an Imperial droid, it's extremely strong. It can wipe out like a whole army of stormtroopers if you play your cards right. It's excellent aim. It's able to hack. It's like a really good shield. It's funny, which can be handy.
As an added bonus. Yeah.
So I need to know how this is balanced because I don't know why. Say for example, right? You have like the ion shots in Star Wars that can disable droids. I would have thought they would just have a mission, whereas like we need to capture a KX droid. It should be pretty straightforward. Everyone get the.
You already said that they'd originally planned, like, sort of at least sketched out an entire episode, which is
Yeah.
sort of was like a horror episode where like there was Katie just going through like the interior of a ship being unstoppable. I can believe that was maybe like the mission to fetch the droid because of how useful it is. And that would have been a good thing to do because then it gives us a reason, it gives us intent, it gives us explanation, all the rest of that stuff. And he clearly likes these droids because he's very good at making them seem as powerful as they are, and he does like to use them in that way. It's just that I don't think that this was slotted back into the script as cleanly as it might otherwise have been done.
I need to
It feels
buy that this is a huge opportunity, and I don't even quite get that from the performances. It feels more like a 50-50. I guess we could do this.
they
I
jammed
mean, they
in
certainly
and-
seem wary of it enough. They certainly sell that they understand it's dangerous, but
well, they just saw him beating the
more.
shit out of a million people in the plaza and stuff.
Yeah.
What
And-
I'm also
and
aiming
Andor
at
got-
is just how
Yeah,
amazing
go ahead.
K2SO is. Right? Like, did they know that before this happened? Is he the first they've ever done this with? Because holy shit, it should change everything in terms of get as many of those KX droids on your team as you can.
And
Also, it should just be noted because I think it's important when they decided that they were going to say, "Hey, this whole Star Wars expanded universe, we're decanonizing all of that, and everything that we make going forward is going to be canon. Doesn't matter if it's a TV show, doesn't matter if it's a movie, doesn't matter if it's a novel, doesn't matter if it's a comic book. You can invest in all of this because everything is connected." Well, they had a one-shot comic book for Cassian and K2 about their origin story. And it wasn't this, right? That was
Yeah.
written, I think, in the aftermath of Rogue One at some point. It's not like this at all in any way, shape, or form. They retconned it for this scene. And one, I think you should stick to what you have in there. And two, if you're going to retcon something, it needs to be really fucking good. And it's not.
Well, the counterpoint is the speech that Mon Mothma gives, right? Because like that's technically a bit of a retcon in the sense that there was a different version of that speech in Rebels, and they looked at it and thought, well, we want to do. I think Dan
They
Gilroy's
kept
comment was
it,
something like,
like-
are we bound by
did.
that fucking speech? I think was the line he used, and so
Yeah.
they
And-
rewrote the speech, and it wasn't.
Am I
It was,
beholden to some bullshit Filoni created?
And
It's
that is hilarious, like because it's happening. Like Dave Filoni's done this to Star Wars his entire life. He's been over and butt fucked it however he wants, and for someone to do that to his stuff is ironic and funny. However, they looked at it. They're like, we can't put this baby shit in our show. So they decided to have Mon Mothma give a speech before she left. And then they even set up in the aftermath, hey, they want you to do a broadcast. So setting up that speech would still occur in the
Oh, yeah,
aftermath.
they
By the
do.
way,
yeah.
that is very polite, and I wouldn't have cared if he retconned it.
I mean,
from what it was originally.
He chose to respect a terrible kids show.
which he
So-
did. It's crazy because that's something you just don't see
Yep.
in much of anything. To be honest with you, gracious you could call them because they obviously didn't have to.
Yeah, if he had just rewritten the speech, which I didn't think was like realistic, but I hoped for, I wouldn't have given a fuck. I would have supported the hell out of that decision.
Wait, do you not like Rebels?
Rebels is quite terrible. I don't know.
Okay, well, geez, hot take suddenly.
What's worse, Rebels or Clone Wars?
I think the Clone Wars is fuck actually.
Oh god.
I think the Clone Wars is slightly worse. But like part of that's
In
probably
fact-
coming off the back of Rebels just like isn't real in my head. You know what I mean? Like it's just not fucking real.
That's fair, but I mean, obviously for me, the Clone Wars is something that I easily can just consider not canon because it's retarded to
It's like the
include
Han
it in the
Solo
canon.
movie.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, they're
Yeah,
both
it's
completely
Solo.
not real in that regard.
Yeah, like
It's like Acolyte and all that shit. It's like that obviously didn't happen. No one
Nope.
believes you. Don't be ridiculous.
The
Does Clone Wars
power of
introduce the whole
many.
time travel world between worlds thing, or is that a Rebels
That was
creation?
Rebels,
that was
which
Rebels.
counts
Arguably,
pretty
the
heavily
argument,
against
yeah, exactly.
Rebels.
The argument is that therefore Rebels has done more damage
yeah,
to the
but
fabric
remember,
of
the
canonical
Clone
Star
Wars
Wars.
had
Fabric of reality.
had that didn't Clone Wars have that
Mortis?
planet with Mortis, exactly.
Mortis,
which
Yeah.
is
you're gonna
pretty
see
bad
in
itself.
Ahsoka season 2. Now,
Exciting.
the thing is, like Clone Wars, you have like actively Anakin and Obi-Wan are in every single episode, right? So all of these like bad things and retarded shit, it's happening with these characters that you're familiar with and very invested in. Whereas Rebels is
It
basically
hits harder,
bunch of
yeah.
it's like a Scooby Doo gang, and
Yeah, like they're ruining
but
their
once
own
every
weird
2 episodes, Leia
creations, not
shows up,
our
she-
things.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say that Rebels has more instances where it like approaches having a pulse, whereas the Clone Wars is
Oh.
more consistently tolerable. How does that sound?
There's a couple, moments like Kanan's sacrifice and stuff like that, where I think that's a powerful like moment. You know what I mean? Even if in the grand scheme of things,
Kanan and Ezra like almost have a dynamic, like nearly. The teacher who doesn't necessarily know exactly what the fuck's going on, and his unruly student. There's like almost something there, but they don't. It's a kids show, obviously, so they don't do very well with it.
and then he finds the Bendu, and you're like, oh, what the fuck?
What about the WoW monster? Yeah.
So we start hearing along with some imagery of sort of we're doing the thing with the speech and the recap of what's happened. And we the speech that's being broadcast from the headquarters is, "This is Palmo 1. We are under siege. We're being slaughtered. The imperial murder of Gorman has begun. There are hundreds of bodies this moment. As I say these words, hundreds of murdered Gormans lay dead in Palmo Plaza. Thousands more on the streets, more every minute. We're being destroyed. This is Gorman reaching for any open channel that can hear me. If you can hear me, if you believe in truth, if you have any faith left in truth, please mark this message and pass it forward. This is murder. The Empire built this fire. They made this fire and led us to the slaughter. Now they expect us to die without knowing why. The conspiracy we feared is real. It's here today. Help us. Is there no one who can help us?" I would say that last line hits pretty, like, it's pretty it's tough. The
Yeah.
actress is
Oh, yeah.
is getting quite distraught on that line, and it really it's impactful. It just like drives home how desperate the situation is, as well as the unfortunate reality that there are nobody's coming to their aid. Nobody's going to help them.
So many
Even
good
if there was anyone
performances.
willing, it's too late.
Yeah, it's over.
The guy
And we
who
see, yeah,
plays Rylance, just that one shot of him, it's like, holy
yeah,
shit.
Hmm.
So utterly defeated.
And he's in
well,
his
yeah,
in the
because
store there where they have all the rolls of the silk and everything. There's like a
Mhm.
shadow of his past life. It used to be a place where there's a great designer capital of the galaxy, and it was a place of artistry and creation and expression, and it was really happy, and it was just to contrast it with how he looks now, kind of leaning up against that in his
That
disheveled state.
that expression of like impotent fury he gives, where he like bares his teeth for a second, but like
Yeah.
there's nothing for it anymore.
hmm And we see, yeah, because as the message is broadcast, we see Lazine, he's carried one of the Gorman rebels who was mortally wounded, and he collapses to the ground and dies.
That
As
was
Lazine is there.
the two he was like hand in hand with doing the anthem where
Yeah,
they're
during
both
the
dead.
anthem. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah. And then we see, yeah, Rylance just completely devastated. Willman reunites with Drina at the headquarters, but then we also have the shot of Andor, who is deeply traumatized by this
The
event.
second time, right? It's the second time he's have to like drive away from the scene of this
Yep.
atrocity committed by the Empire and sort of staring forlornly and shocked into the distance. And of course, playing on the back of the mind is probably that this is what Luthen said would happen and was okay with happening. This was a necessary sacrifice in the mind of the person who's been giving him his instructions for most of his life in the rebellion. It burned brightly.
Getting to see a person actually like bear trauma from an event like this. I know that sounds like I'm not really asking very much, but trauma as a result of like severe events like this is something that fiction often doesn't want to like tolerate because it gets in the way. It puts characters out of action a lot of the time. It, fundamentally changes them in ways that maybe aren't conducive for what you want from your narrative. If you have a story about someone who's like constantly fighting evil, we don't want to like have to deal with the intense psychological burden that arises from constantly being faced with the worst of it and getting into like the deepest atrocities that have been committed by the thing they're fighting against.
I think a lot of it too is just that a lot of shows and movies, they really just don't want to reference that things happened. Once it's in the past, it's in the past, it's done, it's over. I mean, Arcane season 2 is particular egregious examples of a character will die or an event will happen and never be mentioned again. The person's just gone, they don't exist anymore. It's as if they were never here. And in this, things are referenced. If a person, a place, it doesn't just disappear. Like it happened. People remember that. It's important.
How could you
Well, and
reference that annoying, stupid little girl that way, Rags, that no one cares about as soon as she's gone?
Oh
Had
dang, I
an
was talking about
enormous,
Heimerdinger.
enormous
But
fucking
yeah.
relevance to the plot that changed everything, but then also, what a shame.
Well, yeah, by comparison to this, where, this is episode 8, and so the conclusion to be drawn is episode 9 will naturally be dealing with the fallout of this event, as it should. There's a lot that has to come of this event. There's a lot of that it's going to facilitate, and we need that time to essentially explore that fallout. Though to sort of attach onto what you were saying, Theo, about the sort of absence of showing or a lack of showing like the trauma of incredibly intense and emotionally confronting situations. It's definitely important to show it. And this would be an instance where it's like, yeah, I feel like Andor himself can sometimes get overshadowed as a character in this story because there's such a robust cast. But I mean, he is like the binding element. He is the glue that binds all of it together. He is a great character.
He moves through all the plot lines, right? And
Sorry, go on.
I would just argue that he rarely gets to be emotional as well because he has to keep everything running, and he's usually one of the most important players. So, like, the fact that he's just got to drive away listening to that broadcast, like, he gets what I feel like is a rare moment for him to actually, let himself feel for a bit.
I think it can also work against him is the fact that when he is able to emote or given a chance to emote, lots of his character, an important part of it is that he is suppressing a load of the feelings that he does have. So he can come across as being quite dour and not ever so engaging because he's constantly either in a state of tension or suppressed misery. And it's the one, like the big tonal shift that will happen in the final arc of this is that as soon as you get K2 onto the scene, there's a lot more of that buddy cop almost dynamic that brings a little bit more comedy out of him, makes him a slightly lighter character, or at least with a more obviously greater range.
Yeah.
And it sort of helps him, I think, because it's not constant misery at that point. And the constant misery is absolutely earned and justified. I just think from some people who maybe watch the show and think, well, he's quite a boring, flat, one-note main character. That's probably the reason why. Is there's a lot going on, but he has
is
to
a
not
shame,
show
yeah.
it.
If K2 were in the whole season, the season would have gone over way better, I think, with a lot of people. He's just
he's a crowd
fucking
pleaser.
he's entertaining as hell.
He's just great to see. He's cool. I love the design, the voice, the quips. It's just he's a crowd pleaser.
Still can't talk about him for another, 3
Nope.
episodes?
New?
Just a reason for everyone to show up tomorrow.
We also got Deirdre in the little secluded room, clutching at her collar before breaking down. The clutching at the collar feels, again, it's like, well, that was definitely intentional.
I mean, it's just this whole scene is intense. She's giving what I think everyone would only assume is like one of the perfect sort of representations of a character like Deirdre having immense grief and guilt.
It's like she doesn't even understand what is happening to her in a way, and like she's just trying to recompose herself and get back under control.
Any action her body takes that's not fully, conscious, she tries to prevent.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And then the final scene is Edie on Coruscant being comforted by her friends. She watches a news broadcast from Gorman of the aftermath of the event, which something that is noted. It was noted before. The area's been essentially cleansed. They've removed all of the bodies from the background for the broadcast.
Yeah, but they've got the explosive damage is easily viewed. It's so gross.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
How randomly annoying is it that the TV's so fucking small on that wall? I saw people posting the Michael Scott from The Office meme where he gets the 13-inch plasma TV and puts it up on his wall. That's what that reminds me of.
TV set for
it's pretty small.
It is pretty small, yeah.
There is one thing from slightly earlier I'd like to bring up. I think it's during like the montage stuff, which is just the image of the TIE fighters circling above the plaza like vultures.
Yes.
Is a really, really nice image to like cap off this entire sequence.
They've been able with a small number of TIE fighters throughout these 2 seasons to make them intimidating in the right situations, right? When you don't have a lot of firepower, the threat of one TIE fighter coming down a valley in Aldani is life-threatening immediately. Not just life-threatening, but your entire operation threatening. And with them constantly every 5 minutes kind of screaming over the plaza as all this tension is building, I thought they've been well handled.
It's because it's quite literally a grounded production, right? Like you never ever really see it, with the exception of this slightly dumb chase sequence in episode 1. You never really see any of your characters in this show on the same level. No one's fighting TIE fighters with another air unit. They're always on the ground. So these things are over them. They are basically unstoppable. You have no air support. It's just this entire field of view is taken up by something only your enemy has. And it makes them very intimidating, much like with the Stormtroopers, because we've chosen to depict a group of heroes who are so much less powerful than all of this, individually anyway.
I would say as well, the tragedy of Edie's story coming full circle of she was convinced by the Empire's propaganda machine that the Gormans were horrible, self-obsessed, sort of dangerous people, warning Cyril for ages, telling him to look after himself, make sure he's taken care of, and he'll have died, and she'll just completely believe, fuck the Gormans. Like, they don't deserve consideration at this point. which is
Yeah,
gonna.
fuck the Gormans, but
Right.
also it's like this is the product of what she has done. Like she drove Cyril all the way through. She was the reason he had a career. She's the reason he kept a career. She made decisions for him. She put him in these positions. And even if she didn't want him to be on Gorman, like she must have known still that this was partly her responsibility. He's doing his entire personality is formed by her, and his personality has put him in this situation. So in a sense, it's not just that she will blame the Gormans for what they've done. She'll probably blame herself for it as well. Her son has died, and she made him that way.
Just a tragic episode, really, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and it's also,
Was through
I
and through.
assume, I don't know if anyone disagrees, but the best
Well, yeah,
of Andor season 1 and
This is
2.
the-
Yeah.
Yes,
It's the best
this is
episode in the
best
show.
episode.
Thinking so.
The best one.
Thinking so.
Yep.
A lot of moving parts, a lot of stuff that's been set up converging together, and a lot of implications and impacts.
And it certainly had its impact broadly. A lot of people were talking about everything in this episode for a little bit there.
Naturally, of
Masterclass
course.
in dramatic irony as well. With again, we're privy to exactly what's going on here from every step of the episode, but we still don't know fully exactly how it's going to roll out, like how this entire event is going to unfold. So we're left to just watch something that we know for sure is coming, but we don't know exactly how, and no one else knows what is even happening as such. So
It's so good. And
It's very good.
I'm not sure, because the thing is that in terms of other ones that would compete with this, like, well, other contenders for the best episode, were like One Way Out, or episode 6, the Eye, that episode, or I'm trying to think of what
I mean,
else.
personally, I
consider
love episode 10 of season 2 a lot.
Well, yes, but I guess up until this point, because if you
Oh, right.
include afterward, then yes, episode 10, which we'll be talking about as part of the final arc, is pretty competitive as well. But yeah, this is this stands out to me. It's just it's a masterful episode of television. It's like as an individual component, it's like the best Star Wars thing in decades. So, you know, like I know it's almost like, because that's what everybody says, but it is kind of just the reality of the situation, and also the best thing that we've had since the original trilogy.
Well, I don't disagree. That's pretty easy.
I wouldn't begrudge placing it above the original trilogy.
I know some people have. I think Random Film Talk said he thinks Andor is better than the OT. So there are people out there.
I know
who,
I certainly prefer it.
I don't know,
It's
because like season 2, for example, is quite inconsistent in the sense that obviously that the first, we've had a lot of problems with the first act, for example, of season 2. And I would probably put like the first act of season 2 as the thing that drags like a quarter of the thing down against the flaws that drag, say, half of Return of the Jedi down. Because I think that probably is the least, or the most imperfect of all the OT films. Up until that, I don't think I'd put Andor above A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back, for example. So if it depends if you're taking them as a 3 or taking them individually.
Dethroning Empire is almost impossible. Andor gave it an excellent shot, but it's not competitive because of how much Empire means to me. Since I was like watched it super young, it was never going to be able to dethrone it, I don't think. But you know, like this is pretty fucking exceptional.
Yeah, you're talking about different methods of storytelling and focusing on very different aspects as well. In terms of, you know, the not 24 hours, but probably 18 to 20 hours that this show has to get in the deep nitty gritty of different things. So I think you're looking at different formats certainly for storytelling.
Does make it tough to compare for sure, because comparing a movie to a television series or two seasons of it, or also including, you know, Rogue One as part of it as well, it's like, yeah, it's a bit of a strange one, and I agree that they're achieving different things as well. But yeah, it's just that it is almost fascinating to say, like, wait, so is, you know, in like the last like 40 years since the original trilogy came out, what else would be competitive with Andor? It's like, shit, man. I don't fucking know. What would we be pointing to as being genuinely, truly competitive?
Well, I mean, you know, just for the elephant in the room, a lot of people would say that Revenge of the Sith is better. I know that that's not shared by many people
Revenge
here.
of the Sith is better
That's
than Andor.
That is a deeply unserious perspective.
There are fans of everything all over the place. I don't know. For example, I have no idea what Ryan thinks prequels compared to Andor. I have no
I
idea.
figured you'd be pointing to certain video games that people would be saying.
I
I wasn't going to go to
competitive.
video games. I
and
thought
that-
we
and
were.
that's what I mean. So like for me, I imagine I like the prequels a lot more than you guys. And even though all the
I
original,
love the prequels. I love
even though
them.
all
I-
the, even though all the original trilogy movies are better than Revenge of the Sith, like that remains my favorite Star Wars movie, probably because a lot of what I grew up with and when I watched it and like kind of that aspect of it. So, but like I said, it's also a different method of storytelling. For example, if I read a book and it takes me 12, 15 hours to get through that book, the amount that you get from that and the connection of the characters and the insight you gain into their headspace, like all these different things that you can't do in a movie, can do a little more so in a long form television show. It is a different experience. You know what I mean? Like, because I've read
Mhm.
books, like individual standalone books as part of like a 19 book series that had maybe more of an impact on me than, the Star Wars, than one or two of these Star Wars movies, right? But what I sit there and say that, I think that Star by Star by Troy Denning, well, that's a better Star Wars story than say Return of the Jedi. I wouldn't say it. Do you know what I mean?
I get you completely, yeah. Because a lot of people pick. I mean, it was Oscar Isaac's answer, right, where he said, "Return of the Jedi probably not the best Star Wars movie, but it's his favorite." And it's like, yeah, I get why. I don't need to be told why.
The ending is amazing.
Well, and
ending.
by the same vein, to be clear, 'cause it was said, but like we actually quite like the prequels here, if not love them. I would say we're all.
I do want to disclaim, I do not. I really hate those
except
films.
him.
That's okay. So Theo doesn't, but yeah, I really enjoy watching Revenge of the Sith in particular. I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah,
but
But we're quite critical of them, heavily
they're bad
critical of them.
movies.
Revenge
Now,
of the Sith,
like
I like
them.
most tolerable seal of approval from me. Whatever that means to you.
Look, I like the Battle of Geonosis.
Yeah,
I enjoy it.
I love Count Dooku. Every fucking line, man.
Yeah.
He's brilliant. I want more.
Sure.
Darth Maul is super cool. The fight, Duel of the Fates, is really entertaining.
There's so many
Jar Jar
great
Binks,
lines.
classic.
Now there are
I mean-
two of them.
I suppose something to add on though in terms of saying this because
use
yeah,
that.
we're not done with the show yet, but like yeah, for me it's pretty comfortable saying that this is my favorite Star Wars thing like since the OT.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, like I thoroughly impressed with this show, but it is quite an indictment on not just Disney Star Wars that it really is like so easy to point to a handful of specific things and say like, oh yeah, that's like easily better than literally these like several movies, dozens of TV shows, and all of this like additional stuff that like a lot of people seem to basically acknowledge has no chance. If it's not Andor, nothing that Disney Star Wars has made would be considered competitive for like
not even close. Not
Star
even
Wars
close.
content. And even in the prequel era, you'd probably be pointing to games or books rather than the films themselves. It's it's not a great situation.
Well, we've,
in an ideal world, there'd be a lot of
the
shows like
prequels.
Andor.
The prequels are a messenger. Okay.
Because it was mentioned with Ryan. I can't remember if we were on a stream or on a call, but I would argue the story in Star Wars Battlefront 2 Classic, like that campaign, has better writing and a better story than the vast majority of what Disney have done with Star Wars. And it's not even that long.
Yeah, I could you could name a dozen like video games right off the bat, including one where you actually do steal the Death Star plans as Kyle Katarn in Dark Forces. But yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of people's only experience with Star Wars, maybe they played one game or something there. A lot of it is just through the lens of the movies and maybe a handful of these Disney TV series that people have put out. And if you're hungry for Star Wars, there's a lot. There are hundreds and hundreds of hours out there. And you know what? Some of the books fucking suck, but some of them are also absolute bang.
Results may vary too, because I assume you've played Star Wars Bounty Hunter, right? The Jango Fett game.
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite games.
I love
ever,
it.
yeah.
But the thing is, you play all of that, then if you watch Attack of the Clones, you'll be like, What? Zab's just dead? Okay.
Yeah, Zam just gets nuked. Yeah.
Zab has like 5 minutes on screen, and then fucking Django kills it. Like, Jesus Christ! If you play the campaign, you would not have assumed that was gonna happen.
No, I mean, I don't think the Django and Bounty Hunter would have like got Zam to get some bugs, to put the bugs through a window, to hope that the bugs that she put through the window would kill the target that he, having been hired to kill her, then hired another person to kill. It's a very
Look, that makes
confusing few
total
minutes
sense,
of film.
Okay? Death by bug.
It's called compartmentalization, Platoon. You wouldn't understand because you're not a cool bounty hunter. You don't know about
What if
any of this stuff.
Montross randomly shows, a reformed Montross shows up at the Battle of Geonosis? That's really what we needed in Attack of the
Get
Clones.
Clancy Brown, because he's been in Star Wars, but he was a devil man, so you can get him to be Montross. That'll work.
Do you remember those like the outtakes that they made specifically for that game
Yes.
that you unlocked
I
as you
loved
got through
them.
the levels? They were great.
He's like spinning his guns around. He's just like, "What's my motivation?" There's like a director off screen, just like, "You're a bounty hunter. You hunt bounties." Like,
Yeah. Where he's like, I'm on the hunt, and like some piece of equipment malfunctions and a door randomly shuts behind him, or somebody
Yeah.
walks into the camera frame and they restart. Yeah.
I love that game. It's awesome. And that could easily be adapted into a really great TV show or movie, then they will never do that.
Nope.
The Bando Gora scared the shit out of me when
They
I
are
played that
scary,
game.
yeah. Dude, and
It is creepy.
What are these? 'Cause I'm not
Kamari
familiar with the
Vosa
game
is
much.
a solid bad guy for a movie too.
Yeah, so Kamari Vosa plays essentially the fallen Padawan of like ex-Padawan of Count Dooku.
Yeah.
Who essentially has this kind of cult of followers. And the Bando Gora are these freaks. They're like a death cult. And you get to the later stages of the game and you realize the Bando Gora have been doing all this stuff, and he's trying to track them down to kill Kamari Vosa, because if he does, he gets, I don't know if it's like 1 million or 2 million credits or whatever the number is.
It's huge.
In reality, Dooku sends out this bounty because he knows Kamari Vosa is going to be incredibly difficult to kill, and he wants to establish who the most skilled warrior really is in the galaxy that could get her, so that he can use them as a template for the clone army.
Which is a pretty awesome idea, I think.
Yeah.
Maul has phased out Clancy Brown's appearance in Ahsoka. You goddamn right, I forgot. he's in Star Wars twice already. Fuck.
He's in that?
Yeah, he was that
he
dude at the beginning of episode 1, right? With the Sabine or whatever. It's because he voiced the character in the show, but he's
voiced him, yeah.
fuck, 2 appearances of Clancy Brown. We can't have him a third
I
time,
have
can
no
we?
memory of this. I'm kind of glad of that. That's great.
Oh, don't worry,
That
Theo.
shows
We
it.
have videos on EFAP TV of you.
Oh, yeah, I can go find out.
You could watch you watching it.
Yeah.
I have all those good memories just come flooding back into your psyche.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I should pencil that in for one of these days.
We're going home.
Yeah, for the record, Theo, you
Alright.
don't like Dexter Jetster?
No.
My God.
Jesus Christ, man!
Sometimes I wonder about you.
Have you no dignity?
Do I even like anything?
Sometimes you make us wonder.
So, that brings us to episode 9, the conclusion of the third arc. So it's a rainy day on Coruscant, and Bale and several other senators watch as Iran is arrested with no due process in the Senate chambers by a squad of stormtroopers. And Iran exclaims that Gorman is being slaughtered and that other civilizations will soon suffer the same fate, which, ominous warning, but it's, it's
Well,
basically correct. Like,
get a
he's
camera
totally
pan
right.
to Bale,
And
right?
Bale is right there.
He says
Yeah.
this will be you soon enough with Bale in the screen. Like,
Mhm.
I don't know. That's just shit I enjoy. Good stuff.
And Mon joins Bale and they discuss the plainly false story that's being disseminated by the Empire. And Mon resolves to deliver a speech to the Senate tomorrow, but it's recognized that upon doing so, she will have to leave immediately, as a speech like that is bound to draw the ire of the Emperor. And she wants to leave with Bale, but he refuses. He believes he needs to remain on Coruscant to buy the rebellion more time. But says that Mon should go, as Yavin needs her leadership, and that something does need to be said. And to this, Mon, who is a bit stunned by all this, says, "You'll be a hostage," and Bale replies, "Let's hope not." That's his task, is to stay behind, basically.
Well, and they make
Well, she
reference
goes,
to
like,
the
later.
plan. Well,
That's right, that notes that a senator found a listening device in her office, so Mon needs to be careful if she's going to say anything.
It's just still, like I said, I keep bringing it up. It's so crazy to me. It's like this plan, it gets more details as we go along, and then in Rogue One they have the line where he's like, I'm gonna, get an old friend, he's a Jedi, and that I'm gonna have someone I trust get the message to him. And it's like, that's Leia and Obi-Wan, and then the next, take up, you're like, yep, we're there now. It's like the details are so thin and low frequency until you just get more and more and more. It is weird how the timeline goes. Andor Season 1, Season 2, Rogue One, New Hope, Empire, Return of the Jedi, and then it stops and they didn't make anything else.
Maybe it's for
Very
the
good,
best.
Julia.
Would have been nice,
Look at me, I'm so progressive, tolerating Rogue One there. I didn't have to,
I do also appreciate this as a nod to. There's something that's said at the start of A New Hope that could have been like a bit difficult for Andor to jive with how it is like set up, which is that the rebellion has like some amount of support in the Imperial Senate. That is something that is being brought up at the big meeting with the Joint Chiefs and whatnot. Before Tarkin shows up and says that's not going to be a problem. The Senate's been dissolved. Like the rebellion is a known entity within the Senate and has some amount of Senate support. Bale is here to like somewhat embody that.
Yeah.
But in a way that they can tolerate compared to, an organized rebellion.
It's all a balancing act, right? Because like the information there's lines in Rogue One that lock them in multiple ways with how this story is going to function. They knew that, and they had to write around them and with them and set them up and stuff. When a lot of people, Filoni included, would have been like, well, continuity is a funny thing. In a way, when I tell my story, it is compatible with any other story because they're just stories being told and by the person, and so there can be little crossovers and contradictions. It's like, yeah, that sounds lazy, bro. You just whatever you say.
Yeah, but have you considered that Star Wars is not a science fiction lesson?
Oh, you got me. Mister doesn't have a career anymore.
I did, that's right.
Oh.
Even the inclusion of like a character like Erskine, who obviously comes up later in this episode, is like that's a Rebels character. They could have had anybody, they could have, but they took a Rebels character and did something actually interesting with him, where they could have just done their own thing and kind of ignored that he existed until he randomly appears in Rebels.
Yeah, like taking advantage, especially the whole like dropping the thing in Act 1, the conversation with Luthen mentioning Gorman, and then letting that sit as a seed all the way up until now. That was an interesting choice as well. The good hints, little pieces, different things.
Yeah, you're really, especially in sort of, here going forward, you really start to see that build up to maybe familiar things.
But yeah, then we get they're building a little. I guess it's building on the personality or the alias that Andor had for Gorman, right? The journalist. It's even the same name, I think. Just may as well maintain it, but getting more clearance ready for Coruscant. And something I noticed here before talking about any of the I guess the conversation, but is that that's a carbonite frozen something next to Andor there, right? That's what that is, I'm assuming.
Let me see.
Are we looking?
Zoom it in a bit. It looks similar, like there's something poking out of it.
I think so.
Yeah, it does look like it.
I can't tell what it is though. I'm curious. I assume it's just a way to transport, precious items, which makes sense.
Yeah, because it was originally used for cargo, right? It wasn't used for people yet.
Yeah.
It was used for cargo. Maybe I don't know if they did it with like chattel and stuff.
Yeah, it has to be like very specifically calibrated to be able to handle like living organic things, and it's touchy. So, but the idea that you could transport other things with it is perfectly conceivable. Yeah, I don't really know what it's supposed to be though.
I think it's just nice details. A lot of the set dressing in this is
yeah, it's the set. Yeah, the set dressing, man.
Shit.
The armor sits in the back. The carbonite stuff. Oh, it's good. I could
Imagine they
go
had
to the
Darth
store.
Vader's armor in the room. Wouldn't that be cool?
Yes, the voodoo hide. We gotta see the voodoo hide.
Ryan, have you seen that video for Red Letter Media?
Which one?
I like how I said that thinking that you just know, because me and Rags do.
We know voodoo hide. Do you know voodoo hide?
It's this video where Mike and Rich go through a description of what is it what Vader's suit is made of, right?
Kind of, yeah. It's about his suit. It's like a Star Wars encyclopedia entry on his suit.
Still, the voodoo
Oh.
hide's funny, but the funniest part is the Palpatine reconstruction surgery facility or whatever. That he made
Yeah.
sure it was named after him. Like he like name dropped it. There's a video for it. It's very fucking funny because I didn't know. I guess it makes sense, right? 'Cause Star Wars is incredibly popular. That someone would have written excessive amounts of information to try and make all of it make sense in universe, I guess. But
Yeah, there's quite literally encyclopedias about all that shit, from ones that they publish to ones that they just had internally that are just stacks and stacks and stacks of things in order to reference for when people are writing stories and everything. Um, which is an important part in a universe that's in like
oh,
that, like
I'm
world building is so important.
I am all for that kind of passion, and I mean, I'm assuming you remember just as well as we all do. When the Force Awakens teasers came out, theory channels went fucking crazy everywhere. Everybody was speculating on what it could all mean and how everything was going to run. Compare that to now, where if a Rey trailer came out for a Rey movie, whatever, there wouldn't be any speculation. It would just be, well, this looks awful. Like, all the top comments would just be variations of snarky jokes about
We
how
wanted
awful it is.
this. Why are they doing it?
Yeah.
Where's
Even
Andor? Is he
after
safe?
Force Awakens, because Force Awakens was such a fucking nothing burger that revealed nothing to us about what's actually going on. The theories were still crazy after that.
Yeah.
Wasn't until they were
Desperate.
forced to do something that people were like, "Well, this fucking sucks."
There was
It's funny to watch
obviously...
Red Letter Media's, like, if you go watch their Force Awakens and Rogue One reviews, and then progressively as things start to come out, how it just takes a fucking nosedive all of their opinions on it.
Oh yeah. Well, a lot of people were that way, right? Because Force Awakens, it like carried itself on the feelings everyone had for better shit. And then TLJ backstabbed, and then it was like looking back, wait, TFA was nothing, and then Rise of Skywalker was like embarrassing drunk shouting themselves. So that was it. It was all over then. There's no fucking things to hold on to. Luckily, though, they released a whole bunch of good TV shows like Andor.
Oh yeah,
Thank
that's
God.
right.
A whole bunch of
Andor
good
was just
shows,
one
so,
among many.
yeah.
God,
The
it's such a
Acolyte-
Spoiled for choice.
I will say it's been funny seeing people try to astroturf like that Acolyte is actually popular and that it should get another season. I've seen a little bit of that lately, but it has been overshadowed by people saying the bleeding the lightsaber red is cringe. That's been getting around a lot and getting shit on.
Yay.
So didn't work. Yeah, but it was so funny. People being like, "Oh, this show was great," and you all said it sucks. It's like, okay, tell
was,
me one line of dialogue that you liked. Just one.
What does it mean?
There was a
Yeah.
clip of one of the fight scenes, and I can't remember which episode it was, but it was one of the fight scenes, and it said, like, I will never forgive you people for preventing a season 2 of Acolyte. And I was just looking at it, I was like, fine. Like, I'm
Yeah,
pretty
okay.
happy, to be
I'll take
honest.
responsibility for that.
Yeah.
I
It's
could
fine
live
with
I'll
me.
put that on my resume.
Yeah, like
It's so funny.
the only, like, for the conversation surrounding Acolyte, the only thing that's like truly like this is the best since whatever for the Acolyte were some of the lightsaber sequences. Now, some of them are like frankly really ridiculous. We talked about it on the show, but in terms of the quality of lightsaber combat we're getting from things like the Ahsoka series,
Yeah, I'm with you.
that is the one edge that it has over any of the other Star Wars shit that's come out, including the sequels, to be
As much
honest.
as I do hate the Acolyte, or rather that it's just one of the most worthless pieces of Star Wars content out of the lot, which is really saying something, the fight scenes were better choreographed than probably even the sequels, too.
Yeah, I like since the prequels, I think that's the best choreographed lightsaber duels we've had, which that's great. Obviously, it's not anywhere close to, the story and how important it is, but it's one thing. You can hang your hat on that, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
So, in Claire's shop, in Luthen's shop rather, Claire briefs Andor on the upcoming mission. He's going to use his journalist alias that he used on Gorman to get in the Senate building and extract Mon. And she notes that the pass that she's creating can be used for the whole year, but Andor says that he's not coming back and he's done after this. And Claire scoffs and asks, "Are you? What does that mean? Done with what? With us? With all of it?" And Andor says something very interesting, which is that Luthen will know what he means. I like this line. It feels like he's giving Luthen a good amount of essentially credit in terms of being able to understand Andor's perspective.
There's no
his
way that
relationship-
Luthen can't understand how tough all of this is, and yeah, the deal with Bix especially
Yeah.
must have left that
Mhm.
impression.
Yeah, and it's something that will become particularly clear in the fourth arc, is that Andor's perspective on Luthen is actually more positive than you might expect, and certainly more positive than a lot of other characters. It's more accurate, I suppose. It's more of a sort of he's got like the proper sort of bird's eye view on who Luthen is. But yeah, Claire starts tearing into Andor. She's saying you're tired. It's too much. It's too hard. The senator you'll be saving is about to risk everything putting a voice to the atrocity you just survived. Tell her you're done. And Andor turns around and asks her when he's ever failed to come through, before declaring that he has to start making his own decisions. To which Claire rebukes, I thought that's what we were fighting for. Like,
Yeah,
ooh,
there's a
it's
lot of
bit
excellent shit here.
Yeah.
I actually quite liked, especially in retrospect, considering episode 10, when she says, "You were witness to the Gorman massacre, one would think there's no stopping you." My perspective on her is basically that there's an element here of thinking he's kind of, like, there must be something fucking wrong with him, because who could possibly witness what both of them have in both of their histories and not want to spend every last moment of their life fighting the Empire? Like, there's no other pathway at that point, which is, again, episode 10, yeah, it is 10 stuff, but that's what Luthen says in other words to Claire when she's very young as well, is this notion of just like, you're done? Like, how could you be done? Of all times, now you could be, like, really, especially being, as we mentioned, this is Cassian's second time doing something like this, massacre-wise. It's fucking insane. And yeah, I like the... It's a scene that doesn't end with like an obvious correct point of view here. I need to start making my own decisions because he hates having to keep doing all these different jobs suddenly, and for anybody who needs them, wants to live his own life, sort of thing. But then it's like, yeah, so does everyone. We've got to defeat the Empire to let that happen.
Mm-hmm. That's the whole
Well, at the
point of
same
it.
time, it's hard to minimize like the beatdown that is being witness to something like that.
Exactly. I mean, it goes both ways. There's all these. It's just characters clashing with perspectives they both have that are reasonable.
I mean, Nemec's manifesto deals with this. You know, there will be times when the struggle seems impossible. It's like, yeah, that might be how he's feeling at the moment.
Was a lot.
So, in Mon's office, Erskine's sweeping for recording devices. He finds one beneath the couch. And he carefully places the device on Mon's desk, and she smashes it, which is
Kind of
picked up
symbolic.
by the ISB.
Yeah, when we were watching this, I was like, don't break it, don't break it. And then she broke it. I was like, damn it.
Yeah, they gotta...
Because it's good that you've found it. It means that you can now manipulate them. You can say things into it, you know, or next to it with it. But then again, she's planning on leaving, right?
Yeah,
she is planning on leaving, so there is that, and you know, they're not necessarily ready. Like, for instance, this going offline, because they do investigate it and basically conclude that it must have gone dead. Like, it wasn't their fault, it was on that end. It's like, well, there's a lot of things you can conclude from that. Not necessarily Mon's going to give a speech that's going to look really bad for the Empire and then immediately leave to join the rebellion on Yavin. It's like, that's that'd be a bit of a stretch. But they do investigate it. They keep looking into it. But in the meantime, Erskine insists that he keeps looking and tells Mon to go to the plaza to practice her speech. Which brings us to
you do
a
get
scene with
some
of
get a couple of the really banger lines as she's prepping, by the way, already. It's just like, hey, save it for the big show, okay? Gee.
That's okay though. We don't have the context or the delivery yet, but it's coming. But she goes outside and she nervously prepares her speech. And Luthen approaches, to Mon's surprise, obviously, because how did he know that she was there?
Bro,
And
looking
Luthen
like fucking Vader without the helmet right now.
He kind of is.
He's got that, what do the kids say these days? The Riz or
Aura?
the
Aura.
Drip?
the aura? Yeah, aura.
Yeah,
That's
aura.
right, drip. Whatever.
Just
I was gonna
flickering
say,
through the
he's got
rope.
the Riz. It's like, Friggy, you found him a bit attractive there. Is it? What's happening? I mean, you know.
I don't blame him. It's
Yeah, it's
Luthen
fair.
Rail.
It's Luthen.
Shot every possible term it could be.
He's a
So-
bit bellhoppy, I'd say. He's looking pretty good.
Luthen announces that Erskine works for him, which is something that Erskine wanted to disclose himself, but you know, Luthen has decided to do it, and Mon is understandably very upset by this revelation, and her mind begins to race because immediately at that point it's like, who else? Who else does she trust that she no longer can? Before saying, "Let me guess. In the end, it's only you I can trust. Is that it?" It's like, oh shit, Luthen, this is you should like this is not a good outcome right here, you know?
Yeah, the impression
is,
I got was that he thought strategically, I'll offer this bit of information as a way of like an olive branch of trust. I'm giving you something that I don't necessarily have to, and it's a show that we're being more honest with each other, but it backfires completely. Like, it's only seen as a complete betrayal, the Erskine
And it's
information.
also kind of an attempt to save face on Erskine's behalf, right? Because he says, oh, he did want to tell you himself, but now I'm here telling you. And in response, she's going to go and fire him because it's like it's a gesture by Luthen. You're right, and then it backfires in every way. It backfires for the person he's trying to protect. It backfires for himself. But it does a really good job of sort of seeding all of these internecine spying operations that are going on. We've already had like the indication of that with the Saw Gerrera scenes earlier in the season. They're spying on each other almost as much as they're
Yeah.
spying on the Imperials at
Well,
this point. So no one can trust anyone.
Is it not deliberate that the speech she was practicing was the notion of truth and lies in this universe, essentially, and how important they are, and then her most trusted like ally in amongst all this just admitted he's been lying to her for years?
Mm-hmm. It's just
Stuck
it's
in
really
this
cool
man's
because
web of disinformation.
Mm-hmm.
yet another instance of Luthen alienating himself from the people that he's working with. Because Mon's jumping ahead, you know, but we're getting there in terms of the conversation. Luthen says that Bale's team, which was arranged to take Mon to Yavin, is corrupted. And then he says that he owes Mon a favor, and she snaps, "You don't care about me." It's like, well, yeah, it's unfortunate. It's gonna make things harder for Luthen if that's what she believes. And the thing is like, well, is that true? It's like, well, it's complicated, isn't it?
It's his
fact-
responsibility constantly to maintain the game in total. Like, he doesn't have time for everybody's humanity, which is his big arguable flaw, right? It's what's going to take him
Cannot
down.
afford to care about anyone personally because he needs to see them as the pieces on the board. Because yeah, it would be kind of catastrophic if Mon got arrested. Simultaneously, Mon is a valuable asset, so it'd be good if she got out.
And
Yeah, that's
Luthen-
the thing.
Oh,
It's for Luthen, it's like she is a queen on the board, right?
Oh, yeah.
In terms of like her importance, not just if she were to be arrested, but her importance to what they're setting up and the leadership that he knows that they will need in the future. Like if they're ever actually to do anything impactful to stop the Empire. So us watching this, I think we realize that and we understand Luthen's perspective, but from Mon Mothma's perspective, with everything she's seen Luthen do, could he risk sacrificing the queen for a different play down the road? And I think she's justified in feeling very hesitant.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
this is just
she,
like the last straw for her, right, Erskine?
yeah,
like-
her performance in this scene, she just gradually comes across as more and more terrified as it goes. Does such an excellent job.
Mhm.
She just can't handle it anymore. Not after Tay.
Luthen pushes a bit harder though, and he says that Mon can't share this information with anybody. And clearly holding back tears, Mon mentions Tay, who she thinks about a lot, and how swiftly Luthen deemed Tay a risk and how quickly he was dispatched of. It's like, oh shit. Like,
am I gonna be?
I think Mod's jumped to a very scary conclusion. And Luthen interrupts and he reiterates that if she goes with Bale's plan, she will be arrested. But then Mon just outright states that she is quite a risk to Luthen. Which is true. She is. If she
Yeah,
was
she's-
compromised, it's like you said, she's the queen on the board. That would actually probably destroy everything.
He's trying to pragmatically explain the situation, and every word he fucking gives her more reason to think. It's like, you're arguing for why I should be basically killed.
Mm-hmm.
It is a great sign.
Yeah.
Like the rebellion, though, it needs to move beyond him, and it's almost at that point where it will move beyond him because he's done all of this stuff that's been necessary to build it, but he's done it in such a way that absolutely no one can trust anything that anybody says. which is no way to actually, build and sustain the movement that will eventually, go and fight the war.
Certainly not
So
of the size
it's-
they need it, you know.
Exactly, yeah. And Yavin being this almost the other side of that is the community where people are learning how to work together, are learning how to trust each other to a degree by comparison. That is the thing it must necessarily morph into. And like the writing has been on the wall for Luthen for ages, but this scene in particular is another one of those which just tell you like this is not a guy who has a future. He's made the future, but he can't make it for himself.
Mon attempts to leave and Luthen stops her. It's very uncomfortable.
You know, just like, don't you dare, right?
And then Luthen tells Mon again, this information can't be shared, but that he'll be sending somebody who knows he can trust. And then he says, I'm gonna try and do a Luthen voice. You'll ask if he's alone.
Well, Joe, I
He
can
will
play
say,
it.
if you
But
can
then we won't
play
get
it,
to
then
hear.
you might-
But then we won't get to
No,
hear
that's
Fringy's
I would
voice.
that's okay. You can play it. Because yeah, he says, you'll ask if he's alone. He'll say, I have friends everywhere, and then he stares at Mon for a little while before reiterating the point, which you can play.
Yeah, all right. So, see if we can get away with this. It's gonna be close, probably.
I have friends everywhere. I have friends everywhere.
So the reason this is like one of my favorite deliveries in the whole season, I'm not even gonna lie. It's so fucking good. It's this like pragmatic explanation of the mechanics involved with how you're gonna be able to get access to this person that's gonna help you. But simultaneously, that code word, that friendly code word that lets you know that the person you're dealing with can be trusted, and on the surface is just a nice thing to say in general, right? I have friends everywhere. He then repeats in this fucking menacing tone that sounds more like a threat than we've ever heard it before, and obviously the subtext is, don't fuck with me. I have people everywhere.
No matter
It's
where
so
you
good.
were
You
to
might
run
think I've
to or
alienated
what
everyone,
happens.
but I haven't actually.
Like that, the way he repeats it, he looks so fucking mad. And I think as part of this is the conversation. He never intended for the conversation to be like, I'm threatening you.
No.
But
This
it's
one-
gone that way now, and she's terrified of him. It's like, great. Well, then fucking listen, okay?
Now I need you
know?
to be afraid that if you like run from me, you will be living afraid for the rest of your life. That's essentially
You
what
are
he needs
in
to accomplish now.
too deep to just take off.
Every Luthen scene, man. It's just,
Yeah, so good. He does release it though. And then we see Legret, one of the ISB supervisors in the control room, who was informed that Mon has not left the Senate, which the driver Cloris claims is unusual. So they're going to keep an eye on it. But the ISB has been instructed to pay close attention to the Senate over the following days due to what happened on Gorman. And then one of the technicians tells Legret that the listening device in Mon's office is dead. So he's going to be in charge of essentially dealing with, trying to stop Mon from doing what she's about to do. Though they're not like exactly ready for her yet, or exactly how it's going to play out.
Mm-hmm.
And so Mon returns to her office the following morning. Erskine tells her that he's searched the entire office, and they're free to speak. Mon takes a moment, struggling to collect herself before saying, I'm not sure I felt this betrayed in my life, and I've had some experience. She is, this is pretty devastating, in terms of a
Close
revelation.
confidant has been just working for Luthen Rail of
For
all people.
Psycho
behind
Man,
your
yeah.
back. Yeah,
Yeah,
for
and
years.
For 2 years since the wedding. You remember when
Yep.
Luthen and Erskine were talking at the wedding? We are to conclude that was the beginning of the relationship.
Yeah, and just how alone she must feel, right? After having decided she needs to essentially destroy her career as it stands in Coruscant and is standing in general, to make one last plea to the Senate that the Empire is lying to everyone while being... It's, like I said, the lies for her right now. She's not going to be feeling too good about life in general. This is going to be tough. Soldiers on,
And when she discovers, when he admits that he's been working for Luthen since the wedding, it elicits a stunned and derisive chuckle from Mon. And then Erskine, adds that he only sought to protect her, to which she says, "You failed." And he apologizes. He's sorry that she feels that way, but then she turns her back on Erskine and dismisses him. And a sort of a noteworthy detail is that when Erskine leaves, it looks like Mon is actually struggling to raise her head, like to hold her head up high. It's like she's trying to do it, but it's not working. Like it's resisting. She can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, gonna be the biggest day of her life potentially.
Mm-hmm. I so do appreciate all of these moments throughout several scenes where we hang on a character for like 10 or 15 seconds just to get their reaction.
And get the reaction. Just see like, oh, I need to get in your head. I need to see what you're thinking.
Good shit. And Andor's there now, and he meets Luthen and Claire outside the Senate building, and Luthen admits that he wasn't sure Andor would come. And he just provides update that Wilman stayed behind to help the Gormans, and Claire interjects to remind them of the pressing task at hand, as she does. She's
We'll
not very
say, too,
interested in dealing with all of that.
It's just worth, when watching this scene, knowing it's the final time that Luthen and Andor will be talking.
That's right. There's some important things that are said here. Once we deal with a lot of the plot stuff, Luthen expresses that he regrets telling Mon about Erskine before basically making clear that he doesn't actually know, like, if Mon is going to follow through with his plan or bails. And Claire tries to check with Erskine, but he tells her that Mon threw him out, and he doesn't know what she's going to do. And he also expresses his frustrations with Luthen sharing that information too. So another person that that Luthen is pissed off.
Yep.
That he's relying on. And then I suppose that brings us to the super important conversation between Andor and Luthen. Because he tells Andor he doesn't plan to leave Coruscant for Yavin, not yet. He doesn't want to. And Andor rather desperately tells Luthen that the Empire will find him. And Luthen retorts, "Eventually they'll hang us both." Do I want to try and do the voice?
You absolutely do, yes.
Do Saul's voice.
No, I'll try and do Luthen's voice.
Kingpin.
Eventually they'll hang us both, won't they? We set that course the first time we met. And Andor snaps back, "Speak for yourself, I make my own decisions." And Luthen wonders if that's what Andor's been doing. And he says, "You appeared when I needed you. Eldani, Nakina, Ferrix, Sinar, Minerau, Gorman. And here we are."
I had no idea that Luthen was voiced by both Patty and Selma. It's quite impressive.
Yeah, all right. That's what he sounds like. He's got a raspy voice. Now I'm just imagining two Luthens sitting next to each other on the couch with the Patty and Selma hairstyle, smoking and making fun of Homer. But I will say, even with it feels like an interesting observation again that kind of echoes the observation that the Force Healer said, and also what Bix was kind of echoing too. This idea that like Andor just seems to arrive and appear and do what needs to be done when necessary, and that when you observe the pattern, it becomes a little bit hard to ignore. He's just popped up in so many different places and been an instrumental figure in making things happen.
Well, yeah, and despite it being a mere 2 seasons, their history feels fucking long and harsh for all the work that they've done.
Yeah. Whenever they talk, all the stuff they refer to, the places, and just the way that their interactions go in terms of just conversational dynamics, they very well know each other, and there's a lot of tension there.
Mm-hmm. So Claire returns, and she tells him that Erskine got thrown out, and she says that even though the situation is not ideal, they should try, whereas Luthen is a little bit more skeptical about their prospects. But Andor then asks the pertinent question, what happens if Mon is arrested? And Luthen falls silent. It's Claire who answers and says everything will fall apart, which, that's just the truth.
Yep.
Mon is the worst person to be captured other than Luthen, basically. So with that, Andor is gonna resolve to get in there and save her.
I got the impression with this one, especially after his conversation with Mon, that Luthen feels particularly fucking bad about all of it, as in this one maybe hurt him a bit more than the other relationships going sour, because there's a reference to burn bridges from Andor saying like, is there any left, basically? And it's like, I think Mon would be one of the oldest connections that Luthen would have, right?
Yeah, she was like a
think so.
key financer early on. So they have known each other since before we saw, since before the first scene in season 1.
So like, considering
Potentially
that,
going years back.
plus the fact that as this conversation started, he said something like, I shouldn't have told her about Erskine. Like, obviously a misfire on that, and the fact that she probably hates him, if not fears that he'll kill her. Saying like, what happens if she's arrested? I got the impression maybe that normally he might have said like, if we can find like a backup plan would be to kill her, but that this time around it felt more like a like I got the impression that he was just like, I don't even want to entertain killing her. This has gotten ridiculous. Like, and then Claire coming in with, well, at that point it's over. It's just over.
Yeah, so
He's
got to
just-
do something.
It's very palpable here that he's just like flatly running out of steam almost.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot of the text of this conversation is he's running out of bridges to burn, and he won't be going with them to Yavin. He's just going to essentially like linger here, isolated, because he's out of contact essentially.
Yeah, and he
pretty
hangs
sad.
around for a while with this mission, and the impression in retrospect I get now is that it's because he really wanted to ensure that Mon makes it out, like that it would be important to him.
Particularly for the role that she's to play. So
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really have another person who can do what she can do. Like, she is,
I meant,
as
like,
has been said, like the queen.
There's all the pragmatic arguments, but I meant like even on this more personally than ever for all the different connections. He's had to work so hard to like freeze himself from any of those sorts of experiences, but with Mon it looked like it may have gotten to him a bit, having broken this relationship.
I can see that, yeah.
Like, so
Mon Mothma and later Bail Organa, like, you need these people who are recognizable as respected leaders to front what you're doing long term for people to have any real care or belief about these people, right? If it's just, random nameless faces, people aren't going to buy into this thing as an actual other movement. So I agree. There is he cares more about her than she thinks he does, and probably that he cares about more that he cares about other people. But if I feel like if she wasn't as important to the long game as she is, he probably wouldn't be as hesitant about cutting her loose and just doing what he's done with so many other people.
Well, and that's what we'll see him do in episode 10.
Yeah.
Is there also an element of, like, well, as has been mentioned, it's another small mistake that he's made, and obviously this has been building over the course of the season. He's previously lashed out. There are too many things. He can't keep track of absolutely everything. He is sort of losing his grip on this thing that he's built. There's like that tension as well, in the sense that he's cocked up again with this time the most important person, the most important piece on the board. Plus, also having recognized that, she is the second worst person to have captured, by him saying he will stay on Coruscant, he's kind of signing his own death warrant. He must know he has to die. He must know he has to be taken off the board, probably by himself. By the same logic, that means she would be, the worst person to get arrested, so would he. And if he's staying behind, it can only be to do one thing.
The fact that
he's very much seen the writing on the wall, like here throughout this entire conversation, in that this thing, the rebellion, it is beyond him now, because essentially all of his assets have been like pulled away to it. Like it has a gravity of its own, Yavin, that is like pulled away all of the pieces that he had on the board to itself, and it's like working on its own now without his assistance. So he doesn't really have anything left to like make plays with. He's just sort of this pale shade loitering.
Yeah, Andor, Vel, and Wilman all work for the, or well, at least around and in Yavin, right? Like, especially after Gorman as well for Wilman, he's recovering and with that new girl, right? Yeah. But then you have Cinta's dead. Andor's like pretty disinterested as well.
Nemec is dead. All those guys are dead. The Ferrex is gone, right? That used to be a connection that you had. That's just off the table.
Yeah, Bix obviously not available.
Bix is gone. Yeah,
it's just not the way it used to be.
Just sort of,
and this is him losing Mon.
Yeah, Mon being the biggest connection he has.
Delivering her to the rebels. So, Cloris is called by Legret, who wants information about Mon's movements, but he believes that she has not left the Senate building, and notes that she's very upset about what happened on Gorman. Legret asks for updates as they occur. Erskine is heading back into the Senate building, along with the 3 agents comprising Bale's extraction team, 2 guys and a lady. And then Andor enters the building, pretending to be a journalist. He's briefly delayed by the guy there, who you will see again. He's I don't know what role he is. I guess he's just kind of a
General
like-
information admissions kind of.
I feel like they had a
Yeah.
casting call for what's the most stressed out and nervous you could look instantly, and this guy just won. He was
yeah.
he nails it later.
He does.
He really does.
He kind of looks like Gorst in a little bit, doesn't he?
A little bit.
Could be brothers.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Older brother.
Andor is allowed to enter the building after a brief delay. And Bale's team convenes to discuss their plan. And it's noted that they can access weapons that have been stored in the building, but the plan is obviously not to use them. And the trio splits. One of them's going to wait, like at the elevator to the Senate building, like to the chambers, and 2 of them are going to go and get them weapons. And meanwhile, a lot of this is just plot, so it's just relevant stuff to bear in mind. In the ISB control room, Legret is informed of a rumor that prominent senators intend to challenge the imperial narrative on Gorman. But Legret retorts that the chair has no intention of letting any of these senators take the floor.
I really enjoy
and then we
the
have,
corruption to prevent Mon from speaking. Like, there's lots of different layers to it.
As you all see. But then there's also a really fun way that they subvert it. Like, I really appreciate actually the exact means by which they subvert that. But so Bale meets with Mon, tells her she doesn't have to go through with the speech, but she replies, "If you're brave enough to stay, I should be brave enough to go." And Bale then explains the plan to Mon about meeting the group, reiterates she must leave the moment she's done. But as Bale leaves, Mon stops him and asks if Bale trusts the team, and he insists he does, but he doesn't know them personally, because it's just that's just how it goes. To reassure her, Bale takes Mon's hand, says he will go to Yavin next year, and concludes by saying, "Tear the shit out of this place." I suppose we have to talk about this line, don't we?
Well, and it's controversial. Nobody likes hearing the word shit turn up in Star Wars, but
somebody saying shit in Star Wars.
I do want to bring up, it's not the first time it turned up in this show. Andor says shit in the first episode. But a lot of people missed it because it's very quick.
It was like surprising, I guess. You know what I mean?
I totally see why. I think I had said to you, like, I didn't actually register it that way when I first watched it. On a second watch, I was like, oh, right, yeah, okay. Because it's rare you hear that word.
Like, less keen on this than I was on like the hideous R word that we had to have.
I was about to
that
say,
nobody should ever be forced to listen to in the Star Wars context ever. This one I don't think works quite as well, just because there isn't the same need for it. It is just there because they want. Obviously, the goal is that they're talking completely unprofessionally. This is 2 very close co-conspirators with a very passionate want to do a thing. So of course the language expresses that. I just don't really think it needed the word shit. I think it could have been just tear it all down. Something like that would have seemed like it was trying less hard to be a little bit edgy, I guess.
That's kind of how I felt about it too. We obviously had the rape conversation. It felt strange. Like it felt strange in that moment for Bail Organa to say this to Mon Mothma, I suppose. Obviously, I have no fucking problem swearing if you've ever watched my channel before. It was just, it took me out of it for a second because I wasn't expecting to hear him say that.
Thing, I think. It's, there's just something there's stuff you don't expect to hear. With the rape thing, you can't have a funny, silly Star Wars word to slide in for rape, you know? You like, you can say poodoo, but it just like, or something like
I would have just
or whatever.
But
Like, you
the
can't.
thing is that would be unhinged. Like,
yeah, that would be crazy.
That would be absolutely bonkers, insane.
He tried
if you
to
were to
Schnorgloff me.
word.
He tried
Like,
to
what the
Schnorgloff
hell?
You know?
It
I
is
would
just
have.
the
yeah,
basic
I
rule,
would've
though,
said-
right? It's like, what word is the best word you can use to get the point across that you're trying to make? And in the rape scene, rape was the best word for that scene. Absolutely, in context, there is no other word for it. It would have sounded ridiculous to throw a different word in. With this scene, I just don't see the need. I'm not offended by it or anything like that. I think it's unnecessary distraction from what is trying to be conveyed, as opposed to the best means of conveying what is trying to be conveyed.
It felt try hard. You know, it felt out of place. And now I completely agree. If he'd said, "Mon, tear the bantha poodoo out of this place," I would have fucking said that is the
I would have
dumbest
cheered.
possible line. I would have been really mad, right? But I do think it feels out of place.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to be crystal clear, I guess on the conversation, the nature, because I'm sure none of us here give a shit about the idea of swearing, like as being
Yeah, we don't care.
like a, oh, you don't say that, but like for instance, I feel like a way to compare it is unfortunately I've had the mispleasure of watching The Last of Us season 2, and something that's really annoying in that show, and it was annoying in the game as well, is that there's like an excessive amount of swearing that just seems juvenile and stupid.
Yeah.
In a way that I wouldn't attribute to a Tarantino film, which is filled with obscenities constantly, right? And it's like, well, so what's the difference? It's like, I don't know, man. Does it feel forced? Does it feel like it's appropriate given the context? Are they used in interesting ways? Or and in the case of Star Wars, I guess one would be you don't swear in Star Wars, not usually anyway. Or it'll be like some floomp word, like dank ferric or something.
Yeah, it'll be dank ferret.
So
Christ.
hearing the word shit, it's kind of like a, okay. Not that it
That's
particularly
our
bothered
word.
me, but at the same time, it is one of like, maybe it is worthwhile to just adhere to the general rule that in Star Wars, you don't use those sorts of words.
Like,
Maybe
damn and
that's like
ass are the
something
worst
to,
it gets, really. Yeah.
like even though this is obviously a show that has ambitions in terms of its storytelling and is more mature in tone, it's like maybe it's better to maintain that consistency that seems to just be the case across the entire series, rather than the idea like, oh well, no, that's offensive, I don't like that word. It's like, I don't fucking care about that. It's more so just coherence in the world.
The formula I would go with is, it didn't bother me, it won't bother X amount of people, it will bother Y amount of people. Whereas if we had tear this place apart, it's not going to bother anybody. And it achieves the exact same goal. So I would just be like, I may as well opt for the non-shit one, I guess.
That was the logic, wasn't it, behind? Because I think this came up in the last stream or the stream before when we were doing one of those episodes when they took the word "fuck" out of Marv's speech at the end of Andor season 1, when she was going to say "fuck the Empire," and they decided not to do that, which I suspect was for kind of similar reasons, and I would have just applied those same reasons here. It's unnecessarily distracting for what the scene is trying to do. Fair enough if it's the only and best way to actually have that line of dialogue put across. I just, in this situation, it kind of wasn't. But at the same time, I don't really see that it's that big a deal either way.
Well, actually, no. Now, actually, what about when Marva calls them bastards? Because I love that.
Yeah.
Well, in last episode, we had
I
someone yell bastards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he did it in French. That's true, but it's
Elle
just
est
I particularly love Marva's. I
Bastarditos.
particularly love her story of, like, if I could do it all over again, I'd be fighting these bastards. It's like, oh shit, I love it. It's great. It's like, why does that work? Bastard is that's a good old swear word.
I
How does that one
feel
work?
like I feel like you're just not gonna be able to draw a consistent
gonna be
set
tough,
of standards that is going to allow you to
like I said,
privilege
my
swear words or
strategy
not
is to
allow them.
just maintain immersion as best as possible without sacrificing
so.
the punch, and I don't think punch is lost with this one by removing shit.
As long as,
Yeah, I
like, in
agree.
general, we have restraint for it and keep it, like, really rare, these kinds of words, it does lend itself
thi-
to the setting in the way that
the
people
thing
just speak in this world.
It because again, I suppose that is a thing of context. There are plenty of stories where I would say that having like swears be very selectively employed is like really effective. But meanwhile, there are plenty of stories where it's like, well, I don't really care. Like if there's a lot of swearing, it doesn't bother me. Again, Tarantino films are filled with swearing, and it never feels like it actually undermines the effectiveness of swears. Compared to, again, The Last of Us 2, that has a lot of swearing, and it starts to get really annoying. It's like, hey, do you mind switching it up? There are other swear words than fuck. That might be something to bear in mind too. You could kind of mix it up and get a little bit
It's so
creative.
funny Because as much as hearing fuck or shit or whatever can really piss off a Star Wars fans to be like, this isn't right, hearing Dank Farrik actually has like the worst effect on me out of all the words they could choose. Actually triggering at this point.
But I mean, that's kind of an interesting thought, because there are plenty of instances where a world will have like their own swear word and it becomes like fun.
Yeah, no,
That is the swear
Farscape does
word.
the shit out of this, and I like it in that, but I don't know what it is, but Dank Farrik just feels like it's so forced. They desperately want it to work.
Is it because specifically it was from Outlaws?
Well, no, I heard it obviously much more often in Mando, well before Outlaws.
Oh, okay.
He says
like
Dank
in-
Farrik shit tons of times, Mando.
Yeah, like throughout, they have had a lot of, what they consider Star Wars swear words. Like Criff, you would say these criffing whatever and insult them. I think Kark is one of them as well. Sometimes people like it if something like really fucked up is happening, you're like Emperor's black bones, like holy shit type of thing. That's the type of expression that exists it did right in pre Disney Star Wars. And they're fine. Some of them you kind of like, you kind of like tilt your head one way and you're like, I guess they're just making up swear words for this world.
It's kind of like where
It's
the
not that big
emphasis
of a
is placed
deal,
in the
but
sentence too, right? It's like very rarely is that word going to be the point of the sentence or even the climax of the sentence. It's kind of like a bit of color dialogue, but the actual sentence is supposed to be like telling something else. So you barely really notice it because it's not drawing attention. It doesn't insist upon itself, basically, whereas like shit in this situation does.
Well then.
But I mean, hey, that's enough, I'd say.
Yeah,
we did it.
I'm all in favor of lowering the bar for swearing, though, and just having it when Ahsoka season 2 comes around, because isn't the Hound playing Baylan Skull now? So when
Yes.
like Sabine does something incredibly stupid, I'm all for him calling her a cunt. That'll be funny, very funny. He should do that.
These
Totally.
fucking Mortis gods or whatever. Yeah, that'd be great. Be down.
So Erskine finds Andor, and they watch a broadcast of the Senate session, which has been held early, and is shockingly empty. It's noted that it's very empty. And Erskine then wonders if he's met Andor before, and Andor replies, "It's possible. I have friends everywhere."
He said
Like,
the
ooh.
line!
He did say the
Oh my
line.
God.
Now say Dank Farrik.
No. And then you see just basically all of the groups moving around, sort of taking up their positions and doing their tasks, but we cut between that and seeing some of the senators taking the floor and just willfully disseminating Imperial propaganda. The one noteworthy one is that one of the senators mentions that they lost a citizen on Gorman, and I presume he is talking about Cyril.
With that, so Cyril is a citizen. Is he saying that of the galaxy or of Coruscant?
A representative of in his was Cyril like born on Coruscant? I know that obviously his mother lives there, but it sounded like he was referring to him as being like one of his constituents, like somebody from
all I was wondering is like a citizen of the Galactic Senate was killed there, blah blah, or was he like the senator of Ferrix or Coruscant?
That's how I read it, because I read the scene as like one of the very effective means by which the Empire propagandizes is that it uses other planets' patriotism against unfavored planets, essentially. So what it's doing here is stirring up that.
That's what I figured.
I'd have to check Wikipedia to see if that fella is the senator of which planet. But yeah, I mean, I love the fact that as like a final tragic insult, that Cyril's death would be used to further oppress the Gore. That's just fucking hell,
just absolutely not what he would have wanted. Pretty grim. And then we see the two of Bale's agents, they get in the kitchen and they're retrieving the stored blasters, but one of the agents, the lady, establishes contact with Legret via the radio, and the other agent notices. And so, naturally, she attacks and kills him, and then tries to reestablish contact with Legret. She is an ISB agent. So, Luthen's intel was right, and of course, at this point, it'd be like, Lonnie. That must be how he
is the straightforward and easy assumption, but you actually get confirmation as well.
Yep. Yeah, they say when they can't recontact her, the one guy who's frantic there in ISB headquarters is like, we've lost Young's agent, or Jung, or whatever his name is, Lonnie Jung, I think. Yeah.
It's good shit.
Lonnie coming in the clutch again.
Legend.
Probably gonna be a
Again,
happy
that's
ending
right.
for that guy.
Definite happy ending.
So one senator yields her time to Bale, who in turn cedes his time to Mon by invoking a rule which was established by the Emperor himself, which I really like, using the rules that the Emperor created against him in order to facilitate like a massive act of defiance. I think it's super cool.
Yeah, it would have been really neat to see more of Bale being able to. I use it maybe as a better word. I was about to say manipulate the Senate, but kind of, like using his grand knowledge of the history of the Senate and how it works to, in the same way like a really talented lawyer can make certain things happen. This is a cool scene to show what Bale's use is and how he probably should stay here for as long as he can because he can make a significant difference. But to have him use the Emperor's precedent against himself, like to sabotage his hold over the Senate, that's pretty cool as an act of rebellion in a sense, right? And it's the kind of power you'd want to see Bale exert versus Rogue One, where he sort of steps out of the shadows. They play the Star Wars theme, and then he steps back again.
Man, if only we had 2 or 3 seasons
Yep.
full of with Bale, that would have been great.
It'd be great as well to put flesh on the bones of the Emperor dissolving the Senate, because the more effective Bale is at using its own rules and procedures against it, the more inconvenient it becomes, and the more the quite drastic step of just getting rid of it becomes more palatable.
But I mean, it's this is again the instant. Oh, sorry, go for it.
I was just gonna say, the Emperor would have loved to get rid of it day one, right? They're waiting for the Death Star. That's what it is. They're waiting for the Death Star to be able to officially dissolve the Senate, and it doesn't matter what atrocities they commit. It doesn't matter what people say. You're going to be held in check because we can just, light speed jump into your system and blow up your planet if you cause too many problems.
Yep. It's
terrifying.
There's a reality that they have to deal with. While this is happening, Legret orders his subordinates to shut down the feed, and we see that fella who let Andor in storming down the hall to deactivate the feed, and he is a bit stressed out, but he hasn't reached peak stress yet.
No,
he's not quite there.
Already, he's looking so fucking unhinged. It's amusing.
He knows what the consequences will be for him if he fucks up, right? This is if he fails, this is going to be really bad for him.
Mm-hmm.
And so Mon collects herself before she gets in a little pod and takes the floor. And as she begins to speak, we see some important sort of wherever it is. Erskine tells Andor to find the door displaying the Chandrillan emblem, so he takes the elevator up. You've also got the compromised agent returning to this little foyer area by the elevator to wait for Mon to come down, and Erskine kind of notices her. He overhears something that she says and starts getting a little bit sus. But we do have Mon's speech. So she says...
Before you start, I just want to say that disappointed she started with fellow senators instead of Delofelegates.
Oh, I have that on my notes. Yes. I said an egregious breach of protocol. She does not begin by saying Delofelegates.
Yes. It's fine for her to disrespect this wonderful hall. The other thing I was going to say is that her speech, according to the decommission thing, was that Tony Gilroy offered that she could write it, and she was like, absolutely not, you will write it.
That's pretty funny.
Which, it is funny. She said, I'll learn it back to front, just write it, please.
So, we see as Andor takes the elevator up, Mons remarks, I believe I have served my constituents honorably and upheld our code of conduct. This chamber is a cauldron of opinions, and we've certainly all had our patience and tempers tested in pursuit of our ideals. Disagree as we might, I am hopeful that those of you who know me will vouch for my credibility in the days to come. I stand this morning with a difficult message. I believe we are in crisis. The distance between what is said and what is known to be true has become an abyss. Now we'll stop there because there's more stuff to describe in the interim, but that's the opening portion there of the speech, and I really like that last line. the distance between what is said and what is known to be true has become an abyss.
I mean,
So
I feel like
that's a cool metaphor.
I'm not even kidding. Every person who has watched this show listens to that line and agrees.
Yeah, and goes,
Yep.
and goes, yes, that's true. Yes.
Yes.
Everyone.
Preach on.
But it's been like a staple of like any totalitarian fiction. I think it's very similar to like the speech between like O'Brien and Winston Smith in 1984. Like the party demands that you ignore the evidence of your own eyes. You know, how many fingers am I holding up? You're expected to lie. It's a like staple of all totalitarian systems is that they have to subsist on lies, and they only work so long as you're willing to go along with accepting the completely fake version of events they present to you. It's like it's universal truism coming out, which is like another aspect that makes this show really good.
Oh yeah.
And I like that the reaction
yeah.
to it is you have senators that are very upset. Like they're not happy with what she's
They're
saying.
like, oh, rah, 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 rah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's showing it like this is why they did all of these things. This is why they've spent so much time building the propaganda, because at this point in time, they need these senators to stay in line, to fall for the propaganda that they've been pushing in order to continue operating the way that they're operating.
Well, and it's something that was mentioned before, but an angle that's kind of worth considering is not just the people who essentially know it's bullshit, but do it, but like the sort of willful participants, the people who like actually like buy into the propaganda or become like kind of radicalize themselves. Like there are a lot of essentially, well, I guess useful idiots, right? Would be like the term. The sort of people who are just sort of self-serving and essentially enable this to happen, even though like it may well, you know, eventually come for them. And I mean, it's clear at this point, like no, even somebody who is like fully loyal to the Empire or serving the Empire isn't safe from it. Nobody's really safe from it. It's like it's the Leviathan, this all-consuming Leviathan that can like destroy anybody at any given moment if it advances it even a little bit, with like no ability, no recourse.
I liked as
While
well
this speech is,
I hope those of you that know me will vouch for my credibility in the days to come, like anticipating like I'm gonna get smeared to hell and back for this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So please remember that you know me. It's just like, yeah, it's good stuff.
We see our Legret getting increasingly agitated as Mon speaks and continues to speak uninterrupted, reiterating that he wants the feed shut down. And your boy, the guy who is trying to do that, the guy who let Andor in, is stopped by a locked door, and the technicians claim that they don't have the key to let him in, and he is losing his shit. And you got to show his face.
He's doing great, man. Look at him go. He's just like the vein and the like shaking, the subtle shaking, the eyes just being so wide. It's just like he convinces me instantly that he feels like I could very much die for this if I don't get this right.
Because of this.
It is funny how like even these minor characters have actors in it which like who demonstrate more talent than a lot of the stars in recent productions do.
Yeah, he's better than the person who played Sabine. She was pretty bad, and this guy only has like 5 lines, and he's great.
You know, not to take the shot here, but I guess I am Sebastian Stan in Thunderbolts. Fucking hell, you know. Give this guy Winter Soldier. He's gonna nail it.
And as he storms off, the two technicians kind of smile at each other. It's like, they've done this on purpose. They've sabotaged it so that Mon can give her speech. Every little act of rebellion pushes the lines forward. That's what Nemec said. I love how so consistently and reliably the show validates all of Nemec's observations. It's great.
It's all you need to destroy it all. There's enough people.
I really like him. He's super. He believes in his values. He's committed to it, and he actually does shit. He doesn't just do Twitch streams talking about politics. He actually goes out there and decides to participate. And,
not modern day Nemec.
I mean, you know, Nemec, he does that really cool podcast every week. It's the Oppression Mondays.
Oppression Mondays.
So
ready for Oppression Mondays?
Mon continues to speak and says, of all the things at risk, the loss of an objective reality is perhaps the most dangerous. The death of truth is the ultimate victory of evil. When truth leaves us, when we let it slip away, when it is ripped from our hands, we become vulnerable to the appetite of whatever monster screams the loudest. This chamber's hold on the truth was finally lost on the Gorman Plaza. What took place yesterday? What happened yesterday on Gorman was unprovoked genocide. yes, genocide. And that truth has been exiled from this chamber, and the monster screaming the loudest, the monster we've helped create, the monster who will come for all of us soon enough, is Emperor Palpatine.
There was a tiny little bit of me, the child in me, which like I've praised the show for not making use of like stupidly recognizable characters before. There was a tiny, tiny little bit of me that thought, God, wouldn't it have been cool if Palpatine had been presiding over the Senate? Like he had to sit here and listen to it. And he was, because the institution still has power, he can't stop her. Just to make him listen to his opponent.
Dude,
So,
I would
like,
have taken. He's like sitting, and the like shroud is over him. You can't even see his expression, but it's just like a shot of him having listened to it, and then we go back. Like just that even would have been. I mean, that's happening. We know that he's. It's funnily enough. Someone in the Discord said. It would be funny to see Emperor Palpatine's reaction, or what would he have done? And they said he would have smashed his glass of milk. Anyone know what that reference is?
What?
Oh fuck me.
I was impressed because it was exactly what I was thinking about, and I was like, "Holy shit, nice!"
Is this a specific EFAP meme or is this?
No, this is a film. If you haven't seen it, you're not gonna have much hope. Chat have got it.
Yeah, they figured it out real quick.
Yeah. Okay.
In V for Vendetta, the evil, bad Emperor man in that watches Stephen Fry making fun of him on a comedy show and destroys his glass of milk while watching it. Subtler, yeah. I like V for Vendetta. It's a fun movie.
Where does Mon's speech rank out of all of the speeches?
How dare you force me to rank all these speeches? There's too many bangers.
Every time
You're
I
evil.
do the ranking,
Evil.
the ranking changes. So I don't know.
Can we, easier question for a second. Is everyone's number one Luthans, or do people have different picks?
Here's
It
my
is
number
still
one.
Luthans.
Bill.
I think
Yeah.
it's Luthen, yeah.
Luthen is still number one.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds like we all agree then.
So do we have to
it's
compare,
Mon's
like-
number two. That's like the next question.
What would be the her husband's wedding speech would be up there.
I do like that speech, but I don't think it's competitive. The competitive ones would be One Way Out, Marvel's,
Oh yeah.
speech.
Both okay.
Nemec's manifesto, I think, counts as being a speech,
Thor's.
so that would be
Yeah, I
pretty
think so.
competitive as well.
Thor's
And
Raido
Saw's
speech.
Yeah, that's like the real competition there.
I think it's maybe controversially. I don't think. I mean, I'm not saying I don't like the speech. I'm just not
Here we go.
convinced that Mon Mothma's speech actually ranks even near the top of that list, just
Oh,
because
damn.
it conveys less. I think the central premise is like the simplicity is kind of the point. The central premise is this, gap between truth and reality, between truth and what we're told, reality and fiction. It's a very simple message, and it has to be a very simple message to get this point across to the widest possible audience in as short a space of time as possible. But I think, like, just for an exercise in speechcraft, its simplicity means that you don't necessarily learn that much about her values that we didn't already know. It's not like an especially intricately crafted speech. It's not telling you anything about philosophy or like the theme of the show. I don't think that we didn't already understand. Whereas like Luthen's speech in particular tells you a huge amount about him and his outlook, which you might not have picked up.
As much as that's granted, wouldn't the variables exchange then with Luthen's audience is simply Lonnie and obviously us, while the part of the meaning in Mons is this is going to spread through the universe. This is going to have major effects. This is pretty bold of her to deliver this in the Senate, and just watching the Empire desperately scramble to stop it. Like, I'd say this is part of the meaning of the speech. It's part of the experience.
Yeah, this one is obviously feels different than Luthen's because there's so much tension surrounding this and building towards it, and the idea that there's people coming to kill her, people coming to save her, the idea that if she gets arrested, the rebellion falls apart. So there's a lot of like higher stakes that are happening. But in terms of the content of it, that's kind of like where I was thinking is there's nothing that we don't know from one, watching Star Wars in general and then watching this show that's really revealed to us through this speech, as opposed to getting a better idea of where Saw's perspective is at and why he's a crazy fucking lunatic, or what Luthen, like the depths that Luthen's willing to go to for the rebellion and stuff. It's a good speech. Like,
A way to think about it maybe is that there's a few different ways that the speeches can be categorized. I'd say that Mon's is a lot like Marva's in the sense that this is meant to be like the motivating speech. It's the
Rallying.
one that's meant to inspire action. Yeah, rally
Yeah.
to the cause.
yeah.
Meanwhile,
Call to
you know,
action like Marva's speech, kind of, you know?
yeah, with sort of a ramping up of the music with sort of like a heroic undertone, whereas compared to the Luthor one, which is just grim and depressing, the Nemec one is a little bit more interesting in the sense that it is ultimately encouraging. But there is sort of like a little tone of melancholy there as well, in a sense. And then you have like Saw's speech, which is you know, it's just like, man, this is fascinating. This sort of unhinged guy, like,
It's
you know,
empowering mania, you know? Like,
yeah, exactly.
it is very empowering and powerful in nature as the music ramps up with it, but it is clearly unhinged.
Yeah.
And One Way Out is kind of complicated in the sense that it is ultimately inspiring action, but it's also one that is tinged with like the kind of reality of the situation and the difficulty of the situation.
Also,
It's like
something to consider of these another format is the performances, you know, like which,
yes.
because they're all fucking excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Is there
But I
is there
mean,
any that
man,
you would like clearly put in last place? Because that's
Clearly
where
put
like
in
the
last-
struggle becomes. Because one of them has to end up in last place, and it feels like an injustice no matter what you really do.
I think
So,
everyone might
the
have
thing
easy
is-
picks, but they're all going to be different. It could be.
That's sort of what I'm wondering. Because like first
Mm,
place unambiguously for everyone seems to go to Luthen, but I guess there's no unanimous last pick in the same way.
Luthen, the thing is that I think One Way Out is actually my number 2. I love it.
I
It's,
agree. That's
I lean
that
that
is my
way.
number 2.
yeah, it's so good, and it's the performance. Andy Serkis is phenomenal. He's
The
just
context
excellent.
and the desperation kind of behind
I
it.
love
and
the
how they
emotion
are.
in his voice when he's
Oh, yeah,
The
playing
way
a lot
he
of it. Yeah.
says there are 5,000 of us in that speech, man, that really like
You know,
gets
if we
me every
work
time.
half as hard as if we fight half as hard as we've been working, we'll be home in no time. Just that
I
hits
think
hard. So I
my
think that's my number 2.
the
My number
bottom
3,
tier
I
for me
think,
might be
is
Marva's.
Nemec right now.
Yes, my number 3 is Nemec. I think he's my number 3.
I think
Might also be the music
Marv is
as
gonna be my
well.
number 3.
I mean, they're all. I really have no problem with like where anybody ranks them in terms
Yeah.
of their impact.
I only
But
have a
God, I
problem
really like
insofar as like, yeah, whichever ones end up at the lower ranks, it's like, oh man, feels
We're
like an
not saying you're
injustice.
bad.
Yeah,
it. Yeah, and
You're
I think
all
that
good.
might be the
We
unfortunate
love
thing
all
is
our
that
children.
I
Just
think
some of you we
I
love
think
more than others.
I think Mon actually might be in last, but again, it's not because it's bad. It's very good. I'm very happy with it, but I don't think it's the one that hits because I think Marva's. I really love the way that Marva's ends. So good when she's getting pissed off.
I feel
It's
like everything
great.
around that speech is kind of like, I think, more emotionally impactful just because it's, you know, she's speaking to her family essentially. She's speaking to her community, the people she's grown up with. Like, she is the voice of the spirit of this place waking up, which is similar kind of to what Mon Mothma is doing here. But I think because Ferrex has generally more of a character anyway than the Senate, which is obviously partially full of complete wankers. Marv's speech is just, something about it, I think, hits me more emotionally than Mon Mothma's speech does.
Still, they all get
I think-
flawed by calibrate your enthusiasm.
They all get floored by Mon Mothma's speech in Rebels, to be honest.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hey guys, join
Ooh.
the rebellion. Yeah. Yay.
Palpatine is evil, and I don't like him, and I'm not on his team anymore.
We're
So
starting the
empowering
Rebel
and cool.
Alliance.
Surrounded by
you
all
guys
the
are just
losers
haters.
from Rebel.
Yeah, surrounded by
I
this
am a
bunch of fucking like
hater.
reject OCs. God.
And she voiced that, right?
so-
Genevieve O'Reilly. She would have.
He did,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Heading back to
But she-
Ahsoka. Have
yeah.
fun with
I just-
that.
The idea of going from projects like that and like Ahsoka, then back to Andor, like it's just got to be the most like, yeah. The only phrase I have is like unserious. Like you just go from
Well-
a production like Andor to something like that, and you're like, what are we doing here?
You've
man?
heard like what she and Stellan Skarsgård have said about Tony Gilroy's writing specifically. Like they make sure you understand. They believe that is the hyper strength of this
Ooh,
show.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And they're right. So, just as Mon concludes her speech, the feed is shut down, and the Senate chamber erupts with jeers. as Mon takes a deep breath and withdraws from the chamber. But Bale watches on with a very faint smile on his face. I feel like you need to show it. It's very, very faint. Like you can barely make it out, but that he's satisfied.
Is this
with,
a shot of
having given
him?
the speech.
You said after the power shutdown.
It's after, and Mon is starting to draw back. The pod is going back into its slot. He's got a very, it's so faint. It feels like it's even. I might even be making it up in my mind, but I'm pretty sure he's smiling.
You reckon maybe he's trying to be careful about expressing himself a bit too much?
Yeah,
He
But,
said, "I'm
it's a
going to
little
keep my
bit-
head down. Like
Yeah.
I'm gonna introduce you and keep my head down." He knows he's still got to
Someone's-
stay there for a while.
Someone's gonna be coming asking about like once all of this has gone down, you're like, hey, you know she was gonna do that?
No, bro.
No,
She's
yeah,
crazy.
he's like, I had
She's
no
wild.
idea. She's a fucking psychopath. Whatever. They're like, all
No,
right,
she
Bale.
said she was gonna say something else.
Just
Whatever you
saying,
say,
be a
man.
shame if Alderaan was to be hit with a giant green laser, wouldn't it? Like, what?
He's like, does the laser have to be green?
Yeah, there's a
Well-
deleted scene. They decided to keep the ship, but there's a deleted scene where he gets questioned by the ISB, and he just says, "I don't know, bitches be crazy, right?"
And
And then they move on.
Rennick's like,
Nailed
oh
it.
no, true.
Yeah.
So as Mon leaves and enters the hallway, Andor's there, and he tells Mon that he saw what happened on Gorman, but Mon continues walking, clearly stressed out, understandably so. And Andor says, "I have friends everywhere," which draws her attention, but doesn't win her over quite yet.
I would say she
Um,
gets
she-
fucking scared by him saying
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, like, oh,
With-
you're with
well,
a
if-
psycho.
If
The
I
thing
don't go
is-
with you, are you gonna shoot me?
The thing for
Yeah.
this is like you have to respect the places these two are coming from. Andor's just like, what's happening? Like I'm here to conduct my fucking job. Why are you like freaking out? What are you doing?
And well, yeah, because Andor tries to appeal to her by saying that he knows Vel, which like it doesn't really win her over either. Like that's it's like, oh well, you could
could
be
easily
told that.
construe
You
that
could
as
say
a
that,
threat.
Yeah.
I love this.
Yeah.
Like especially if he's working for Luthen. Luthen knows everything about her. So it's like you could just be fed a bunch of lines to sound friendly, to sound
Exactly.
trustworthy.
But
And,
then he says something. Oh, sorry.
It's just intelligent on her part. Her brain is fucking racing, and she's still able to. We're having good dialogue here. Is basically what I'm going with.
Andor appeals to her by saying, "I know Luther can be hard, but if he's right about this, you have no choice but to come with me." Which seems to do something, but not quite there yet. Andor escorts her off the elevator. They're swarmed by journalists, and the ISB agent cuts Mon off and urges her to come with them. But then when Erskine tries to grab her, she draws her blaster and reveals herself to be an ISB agent. And I really like Erskine yells, "She's a rebel spy," which distracts her long enough for Andor to shoot her.
It's
I was
so
like,
good,
oh,
dude.
hey, that's
like
not a bad idea.
the
Yeah.
fucking layers of subterfuge happening here is so insane. Because like she was
delicious
pretending to
lasagna.
be a rebel spy, turned out to be ISB, claimed to be a rebel spy by a rebel spy. It's like what the fuck. And
then
yeah, Andor
gives her
getting
the
off
opportunity to
another
blast her.
patented execution, quick style. Like I'm glad they kept a few of those in the series, considering that's the first time we saw him in Rogue One doing that.
Mon's
Yeah, good shit.
absolute terror at what just
Yes.
happened.
Yep.
This isn't the
But
world
then,
she's normally a part of.
Oh no.
No, but she's about to get thrust into it. I mean, it's the
Nope.
name of the episode. That isn't the, we're getting to it.
Thrust into it.
Erskine grabs the blaster and holds down the area as Mon makes her escape with Andor. He hands her his coat and tells her they need to get to the rear loading dock. And Mon shudders. "I'm not sure I can do this," to which Andor says, "Welcome to the rebellion."
There is
Like, yep.
something
Oh, and
that
that's the name of the
seriously needs
episode,
to be
but-
more overstated. That as she's walking out, she drops the Senate coat. He puts his coat on her
Yes.
and says, "Welcome to the rebellion." Is some cool symbolic
Mhm.
shit.
Oh yeah, good stuff.
And I don't know, there's something really neat. If you've been particularly invested in season 1 and 2, as I and several people here have been, seeing these two clashing with their plot lines in this way is very awesome. She's been in the fight officially much longer than him, and yet he is basically welcoming her into this part of the life now, because she's basically, it's done doing her political Senate stuff. Now she's off to do
Yeah, she still
Yavin
has
stuff.
strings and stuff to pull, but it's not going to be in a Senate chamber. You got to be a little bit more subtle than that now. But she still has a lot of respect, a lot of influence amongst people. So that'll be leveraged.
Stormtroopers start barreling down the hallways to search for Mon, and they begin to lock down the building. Meanwhile, outside, Claire tells Luthen to get back to the gallery and that she'll remain on site. And we see that Cloris is getting a little bit more agitated as he's waiting by the car.
Yeah, he's
And
annoyed
he
at how
decides-
useless he is.
He decides he's going to actually head to the building, and he goes up the stairs, and Andor and Mon make it outside and bump into Cloris. And it's really good because Mon says no, he's an ISB plant, and Andor's like, "Hey, Cloris, we found her." I love it. Like, "Hey, buddy, we got her."
And that's like that sequence. To me, when you see the shots of him listening to her speech, it looks like he's moved by it.
A little bit,
And
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% convinced that Clovis wouldn't have said, like, kind of opened up to her and basically, like, that changed his perspective, especially as he's getting bitched out by the ISB and everything during that. It felt to me like he was moved by it.
I actually thought this might have been deliberate on their part. If you go back to, I think it's when they shoot that woman, Andor shoots her, he considers shooting the other guy, hesitates for a
He
while.
even looks to Erskine,
And
like,
then-
are you sure he's a plant?
Yeah, and then says, like, we haven't got time to sort this out. And I just thought, like, oh, man, wouldn't it be nuts that everything has gotten so fucking out of control, all of the, like, double agents and trust issues, that Andor was about to execute what is likely a rebel? Like,
Yeah.
just because everything's so fucked up. And I wonder if the... Is it Cloris or Clovis?
Loris.
Cloris is the driver, yeah.
Yeah, Cloris, I wonder if that's another element of it, right? Like, he doesn't seem to be particularly talented in his evilness. Who knows what kind of character we're dealing with there? We never really got an insight into him, but
Yeah, and
yeah, like,
I mean, the shot of him looking down at the gun in the seat that's right next to him, you do wonder, like, what is he thinking of? What's he thinking about doing?
You
yeah.
thinking he can get out there and help? 'Cause,
Or take some
That
kind
he's
of
gonna
action.
Take matters into his own
Yeah.
hand. Like, they'll respect me if I nab
Well,
her myself.
It's got to be
He
deliberate,
doesn't
right?
get the chance.
The first action he properly takes outside of driving the vehicle is shot dead. That's how it ends. It's just like, there he goes. That's him. It's out.
Mm-hmm.
And yes,
I love how quick Andor is on his feet. Like, "Hey, buddy, we got her."
No, it's
to,
great.
To distract him enough to blast him. And
And you
Mon
see
is
the
shocked.
shot on, you see the shot of her face right as Cassian shoots him. It's like a look of like absolute horror. Yeah,
Yeah, there it is.
Oh yeah,
really-
it's been a rough day.
It has been a rough day, and it's just this is not her world. Seeing people get shot, like that's not
Well,
what she.
You know, we're coming up to it, but what I really appreciated about the choice for writing in this is both Mon and Claire really appreciate all of this because it's insane. And Andor's done this
Yeah,
like
I mean-
17 times. It's just like,
He just
yeah.
keeps doing it. Yeah, he just keeps coming through. He's a fucking Shad. Like he really is. He's super competent and gutsy.
And like trying to
And,
keep her composed to get her out because they're simply not safe. It's just, yeah, it's really entertaining to watch. I don't know how you managed to generate tension in a scene with two characters who are invincible. It's, good job.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But yeah, he grabs her, takes her hand, escorts her to the vehicle, and flies out of there.
I wonder what building this
That's
really
good.
is.
They go
this
over
is,
it in the
this is a real place,
declassifieds.
Yeah, in the declassified,
Oh, is it?
it was like a real location.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because there's this, and then there's the one with like the glass. I don't know if it's the other side of this building, but you get like the blue glass, and of course the reflecting pool in front of it is like it's a great, very fitting building, and I could tell, but not in a bad way, that this is a real location, and they're just doing the backdrop and everything, and it looks appropriately. Well, I mean, it fits right in. It looks really great. It's excellent.
It does. I think it's a really effective use of a real place because yeah, they found it and decided to use it as a as like a plaza area in front of the Senate building. I was like, yeah, that's cool. It's really neat.
I like
So
as they're leaving Mon just looking back on the Senate.
Mhm.
Goodbye.
going back-
I'll
well,
see you
not gone back
again
there
in the
for a
sequel
while.
This is
trilogy
the-
era.
Oh, they use the Palau de les Arts René Sophie. It's a something and it's Frankish.
Beautiful.
Lovely. The Palacio de las Artes Reina Sophie. Y'all need to make some shorter names for your buildings, all right?
Yeah, like the
So,
Shard.
we get
Not the Shard.
The Shard.
we get a we got a really cool. Are you Rags? You know it's a real building, right?
Yeah, I assume that's why he said it, right? Like the shard.
That's right. It's I went up. I went on that. That was cool. It was you know
I have.
it was all right.
I've not been up. I'm not. Well, I mean, I've never
Well,
been to
have you been
London,
to
right?
London ever?
So
Yeah,
it's probably not a
Yeah.
place I've been, but like
But,
the Space Needle. Call more things like that. The Space Needle.
That's a cool
Like,
name. I
yeah,
Yeah,
agree.
I like those.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
that's a cool one.
Go there if you're ever in Seattle. The Space Needle's fucking
Maybe
cool.
I will. Is the
Yeah,
new
one
the new Final Destination begins on the Space Needle, or am I mixing that up?
Well,
It's
space
something to do
needle
with
of
it.
some
A
sort,
Space
right?
Needle.
Like some sort of tower. Yeah, there's more than one of them.
They have the windows on the upper parts. The windows angle outwards. They're further out at the top, so you can like literally lean like forwards and look down and everything. And they got glass floors as well that kind of
There's
rotate. It's really cool. Really cool.
the Eureka building in Melbourne has a thing where you when you go up there, there's like a little box that like moves out of the building, and then the glass is made clear so that you can see, and it's just like the sheer drop down to the bottom.
Eureka building,
Like
Melbourne.
you can just see through the glass.
This is a neat looking building. It's like
Which
got
one?
that gold top to it. The Eureka building.
Oh,
Yeah, it's got
yeah,
that
yeah,
gold
that's,
top to it. That looks really cool.
I don't think it's the tallest building in Australia anymore. I think there's one that just I think there's one that's a little bit taller in Melbourne as well.
Man, Melbourne's big.
So on Yavin, this is a neat thing that I've seen people pointing out on Twitter, and it's very fun. Vel is examining a whole bunch of blasters that a bunch of rebels have put on the table, and comes across a Primor blaster. You can see that it's got the logo on it, and she turns around and asks who belongs to the weapon, and Melshi raises his hand. Now you might remember Melshi was the prisoner who escaped with Andor from the complex on Narkina 5. And as we can see, he's made his way to the rebellion.
Yeah, and so tracking that pistol, it goes from Cyril to Andor. Skeen even comments on it. Then Andor gets it taken in with him to Narkina 5, which he retrieves it and then hands it to Melshi, who brings it here.
What a cool story
What
for
a
just
fucking
one
journey.
gun.
Why did they put in so much effort? Don't they know you can just stick it in a box and have someone open it and say that's a good question for another time or something? That's how we normally do this.
What I was very much amused by and hope to see more of was because I think I've got it here somewhere. The notion of pulling something like that off, because first of all, you could just argue, well, I don't even know why that's meaningful. You just be like, I don't know, the fucking weapon of your oppressive government has been passed through to all these different people using it as a heroic item at this point, or at least in favor of those sorts of things. I mean, there's plenty of different things you can pull into it, but the fact alone that someone cared enough to have that be a thing, and just give me a second, I will show you with this very useful image that was constructed by somebody on Twitter, I guess. Who has too much time on their hands.
Yeah, nerd. Oh, you care?
Nerd.
Cringe.
See, so
Yep.
boom, 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 and all the way down to Melshi. But yes, I saw this, just appreciating it, and then a quote tweet saying something along the lines of like, Filoni couldn't even get to step one, like him having the gun and it getting taken off him. It's just like, yay, more Filoni hate.
He wouldn't be able to conceptualize the idea of like a blaster looking different in some part of the galaxy, right? Like there being such a thing as a Primor blaster, you know?
Yeah.
So he wouldn't be able
It's a
to
great-
like, get to this being a thing that you could even do. Because it's not a lightsaber.
Yeah, I was gonna say Dave
Yeah, it's
Filoni's would
true.
be the dark saber. That would be like Dave Filoni's
saber.
conception of this meme.
That fucking thing.
You don't want to know about the journey that thing's been on.
Bo-Katan has that right now, right? It's their thing now.
Yeah, it's gone from terrorist to terrorist to terrorist to, terrorist.
And the rules around it have changed like multiple times within Dave Filoni's own storytelling.
Oh yeah, there's the thing in Mando. Is it Mando season? Is it 2 episode 8 when it says that you have to win it in combat? You can't just give it to her. And then Mando season 3
God.
episode whatever the fuck it is, it's like you can just give it to her now. It's fine.
Well, in Rebels, Bo-Katan literally just got given it. That was Rebels, right? Like Rebels season 3, Theo. Am I thinking right?
Believe
When
so.
Bo-Katan gets handed that, and she becomes the leader. Yeah.
Which means
The fact
that
that she's in charge is so fucking funny. But
Did he
Isn't
get?
it kind of fucked up that Cyril's gun gets more like recognition than fucking Cyril does? And that's just part of the tragedy in a
No.
way.
Well, I mean, it's useful. It's like it's gonna
Yeah.
shoot
I
blaster
mean,
bolts.
that's his contribution to the rebellion, I guess.
Yeah. Definitely.
So,
It's a nice
back
line
on-
to introduce it from Vel as well. It's like who belongs to this as opposed to who does this
Yeah.
belong to.
He
It's kind
belongs
of,
to
like,
us.
indicative of the outline.
Yeah,
And it's cool to
a
see
fun way of
Melshi
saying it.
because
What
he
a
gets to
journey
have
Melfi's been on.
have a bit extra development before Rogue One kicks
Before
in,
Rogue
which I think
One.
was a good idea.
Mhm.
I'll
that's what I
say
mean,
it now. We haven't got to it yet, but Melshi, K2SO, and Andor, I would have seriously loved to have way more time with those three. It looks like a
Of
perfect group for chemistry, but oh well.
There's that one scene, you know.
Yeah.
The one scene we'll get to talk about tomorrow. Good shit. So, back on Coruscant, Andor has taken Mon to the safe house where Erskine and Clea were waiting. Erskine asks Mon if she's alright, and after receiving no reply, places his hand on her arm and comforts her. So it's like, see, the relationship is probably going to get restored here. Just because of the nature of the situation. And Andor pours himself a drink, and Clea says, "You must be exhausted," which is like a rare moment of actually like giving him a bit of credit. Basically, it's very interesting.
He so thoroughly came through again, despite all the misgivings. It's like, yeah, I think it was kind of of her to say that.
Mm-hmm. And Andor heads to the back of the safe house, and Willman is there, very injured. And then Clea and Erskine tell Andor that Mon is going to be escorted to Yavin by a different group as they want to rewrite the story.
As they want
by
to
having Mon give
remain
another speech.
in continuity with Rebels. Oh, God bless
Star
you.
Wars Rebels. Yep. It's I mean, there's a bit more on it as well when they get back to Yavin. But Andor asks, "What does Luthen want?" And Clea says he wants Willman with a doctor. And as Andor pours himself another drink, Mon strikes up a very short conversation with Andor and says, "I'm not sure how to thank you." Andor takes a moment and says, "Make it worth it."
Some Saving Private Ryan shit right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time that they've basically spoken at all. Like obviously that was in the Senate, but like this is the first time that the two of them have actually had like kind of a one-on-one. That was in the heat of a very tense situation. So they return to Yavin. Woman gets picked up by the medics and hauled away, and Drina has basically said that like she'll be integrated into the rebellion. And then Draven just says Andor's flight will not be logged. Gold Squadron will deliver Mon to Yavin. Gold Squadron, I presume, being the Rebels gang, right?
Is
Yeah,
this
the Rebels gang have got involved with Gold Squadron, essentially.
is the implication from Draven that it looks better for the delivery to be Gold Squadron rather than Luthen or Luthen's men?
Yeah, basically, he says it's the result that matters. Like it's
Yeah.
only the result, and that this will be a better one. And Andor basically concedes, like, yeah, okay. But before he leaves, he does tell Draven that he brought back a KX droid that's on his ship. They need to work on, which brings us to the last scene. Well, the second last scene of this arc. Andor heads back to his home, and he finds Bix. And they share a quiet moment together before Bix pours Andor some tea, which will help him sleep. And Andor tells Bix that he's done what he can and is finished, and he wants to invest everything in his relationship with her. And Bix is notably quiet. She doesn't say anything. I think the only thing she says is that she's listening.
Depot
Not the
sus.
response you want when you're saying that sort of thing, but you know.
Yeah, let's go and lead a happy life together. Yeah, I'm listening. Oh. Okay. Uh-oh. And she does hug him, and she begins to cry. And the next morning, Andor wakes up alone in his bed. He slowly walks around his home, and he finds it completely empty, but discovers that Bix left him a recording. And in this recording, Bix explains why she has left, stating that she can't be the reason Andor leaves the rebellion. They have to win, and she believes that Andor has a purpose in ensuring this victory. And so she says, "I'm choosing for the both of us. I'm choosing the rebellion," and elaborates that when they win, she will find him. And while this is all playing, Andor is sprinting for the hangar, but it's empty. It's gone. The transports are gone. Bix has left.
Well, and there's as much as watching this contextless, there's a twinge of tragedy and sorrow, whatever. But as a prequel series, like, oh, well,
It's so sad.
Mm-hmm.
It was a really good scene. Like an emotionally moving scene for me, who's had criticisms of Cassian as like for me one of the characters that I almost feel like I care about least about in this series overall. Like this was a really well done moment, especially putting in that just desperate all out sprint with the Bix voiceover. And I think they've done a lot of good things with these characters over these 2 seasons. They've been through a fucking lot. I do wonder, knowing what we know about the last scene, do you think that this was just truly a decision of like, he couldn't choose me? Or do you think that once Bix realizes her medical status, I guess, do you think she knows that now?
I guess we can't know for
I don't
sure,
know that
right?
it's, the thing is that I don't know how relevant, like, whether or not that's the case. I think the choice still gets made anyway, and that it could be that that's
Yeah,
something
like,
that becomes more apparent later, right?
You could say that if she does know now, it would actually make it even more powerful for his want to stay. So there's more of a reason to leave if she knows what's going to happen next, because it's not.
Yeah,
just
she
her at
truly
that point, it's
believes
family.
that the ultimate goal of everyone should be defeating the Empire, and that he's way too important. Like, losing him could be losing the war.
And even more than that, that there seems to be like some grander cosmic purpose that he may have that
Yeah, it
she
looks like
cannot bear to get in the way of.
I think they did a pretty good job with this in terms of justifying her decision, right? Whether or not she's aware of her medical status, the nature of, you've got like the spirituality, the belief, and all of that stuff, combined with her full history of despising the Empire more than anything and wanting them to be stopped, combined with her knowing on a personal level just how important Andor is, both to Luthen and to Yavin, and being so intimately connected with all of it. It's like, it's a tragedy. She's gonna remove herself from play because it won't distract him anymore, and he can focus on being basically one of the best agents for the rebellion.
Which,
It would have been nice
by
to
the way,
see, and again, it's probably because everything had to be condensed. Like a couple of extra scenes establishing like her attitude towards the Force, or like maybe some other prior interaction with it, which sort of opens it to this possibility.
Sure.
I think they've done the best they can with the time they've been given. It's just that you get the one scene kind of where it's like, well, we bump into the Force healer. That's when she kind of first expresses an interest in this idea that there's a grand overarching meta plan for everything, and then it motivates this decision. It's very, very efficient. It's just I would have liked to see her relationship with all of that fleshed out in a little bit more depth.
I too would have liked 5 seasons. Fuck you, everyone
Yeah.
who didn't let that happen.
Well, I've said it before. I think we get very little hints, but especially after the Force healer interaction and talking about that she's seen a destiny for Andor, and Bix says like, I've had those dreams about you too, basically. I think they are hinting that Bix is Force sensitive, and how much she gets out of it, how much she gleans
Well,
from it,
so
I'm not sure.
if
But-
then she is, and she had the baby with Palpatine, that could be Rey.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
It's
You
just
never
little,
know Ray's parents.
Why did you say
really.
that?
Creamy
why did I say the
It's all coming
truth?
together.
Impregnate
Yeah.
Bix
Why are
with
you
it.
afraid of the truth? This is
Yeah,
all coming
Theo.
together.
We've
been talking
established
about
that Creamy
continuity.
Sheev would never rape someone. We've established that. That's not the standard he
No,
operates
he wouldn't
by.
stand for other people doing it.
Oh, other people, him doing it is fine. Okay.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Vader wouldn't stand for it. Emperor Palpatine is all about
Vader
rape,
can't
all
stab
right?
for he doesn't have any legs.
Oh, that was
Vader
wow,
wouldn't
that's
appreciate
too,
that.
Low blow.
too soon.
Low
Make
blow,
it
wow,
fun.
Theo. Just because he can't stand.
Hey, look.
Make her fun of a
It
disabled
is what it
person.
is, okay?
How could you do that? Yeah, it is really sad though. It's it's just yet another tragedy to add to Andor's very difficult and tragic life. But he stands on the platform for a moment. He's struggling to hold back tears, but then a rebel calls out and says the KX unit is about to be powered up. And
This is
of
another
in-
scene that's slightly. I think both the K2SO scenes in this episode have been a little bit, or in this arc even, have been like slightly forced in the sense that it was a bit random they stopped to pick him up in the first place. And now in this one, off the back of what we've just learned and heard and understood, then it's, oh, by the way, we need you to come switch on a droid.
I think
and he does pause a while to sort of, like, because he is very upset, but then he goes and does it. And I understand that the actor is still conveying that he is, deeply cut up by all of this, but getting him so back on mission so quickly felt a bit abrupt.
I completely agree. I think that it was a choice made because they wanted the cliffhanger of the arc to be K2SO coming back. They know that people adore K2SO, but the problem is, it's much better to end it on him being in the hangar looking around, and then we skip a year, so we know that he did all of the basic things to look for or to ask. It's all done. But to go from where did the transport leave, and it's just like left this morning. All right, anyway, K2SO time. It's like, what? Well, no, that's not quite how it would go. And of course, you can move this scene to his arrival, or soon after the arrival, or what. You can play with the time as much as you want. Bix doesn't have to leave the same night that he arrives back. It's a little bit awkward. We have to rush it, and again, it's because we don't have any fucking time.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, I'll tell you, I was pretty devastated knowing that we were only getting K2SO for 3 episodes, and that I discovered it was actually 2.
It was actually 2, yeah. Only 2 episodes. But he's arriving. The technician's explaining to Andor basically the means by which he's attempted to reprogram the droid, which is tied up in the middle of the room, and it's kind of made clear, like, well, this could not work, though. So Andor grabs a blaster, a whole bunch of other rebels get their blasters and point it at him, and he gets
it
powered
apparently
up.
would have been completely ineffective, by the way. Like, based off what Andor just witnessed, those blasters would have basically been ineffective if
These
anything
ones
happened.
might be more powerful, though, because remember,
Yeah,
K2SO does get killed by blasters.
I don't know
It's
how
a
it-
bigger like rifle.
Listen,
thing,
Ryan, if
so-
it needs to happen, it would have happened, okay?
Yeah. And so he springs to life and says, "Hello, if I've offended you, I apologize. If not, I'd appreciate you pointing that elsewhere."
I mean, I couldn't help but
K2SO.
notice his first word to Andor is hello, last word is goodbye.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very,
on purpose.
Oh yeah, they knew what they were doing.
Yeah. And I mean, that's what you got to look forward to in the final arc. K2SO saying lots of funny things, and I can confirm he says a lot of funny things.
Well, yeah, I mean,
does.
if anyone
+1 comedic
beautiful
droid
boy.
companion.
if anyone doesn't like K2SO in the last 2 episodes, that's fine. But I was very happy with almost every line. Like,
Yeah,
excellent
that was very well
choices. And it's funny because
I don't like it here.
I was gonna go to that one.
Tony Gilroy having said that he knew against obviously the wishes of a lot of invested fans, several of the writing team and Alan Tudyk himself, is like, we're not bringing him in until much later. He's not going to be in it for as long as I know a lot of people would like. However, we're going to work to make sure it's special, is what he said, which I think they did pull off.
Absolutely.
That is arc 3.
That is, yeah.
The best arc of the season?
Maybe.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
Of
I'd
the
say yes.
season,
I
yes.
think the
Whoa,
answer
you gotta
is
wait and
yes.
stay until tomorrow when we cover
How
all 4.
about of the show?
Yeah, I
Yes.
would say
Uh,
it's tough because you didn't have exactly the same necessary structure like that they set out and intended. Even though you do have, the first season of Andor, you have maybe a couple episodes of build up, big event, couple episodes of build up, big event in some cases. I think that this is the best overall, 3-episode arc that we've seen in the show, period. With the payoffs that you get from things all the way that we get set up back in the first few episodes of the series, all the way through everything they set and breadcrumbed out through the first couple episodes of this, with a lot of payoffs. I think it's the best 3-episode arc.
It's probably better than Aldani, but
It might not be as consistent as Aldani, but the highs for me are through the fucking roof compared. Like, Aldani goes high, but this, I mean,
Mhm.
Jesus, episode 8, and then the pieces of episode 9 as well. Hard to beat. It might be, I would say, like, episode 8 is gonna probably plow it through any other competition with any arc. It's doing so much work. And, as Theo mentioned, I don't want to undermine it. Like, 7 helps 8 be what it is. as well as private episodes too. And I like 9 as the cap off, right? All the repercussions of Gorman in the Senate.
Mm-hmm. What's noteworthy, this is the arc that deviates from the typical format, which is that 2 episodes build up and then the explosion in the 3rd episode. This time it was 1 episode of additional build up after kind of already having 3, then the big climax, and then the then the repercussions of that climax. It's interesting as a sort of change of the format.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a good
And it's
choice
interesting.
because we needed to see like the repercussions of Gorman politically. That has to happen. Not the least because it's like the inciting incident for the rebellion in a lot of ways.
You can't have another. You can't have the end of episode 8 and then a 1-year time jump. We've already I feel like you've already had enough kind of arcs where you're like, oh shit, how's this going to play out in the immediate aftermath for our people that we care about? And it's like, well, 1 year later, we'll get a brief mention of something, and that'll be it. Like, you needed that 9th one.
Yeah, man, I'm still a little bit bitter about Brasso. Just saying.
Yeah, didn't fucking talk to him. We didn't get to see him mourn him. It was just never another mention in the show. I don't. Well, actually, I think the toast between him and
Yeah,
Val, maybe
yeah.
they mention him. But
He gets his man. But yeah, that wraps up that arc at a nice and neat 6 hours, which means we're gonna join all of you in chat tomorrow for the final arc. My guess is it's gonna be shorter because this one was expected to be the longest.
It will be shorter. For
I
sure.
imagine so.
Yeah.
It's
definitely.
just so much to talk about in
There's
this
a
one.
chunker.
The nature
This
of the
was a chunker.
episodes too means that may be the case.
Yes.
They are shorter. They're not very long.
However, before we head out, why don't you, Ryan, tell people where they can find you?
You can look me up at Ryan Kennel, RK Outpost on YouTube. I'll be streaming tomorrow as well at some point. Hopefully after we're done with this. Tomorrow, going through the last arc. And yeah, I'm on Geeks and Gamers Daily, about usually every weekday around 11 a.m. I have a sports channel, stuff like that if you guys are interested. But yeah,
Sports.
thanks for having me, guys.
The nerds do. Okay? They don't even know what a ball is.
Hey, you can be a sports nerd too.
That's true. But all right.
Yeah, you're telling me like we go and like scream about our favorite players and like cosplay and jerseys. Like that's kind of nerdy if you're a massive sports fan. You just might not want to admit it if you're a sports guy that you fall in a nerd category too.
Yeah, that's fair. Theo, how about yourself?
Not much change from last time. I'm working on stuff, and continue to be so. I have a YouTube channel that I'm sure is in the description already. There's some videos there. I think they're pretty cool.
You talking about video games, I think, right?
Yeah, I think they're pretty cool as like a medium of expression.
Do you do any board games?
You know, that's interesting. Actually, the idea of like covering board games in the same sort of fashion.
There are
like,
channels that do it.
Like, there's people who review board games like in terms of a mechanical function of like how fun a board game is to play. But I mean, like, what if I was to like take board games seriously as an art form, if that makes sense? Like, take a look at a board game the way I might look at something like Shadow of the Colossus.
Ooh.
I wonder if anyone's
what are the
doing
themes
that.
of Monopoly, for example? I think a lot of us could figure out. Yeah.
Well, capitalism.
Oh.
This is the most interesting commentary you've ever heard, trust me. Capitalism happens in Monopoly, yeah. And you, yeah. No, there's nothing really there.
It was a good video. I like that.
yeah. I thought it was pretty good.
Oh, there you go.
Not much new from me.
Well, I mean, you know, it's awkward for you guys to give updates because you've been here the past. You know, it's it's usually a bit
Twice
of a break.
A week. You're gonna ask me again tomorrow.
I am indeed going to ask you again tomorrow. Well, Fringy Rags, Platoon, anything you guys want to update the public on?
Oh, probably Gollum stream soon once I'm sort of over this this little bug I got. Hopefully it'll be over tomorrow and I'll be feeling back to normal. But other than that, it'll just be doing videos. Of course, tomorrow, hopefully we'll see you guys here to cover the rest of Andor. But apart from that, I suppose there's nothing to really update y'all on. Just kind of working away.
All right.
A little second channel Thunderbolts video that went out a couple of days ago. I did find some time to do some work, so that's up. And Gollum also needs to happen for me, hopefully this week. And then eventually some more long main videos, but we'll see what happens with those.
I'm just working. That's it.
Working. Well, fair enough. As mentioned, Saints and Sinners is the comic I've written a story for as part of an anthology. Link in description if you want to. There's a trailer we played at the beginning of the stream. If you want to just scroll back 6 hours, you'll be able to check that out with a little bit more explanation. But grab it while you can if you want it. And then other than that, I've decided to do a tiny piece of information per week regarding my new project. And I think the first and second weeks I told you it was longer than 1 hour, and then I said longer than 2 hours. This week I'm going to tell you it's longer than 3 hours.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Who knows what I'll say tomorrow? Can't imagine. But for now, we shall say goodbye, and I can't wait to chat about all this, the end of Andor tomorrow with all you.
The thrilling conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
That's
You
right.
bet.
But for now, bye-bye.
See you later, everyone.
Goodbye,
Love you.
everybody. We will
Bye-bye.
see you later.